Hey, grace and peace, everybody. I'm going to try to run through a little bit of material and attempt to see what we did not discuss on this channel. There's no sense in complaining. We've been attempting to bring things out for certain individuals, but it looked like the job's on us to do certain things and to critically examine everything that's been going on with this awakening, the back and forth, all the videos, all the YouTubers, books been released on both sides. Where has it gotten us? I was on Alton's live last night, and my goodness, his chip, that's another level. That's another level over there. Y'all go check out Alton Johnson. Listen, I can show you better than I can tell you. Y'all just got to go listen for yourselves. But let me start off with this, and we're gonna get into it. Lot, what's going on with you, brother? Good to see you. Fair use.
Who has no education, no formal training, and cannot read or speak biblical Hebrew, why would you trust their translation of the scriptures? Someone stitched a video of mine attempting to prove that Yahuwah is actually written in the biblical scriptures. Check it out.
I think we've gone over some of this. The guy that wrote that Sefer Bible is not a scholar in the languages. They believe, once again, by the mystical spirit. By the mystical spirit, you can know all things. What role does the spirit play in education and knowledge? Paul says to study to show thyself approved unto God. How do we understand these passages?
Now, you know me, my first thought was, okay, what translation of the Bible is this? And apparently that was somebody else's thought as well. Not the good old King James, the CSB, the NASB, the Message Bible, even the...
Oh, he even stooped down to the Message Bible. That ain't nothing but a paraphrase. That's a whole freestyle right there, bud.
Amplified. No, they didn't go to none of these to find Yahuwah. They went to the Sefer Bible. What's the problem with...
Now, is Yahuwah, being that so many people calling him Yahuwah, and you know that term comes from that's a European too. So in all this blackness, black power, we got to deal with the original man doctrine. We got to deal with the Nation of Islam, the 66 trillion years, and we got to deal with the awakening. Some of this stuff is not going anywhere. What have they proven in all these videos and all this talking and all these books? What has been proven? Alton Johnson, what has been proven?
The Sefer Bible, chap. I'm so glad you asked. Let's go to their own website to see what it says. So check it out. This comes directly from the website for the Sefer Bible.
Who were the translators of the Sefer Scripture?
Bible. And you can see here, it's directly from the source. But this isn't even the part I want to focus on. Later on down, guess what this says? In the words of Kevin Samuels, you can't make this up. Right in the middle, it says this project
has been a labor of love that originated from the genuine calling by Yahuwah and the guidance of the Ruach HaKodesh, neither of which requires a specialized degree from a theological seminary or a Hebrew university. You don't have to know the language. You don't have to know or read manuscripts. Somebody called Professor Covey. We can't make this stuff up in here.
Has been a
now you know what the people gonna say. Well, where did Peter and them learn? What's wrong with that, if anything? Where did Paul and them learn? Where did James, what seminary did James and them go to? And that's the argument that they would use. I got to go backwards. We got to get into the history of gaslighting, the art of war, how to win a war without fighting. A lot of stuff's gonna come out, and folks gonna be mad, but we got to deal with what we have to deal with, because this here is not it.
Labor of love that originated from a genuine calling by Yahuwah and the guidance of the Ruach HaKodesh.
Now, if they ain't call him Yahuwah, let me call Bruce. This morning, y'all gonna leave me alone. If they ain't call him Yahuwah, how can you give us that Masonic nonsense? And the reason I call it Masonic nonsense is because in Freemasonry, they talk about the lost word. Oh, they took his name out. They changed his name. all this other. And the crazy thing is, most people on here talk about names. Somebody let me find that video with Vocab and that other Israelite. These people be popping up. I'll be saying, all right, maybe we got some hope here. Maybe this is one that's anointed, gifted, a scholar. Then as time went on, I said, no, some of these people are simpletons. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna do what Dr. Rivers told me before. We're gonna all put our minds together and watch these videos and hear these arguments. We're going to all resource this thing. We're going to look at these sources, review these sources, should I say. And we've been doing that over here. Shout out to Seminary Cove. He left that back chat messing around with them folk over there, but shout out to Met. Shout out to Monk Runner. Shout out to Leo. We've been going over some of this stuff now. And what have we been? That's what I want to know. Abu, what have we clearly covered, and what has clearly came out? Terms are being used like gaslight. Let me go back to the history of that, because that comes from a movie played back in the days. Gaslight. Oh, stop gaslighting us. And we're hearing a lot of this right now. We can't ask questions or nothing. Stop gaslighting. We're hearing a lot of that because they've been putting that out. So let's just see if the charges are correct. Some of y'all don't want to deal with the history, but y'all want to gaslight these folks. Art of War. Fair use.
All right, the Holy Spirit, neither of which required a specialized degree or from a theological seminary or a Hebrew university.
How do people so quick to tell us, well, Dunamis, go to the Septuagint, go to, the Dead Sea Scrolls read different. How they so quick to tell us this and these folk ain't never. We trying to drag the folk out of Strong's. We trying to drag the folk out of Strong's, but folk come here to teach the language. I said, any single time you got 5 people in here that's gonna read that Greek. Nope, can't find it among them. Shout out to the other brother. What's the other brother name that said Jesus was casting out? What's that other brother name? I think him in Israel. Who else? Divine Prospect. Who else in Israel read that Greek? Who else in Israel? Come on, y'all. We gonna stop this. It's okay to sit in the classroom. Let me tell y'all another thing. I'm gonna get rid of these. Classrooms was not invented by white people. Gotta whisper to y'all. Gotta whisper to these folk running around here. Win without fighting. This is the Art of War. How to win every battle. Let me click on this right here. Let me click on this right here. Now, why were we calling this the Art of War? What was that? Where does that come from? And why is that important when dealing with the awakening, the camps, and other people of the such?
Strategist and philosopher emerged. His name, Sun Tzu. After successfully defending the state of Wu against its neighbor Chu to the west, a book formerly known as Master Sun's Military Methods was born, which has later become known as The Art of War. The Art of War is the most influential treatise on war ever written, consisting of 13 chapters, each of which is devoted to one aspect of warfare. It has shaped the way in which conflicts have been fought for thousands of years, from the Japanese samurai to the Napoleonic War. Not only has the book influenced military commanders and generals all over the world, it has had resounding effects on politics, sports, and business to this day. The art of war is of vital importance to the state. It's a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. Hence it's a subject of inquiry which can on no account be neglected. Sun Tzu has a holistic philosophy that if you follow correctly and study thoroughly, you will be victorious. Sun Tzu says, avoid what is strong and strike at what is weak. Sun Tzu is a strong believer that winning the war with as little unnecessary combat as possible is the key to true victory.
Avoid what is strong and fight that is which is weak. We hear about people grabbing towards low-hanging fruit. We're gonna go on. We're gonna go on. I don't want to do too much stopping.
Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. And
breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting.
The key to doing so is to know your enemy well. If your opponent is arrogant, pretend to be weak, so he will underestimate you. If he was relaxing, attack and give him no rest.
I think like even the guy I'm gonna play him in the video. I think they kind of rock some people to sleep. It's a bad thing to underestimate the enemy. A lot of people are like, oh, these just street guys, and oh, I'm seminary trained. We discussed all of this before. Wise man could play the part of a fool.
If his forces are united.
Now, if it's a real fool, how do you handle dealing with a fool? Somebody that just don't know. Because some people are so sick, they just don't know what they don't know. How would you share the message with them? When some would argue the simple ones come to teach us and they don't even know what they don't know. What do you do in cases like that? The other guy said a lot of folk think they know about history and don't know about history. I'm ready to jump to I'm gonna let this play. I'm ready to start jumping. That's the problem. I don't know who made that other coffee, that Bustelo, but whoever it is, I hope it's gonna be in the kingdom.
Separate them.
Along with jerk chicken.
Sun Tzu is essentially saying that if you know your opponent's weaknesses and how to exploit them, you will never lose.
So at dawn, the hopeless Athenians do the unthinkable. They attack. They attack the weary Persians as they disembark their ships on shaky legs after a month at sea. They attack before they can establish their war camp and supply their soldiers.
Sun Tzu says, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. During the mid-1960s, a war took place between the North Vietnamese communists and the United States of America. Instead of confronting the Americans head-on, the Viet Cong had a different idea in mind. They used unconventional guerrilla warfare tactics, which included hit-and-run strategies. This proved very effective against the much larger military of the Americans. It's more important to outthink your enemy than to outfight him.
It's more important to outthink your enemy than to outfight him. Listen to this right here. This is a boo. Some do indeed downplay their intelligence and education. Alizar, that's Guerrilla Hebrew, I think that's Guerrilla Hebrew of the name, is both intelligent and college educated, yet describes himself as a high school dropout. In the lead up to his debate with Dr. Brown. Yes, he is. I'm just old street guy. I tell you, I don't play with him and Deacon. I'm not playing with Chicago. I'm not playing with them dudes. I'm telling y'all right now, this is not what y'all think it is. This is not what y'all think it is.
The Viet Cong forces were inferior to the Americans in both man and firepower, so guerrilla warfare tactics allowed them to inflict significant damage while keeping their casualties to a minimum. They also had unparalleled knowledge of the terrain. This included a vast network of underground tunnels, allowing them to evade carpet bombing and escape the enemy. The terrain was also laced with various booby traps and landmines. Even though the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese were heavily out-armed by the American superpower, they were still able to defeat them as they truly understood Sun Tzu's philosophy. All warfare is based on deception. Hence, when we are able to attack, we must seem unable.
All warfare. We're at war. They're at war with us. So y'all might as well get ready. Who said that? Y'all better get ready so you won't have to be ready so y'all won't have to get ready. But boy, I'm going to tell y'all right now, some of this stuff, I don't think some people have been prepared for. Not this level of it. Not this level of it. JT said, Alzar slick. I don't know whatever words y'all want to use. All I'm just saying is warning. Nathaniel and them is one type of thing. And we'll deal with him and the marching down the streets and the drones and have them thinking the numbers are bigger than they are. But there's another level that Deacon and them dudes, that's a different level right there. But we're just gonna play. Matter of fact, let me cue him up right now. Let me cue him up right now. And I should go back in the video a little bit. Let me just finish this. All warfare is based on deception. Hence, now, how as a believer, you're prepared to deceive, because we hear deceive and we think the enemy, we think the wicked one. These are not the war. These are not the weapons that we deal with. You'll start thinking like that. Why would he be dealing with Sun Tzu's book? Why would he be talking about the art of war and books that are popular in West Point? That's the name I was looking for, the military school in West Point, and in penitentiaries and governments around the world, even businesses and sports. So don't think the art of war is just something some ancient Chinese secret. This is something that has been used the world, not America, not Brooklyn, not Sing Sing, Attica, the world over. Joint Chiefs of Staff know what that is. The Pentagon know what that is. The Kremlin know what that is. So it's just good for believers just to know. It's okay. You can know a little more than John 3:16. Nobody going to hell for that. Fair use.
When using our forces, we must appear inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away. When far away, we must make him believe we are near. This philosophy can be seen in the World War II invasion of Normandy, known as D-Day. The British created several fictional units of troops stationed in Scotland who were ready to invade Europe through its northern regions, in particular Scandinavia. They then used several misinformation techniques to persuade Hitler that 350,000 of these troops were primed to attack. Radio chatter in Scotland.
Misinformation techniques. Ooh, that's a good one. Play mind games, propaganda, start throwing stuff out there. Vocabulary that other woman could be, and that other woman to bed, they get to just throwing other stuff out there. Get to throwing other stuff out there. That's part of warfare. Get your mind off the facts. Don't worry, we're getting into the gaslighting. We're going to get into the gaslighting because all of this has been what's going on. And we're going to look at both sides. Say, y'all think because I believe the Bible, I would consider myself a Christian, even though some may not. I may consider myself a Christian, but that I can't see it within my own ranks, within my own camp. Oh, y'all know I'm different. I'll talk about them. But y'all can't do that. Woo! Y'all can't say, oh, God, he can't do no wrong. We don't have the people on here. Can't do no wrong. Boy, fan it. Can't do no wrong. This one can't speak no wrong. Holy is he.
Scotland lit up with the talks of these troops preparing for an overseas assault, and many of these transmissions were made easily interceptable. Allied spies who had been able to infiltrate the Germans reported these developments as well, reinforcing their legitimacy. These spies also took photographs of planes and tanks posed for invasion, but these were actually blow-up models in most cases. All this caused dozens of German divisions to go up to bogus locations and wait for an imaginary army to show up, whilst important battles were fought elsewhere. This
have them running over here, running over there, sending them in the wrong direction. Sending them in the wrong direction. I hope y'all remembering all of this, because this is going to come in. This is going to be so important in the next 90 minutes.
This method of dividing enemy forces was also employed to a greater extent on D-Day itself. Soviet forces kept around 1 million of the German forces busy on the Eastern Front, whilst the Allied invasion occurred on the Western Front. This tactic of dividing the enemy is one of Sun Tzu's key philosophies and allowed the Allies to achieve victory and eventually win the war.
All right,
thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video,
all right, I got to make sure I close these up as we are going. I'll make sure I close these up. Let's go right here. We've been hearing this term used a lot. We're going to get into some of that. I wanted a video describing the play. Back in the days, a man would leave the house and had his wife think he was tripping, but he was messing with, this was before electricity, he was messing with the lamps in the crib, playing mind games with her.
Welcome to Word Up, and today we are defining and discussing the term gaslighting. I've been hearing this used more and more frequently, but this is an old term.
And to be honest, I think, if I'm correct, I think I've been hearing more Israelites saying that Christians, apologists, I think I've heard the term used on Leo, or the term used on Muck Runner and other people from Israelites.
So let's look at what the actual definition
Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
is. Gaslighting is a form of psychological abuse in which a victim is manipulated into doubting their own memory, perception, or sanity. Now, this actually came from a 1938 play called Gaslight, which a husband convinces his wife that she's going crazy. And it's kind of the whole play is about her unraveling. So that's how old this reference is, but it's becoming more and more frequently used. In modern day, you might hear people use gaslighting in terms of people that are trying to spin the truth. And so, like in politics, you might gaslight someone by trying to change reality and make them rethink what they think is reality.
Oh, boy. I don't even, I might as well, I'll wait. This is just for y'all. I'll wait because I'll start going somewhere.
But it could also be something minimal, like changing around something that was your roommates, moving it so they think they're going crazy. Or you take something, but then you convince them that, no, you gave that to me. So it could be little things, it could be big things. Sometimes this gaslighting is a form of prank, but it can also be highly malicious and even dangerous. At its core, it's making someone rethink reality that they know is true.
I can't even play this. Jordan is in here, and I'm going to go ahead and play it anyway.
It's second guessing their reality. Tom's roommate was gaslighting him by stealing from him, but repeatedly saying that Tom let him borrow these things, making Tom question his memory. Angela was being cheated on, but her...
Excellent, excellent, excellent. We're changing definitions. Have we seen changing definitions? That's Bruce's second favorite word next to indoctrinated. Yeah, Bruce, I think Bruce have used gaslighting more than anyone else that we in the correct. I believe so.
Boyfriend kept saying that he was with her at the times in question, gaslighting her into questioning when he would leave and come home. A boy was being bullied at school. Everyone would constantly call him the wrong names and lie to him about their relationship with him, acting like...
Listen to this. Listen, Roger said, listen to this, Unlimited Keys. Tony Osborne, listen how Keys reply. I'm talking to you, Unlimited Keys, right now. Apologists have not been gaslighting. It's been the other side. Do you hear me, Keys? Do you hear me, Keys? Do you agree to that? Fair use.
Like friends when they were not friends. This group of bullies were gaslighting him until eventually went to the school counselor. Gaslighting is a form of mental abuse. So if you think that someone is trying to pull something over on you, if you think that you're in a relationship that is not sound, when someone is trying to convince you that you're in the wrong, convince you of facts that are not true, consider getting help. Consider talking to someone, seeking counseling, seeking the authorities if you think it might be a legal thing. But gaslighting isn't always a harmless prank, but it could be malicious and dangerous, and it could be a situation you need to get out of. So that is what gaslighting means. Those are some examples. There's other terms or words that people use and you don't know what they mean. Let me know in the comments and we'll address them on a future edition of Word Up.
All right, y'all heard that, right? Let me, I'm just going to stop that altogether. Where's my StreamYard screen? I'm just setting all of this up for the video that we are going to play.
You knew how grateful we were for all your support. Your ongoing support is what helps us make psychology and mental health more accessible to everyone. Now let's continue. Gaslighting is a word that's used a lot in the media these days, but what does gaslighting actually mean? The term originates from the Patrick Hamilton's original 1939 stage play Gaslight, where a husband psychologically manipulates his wife. In the story, the husband attempts to convince his wife that she is insane by manipulating small elements of their environment and insisting that she is mistaken, remembering things incorrectly when she points out the changes he makes. The play's title alludes to how...
All right, listen to this. Wait a minute, listen to this. Keys is saying, hold on, Dunamis, I'm going to read you. All do not mean all. Forever does not mean forever. Changes of definitions which are set. What do you say to that, Abu? Where's the Bible people at? Where's the Bible people at? Does all mean all in the Bible all the time? Does forever mean forever in the Bible all the time? If we're not past that right there, we might as well just shut shop down. Leo, do you hear what Keys is saying? This is where y'all, stuff like this, you can't let this go. We said we can't move past, if we can't get past this right here, if all means all, is so Keys, there's nowhere in the Bible that all don't mean all. No, I thought we settled it too, most excellent. I thought we settled it too. If we ain't past that, boy, listen, they say don't use certain words on here because, you know, I guess I gotta think of other people and stuff like that. Listen to this, how I read this thing here. Yeah, that thing had me charged up right there. A few years ago, all meant all, and all Judah was on the slave ships and fit the curses. Recently, many on the slave ships were Judah, and the curses were on more than those on the slave ships. Of course, he's not gonna remember that. Unlimited Keys, this Leo, you don't have a consistent definition for all or forever, though. Explain Ezra 1 and 1 and 2. First chapter, first and second and third verses. Didn't as change all from not being all nations in Ezra 1? That's Leo asking that. Would it be consistent changing definitions when people misrepresented or had the definition, incorrect to begin with, and promoted the incorrect definition? Boy, listen, I'm thinking, ooh-wee. A lot of y'all here involved in education, how do we even, Most Excellent said he thought this was settled. How can we even move forward if we're not on the same page with simple terms and simple definitions? Black in what sense? All in what sense? We can't change. I think that was Phineas. We can't get the change in definitions at will. It's all downhill from there. I'm going to let this thing play. Fair use.
How the abusive husband slowly dims the gaslights in their home while pretending nothing has changed in an effort to make his wife doubt her own perceptions. Gaslighting is a form of emotional abuse where someone leads you to question your own reality, memory, or perceptions. So, here are 10 examples of what gaslighting can sound like. As a disclaimer, we want to note that not everyone who says these phrases is automatically a gaslighter. Gaslighting is intentional, and a gaslighter knows exactly what they're saying and what they're doing.
Keys, you might have to come on here so you can explain to us. I'm gonna put the link out. Don't nobody get to clicking on that link while and now. So you could come on here and explain to us, because it's either one or two things. It's either you are a part of this thing, or you really, really have not been grasping a lot of what's been going on. I'll put the link out there for you. I'm gonna let the video finish playing.
1. What did I do to you? If someone responds to you this way, they may genuinely not know what they have done and are asking you about it. But when it's gaslighting, they are aware they have done something to hurt you and are pretending to play dumb. In defensively posing this question to you, they are denying the impact they had on you and are also forcing you to question it. 2. Everyone around you isn't the problem is you. This is sometimes used as a way to shut down the conversation or dialogue for whatever is happening. This type of language is often referred to as victim blaming, where the gaslighter will make statements that cause you to feel like you are the problem, even when you have fallen victim to something such as bullying or abuse and the situation is outside of your direct control. 3. I'm sorry you feel that way. When someone's hurt you and they say something like this, then it is not a true apology. Instead, it's a way to make you feel like you are the problem. They say that they're sorry that you feel the way you do, rather than apologizing for what they've done or how they made you feel. 4. I don't remember.
Oh, wait a minute. Leo, wait a minute. Where Leo at? Leo said, Leo, listen to this. He said, give me a second to get my sides together. Oh, folks sick of y'all. Folks sick of y'all. All right. Let me go get some more coffee because I need some coffee and some Tylenol because this mess around and be one of them mornings.
For saying that. I think you made that up. This is the go-to phrase that a gaslighter will use to intentionally get you to question your experience, behavior, and thoughts in order to take the focus off of them. 5. It's your anxiety that made me do the things I do. This is a common response when a gaslighter gets called out for their behavior. They use this as a reason to justify their own negative behavior when in fact, they should take responsibility for their own actions instead of choosing to blame you. 6. You need help. This term is used to imply that you are the problem and that you need to address your issues rather than them having to work through their own issues. This is a shutdown response to
Oh, don't think we're not going to touch on Sean Diddy Combs. Because y'all wanna hang Epstein and all of that other stuff, but Diddy gonna run a whole muck cause in the name of Black Power. Oh, we gonna talk to you Black Power people today. Y'all so black, y'all uphold criminal activity, rape and molestation and everything else. Never want to take what's on. Let me get some Jesse Lee Peterson on here. If he got slides, y'all finna get some Jesse Lee today. Y'all finna get some. If Keys got slides, that'll be the first time in how many years? They think I'm playing today. They think I'm playing today. I told Most Excellent he should have jumped on last night.
To avoid working things through with you. 7. It's your fault. People who gaslight will neglect any responsibility for their actions or for a situation. Instead, they will directly blame others. This can be a repetitive cycle where you may be made to feel like something is your fault, even if it isn't. You may even apologize for things that aren't your fault to make peace with them. 8. You're too emotional. This implies that your characteristics are seen as flaws, and this can make you question your own sense of who you are. 9. It's not a big deal. People who gaslight have a tendency to minimize the impact that something has on you. They may make you feel like you are making a bigger deal out of something when you are within your right to talk about things that are bothering you and express yourself openly. 10. Why are you so defensive all the time? You're attacking me. This is a common phrase used when you challenge a gaslighter. They have a tendency to flip the conversation towards you and make it out like you are the one who is in the wrong, by accusing you of being defensive and that you're.
I wonder if anybody flipped the conversation on vocab yesterday. We was talking about one thing and they turned around and flipped it. Somebody said, one brother brought it up. So we had to deal with certain things and his feelings were correct. Oh, man. Berean TV, do you find it weird that people only start using terms after a YouTuber says it? It happens with exegete, hermeneutic, straw man, and how is and now this. Boy, these comments be. He said, where Bruce had nothing. Oh, don't worry, we're gonna hit Bruce. Somebody gonna hit Bruce. If I don't hit him, somebody gonna hit him. We wrapping this up, then we can get into
You're attacking them, then they become the victim. Do any of these phrases sound familiar to you? These are only some of the things a gaslighter will say to you. You may have heard these before or even said them yourself, but this does not necessarily mean you have been gaslighted or that you are a gaslighter. Gaslighting is intentional, and a gaslighter knows full well what they are saying and what they are doing. We encourage you to seek help or guidance if you suspect that gaslighting has played a role in your life. Please like and share this video if it helped you and you think it can help someone else too. The studies and references used are listed in the description below. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and notification bell icon for more Psych2Go videos. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
Okay. All right. We've been through those few things right there. I'll get into this one. This came yesterday whilst we were live. I didn't want to touch it because I wanted to get off. Nope, that ain't it. This is it right here. This is it right there. Okay, all right, y'all. Let the sideshow begin.
We've been telling y'all that Africans and Black Americans are not the same people.
Africans and Negroes are two different peoples. Race and skin color are really a red herring. We all think that all black people are the same, basically, but they're not. Africans and Negroes are different. They have a different skeletal structure, different skull shape. And one interesting thing is African people, real Africans, cannot grow hair like Negroes can. So African men cannot grow beards. All right? African women cannot grow.
All right, y'all heard that? African men cannot grow beards. Boy, let me shut up. Let me wait for a minute, because I'm always open to learn. I be saying y'all can't tell me nothing to do, and maybe that's just a response when I hear something new and fresh in my mind. I be like, I ain't never heard that before. Wait a minute.
Afros.
African women cannot grow an afro.
Right? It's a very powerful thing if you see real African women.
And remember, the foundation of a lot of camp shoes is Babylon and Timbuktu, and another thing besides the self-standing apocrypha. That's coffee. Thank you. Thank you. No, that cream good enough. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, listen to this. Not the Negro. Remember Zondervan, not the Negro. We've been beefing, but there's been a lot of people say, Bareen, you claim you want truth. I don't know what you're over there doing on that channel. We examining everything. That's what we doing. And you got some people, it's easier to convince them in anything than there is other people, even with little children. So don't be mad that someone is not growing or going in your direction. Some detectives may be like, no, I looked at the evidence. I clearly don't go with none of that right there. I got to talk about Sunstam case and all that case and how the detectives got to bring in some stuff together.
And you'll see that they've always got very, very short hair.
If you truly study this is facts. We've been telling y'all that Africans and Black Americans are not the same people.
Africans and Negroes are two different peoples. Race and skin color are really a red herring.
All right, y'all, are y'all hearing this? I don't even want to stop this video right there, but we gotta move on. I want to see. I'll come back to the comment section. I want to see what individuals have to say about that one. Is it this video next? No, I'll go right into it. Listen to this right here. I want to make sure everybody can hear it. That's all to establish us with what's going on here and what's been saying. Black Christians pissed at idea of Black Jesus.
Then it fits them. It doesn't fit them at all.
She was summarizing, I believe, what Israelites believe, and she broke out Deuteronomy 28:64 through 68. Deuteronomy 28, verse 64, 68, Deuteronomy 28. And Deacon is saying that there's more than that. Listen to this again. Listen to what he's laying out. She's just summarizing it, but he feels some type of way because she's just summarizing. So he's going to lay out a bunch of the information. Let's see if we've gone over some of this and what has been our conclusion and what's been left up in the air.
Guerrilla Hebrew asked Dr. Michael Brown to show which curse applies to them today, because it said the curses will be upon the Israelites forever until the Messiah liberates them.
It's forever, forever. It's forever, forever in that context. Matter of fact, where is that video? I didn't take that down. Who remember? I got that video up with Guerrilla Hebrew and Dr. Brown. Somebody need to give me that with some timestamps.
He couldn't name.
Misinformation is part of it. You might have heard it one way, but they'll tell it to you a different way and have you thinking you tripping. That's why it's good to go back and check. Because folk could get the gaslighting and dropping videos and have you thinking some type of way, and that ain't even what was said.
One, go watch it.
He said, go watch it. These subjects that we've been dealing with, have we gone over them time and time again? And whoever name a video, name a person that dealt with the subject from Deuteronomy 28 on both, well, I can't even say on both sides because the internet is flooded with you, Deuteronomy 28 and Israelites of all flavors using that. Matter of fact, Elder Green and maybe one other person I heard that don't use that at all. At all.
This is the same sister that said Deuteronomy 28 isn't prophecy.
Do most Christians, who's on here talking about it was a vassal treaty, and do most Christians, no, I think that'll bring us some feelings. I think Kobe came on here and said something, and people were upset. Are there any Christians that y'all know that believe Deuteronomy 28 is prophecy? Red, yellow, black, and white. Or it could have been prophecy written in the form of a vassal treaty. Because all Israelites look at it as prophecy, at least 99% of most Israelites I ever met, and most Christians don't look at it. That's a major thing right there. How should you view Deuteronomy 28?
Moses was writing that, according to the Christian timeline, Moses was writing that 1500 BC. Christians will say most of it was fulfilled in ancient Babylon. That's 600 BC. So that's 1,000 years later. How's that not prophecy?
So he said it's still prophecy, even though if y'all don't take it to chattel slavery in 1619. It still was fulfilled at a later time. God did what he did because Israel was hard-headed. I got to slow down because y'all are on. Oh, wait, I'm going to put the thing back. I thought I pinned it to the top. What keys? Keys just making slides up now? He's trying to throw a few slides together now? I think the 18 seconds behind. Let me go back and look at some of these comments. That's the only reason forever is indefinitely. Yeah, we got to walk through this. We didn't move. I don't know why I thought that was established. He said, Professor, I don't know. They got a school. I heard they got a school. You, Barino, are part of us. That's part of it. That's what I'm talking about. They're kidnapping. The FBI said, don't let them take you from one location to another. Kidnapping. That's what I'm talking about right there. All right, let's let it play because he's gonna run through a few things, and we can't let nothing go. We can't let nothing go. Get to writing some of this down.
We got more than just Deuteronomy 28. We have Ezekiel 4. We have Jeremiah 30. We have
Jeremiah 30.
Genesis 49. Deuteronomy.
All right, and that's just Bible alone. And just Bible alone. He's saying she's just throwing it out there like they don't have enough scripture. I told y'all there's no other choice but to look at them like some type of dispensationalists. If we're going to put them with Black Power cults, Nation of Islam, Mossad, 75%, they have more scriptures. The Awakening has more scriptures than any other Black Power movement we have ever seen. We got to establish that. Israelites are quoting way more Bible than Farrakhan, even though Farrakhan said we Israel, and I'll tell y'all why. That's part of building. Let me see if I brought that other square up. Let me check this Facebook.
33. We have the whole book of Jeremiah, when it talks about this modern day Babylon, mystery Babylon, daughter of Babylon, or land of the north. We have the color of the people of the Bible, the Israelites within the Bible.
Now, that we stay arguing. Judah mourneth and is black unto the ground. Job 30:30. Zechariah 4, that's 14, 1 and 2. Song of Songs, 1 verse 5. Don't call me, and y'all know we had a whole big beef, and even pastors were split on that. Elder Green's like, as far as he's concerned, that's always been interpreted. That's that woman talking about herself and she black. I heard what seminary code said on that blackness. Y'all ain't gonna like that. No matter how it's looked upon, it's a bad in this context. It's not a good thing for black people. We're gonna read a little bit of that other book that Leo put up, and we're gonna read a little bit of the Curse of Ham. Dark skin, light skin, mulattoes, albinos. We're gonna look at some history of some people even in Africa. not like in a certain skin color. Won't be too far-fetched if we touched on a little bit of this racism and the Mormon church. Let's hear all the evidence. He's trying to say it's a plethora. It's so much evidence. Y'all are nothing but blind Christians. At this point, you're blind. The Christianity have you blind. And you're blinded because it's Eurocentric. It's white supremacist by nature, Christianity. And that's how come you can't see with all this evidence. Quote unquote.
We have even the Talmud saying there wasn't one white Jew in the 1st century.
Talmud said that there wasn't a white Jew in the 1st century, Covey? Because I don't even remember us going through that there. Somebody else said that came up to Dr. Brown, that Dr. Brown is the one that brought that out. I just don't think we can tie the Song of Solomon to the curse of Ham, but so be it. You talking about the lady with the dark skin, the Shulamite woman, I mean.
We have even the Midrash saying that the people of Shem are a melanated people.
No, those two things right here. He said we got the Talmud and the Midrash saying, and I hate when they say melanated because white folk are, there's just so much confusion here. Who have melanin, albino? This all has to do with the ISIS papers. This is Afrocentric doctrine, the Nation of Islam, and pseudo teaching. That's how come we have to go to the book Invented Knowledge. They invent a lore. Oh, these people want our melanin. That's how so many black kids are kidnapped. You know how much melanin costs an ounce? They can't live without, and then they connect that with Kim Kardashian and doing the blood and the face job with the blood and putting the needles inside your face. And they connecting a lot of stuff and bringing it together to make it something. And I don't think them dots are really, the math is not math, and those dots are not really connecting. But we have to look at all of this evidence. What about this, Berean? What about that? What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? Whatever stick, whatever doesn't. What have been proven from all of the information that came out that there were black Jews? We knew that. But what we're really fighting for, what people's really fighting for is the 400 years and the slave ships and connecting that to blacks in America. Two people hit me yesterday talking about Orthodox Moore, talking about something that basically they asked, did Moore prove that black folk came over here was practicing Judaism? Not Bantu, not Christians in West Africa. Black folk came over here was practicing Judaism. People insert the amnesia doctrine. The kids were young kids, and then by the time they came over here, I don't know, the story is just not flowing consistently. But it's more than ample proof for a lot of people that we're Israel. You get offended when the Pastor Green say it's by faith. Ultimately, it's by faith. We've pressed other people, and other people have said, yeah, ultimately, it's by faith. These folk know we can even prove who bloodline. We are bloodline. They are not. You heard my man come and tell Covey, I'm sorry, you're just a convert, and there's nothing wrong with being a convert, but I am he.
We have extra biblical sources, the Africans who wrote the Bible. We have
Africans who wrote the Bible. Who wrote that book? I got that book. I had that book somewhere. That gold book with the unk on it. Africans who wrote the Bible. And I never even gave y'all nothing on that, but we're gonna leave that alone. And we're gonna have to deal with that original man. We're gonna have to deal with some stuff. But like I said, could we even be weaving in and out and using our lore, our story of Noah? And they're trying to mix that with science and haplogroups and pigmentation and all this other stuff. Shoot, we might have to drag ISIS papers into this nonsense because we already down that rabbit hole. Get the John Deere out. This is more than the weed whacker here.
Some brothers use, and I do too as well, Babylon to Timbuktu.
Uh-oh.
We have cartography. What is that? Ancient maps that say in parts of Africa, land of the Negroes, land of the Black Jews, Negro land.
You hear all the evidence that he's bringing out? What have we not touched on here? And mention other people that have videos that have been dealing with this. I remember Nefertiti was dealing with the Negro land. Once my man Darby started preaching it. And if y'all notice, Darby never really used books. Why is that? Because he got his doctrine off of YouTube, like the Prophet Celestine or whatever her name is. And the Israelites, and then we are the people, those are not the people in the land. Where she get that from? She never the invention of the Jewish people 13. She never mentioned no books. Darby too, he don't really mention no books. They jacked us. He just got videos with hundreds of thousands of views. Why? Because pastors look on pastors are influenced too. Kanye stars are influenced. You know how many stars were in the house, basketball players in the house during COVID, just clicking on videos, and things come up. Then they get out there, they think they're up on something, they start making comments. Oh, we don't get on Terrence Howard. That's going to challenge you church folk good and hard. Let's listen to the rest of the evidence. I'll come back and read some of this. I'm surprised, Keys. Leo, you in the house? I'm surprised, Keys. I guess he getting them slides together.
We have archaeology. We have some oral tradition.
Yeah, let's say we have archaeology. It'll be good if he would have mentioned some of that. And we have oral tradition. What's the archaeology? Them 20 skulls found in the bottom of that well? Because that's some of Homeboy on the other channel. That's some of his DNA and them light-skinned folk DNA mixed up together too. What they've been proving is you can't even deal with no skin color. So either we're going to trust DNA that confuses it, or go like some of the other brothers, like, no, we don't deal with DNA at all. We're dealing with the scripture. Because y'all making the scripture contradict DNA and vice versa. And y'all own captains and y'all own commanders. Y'all got some light-skinned folk running around these parts. But then y'all said that the church people invented the skin doctrine. It ain't about skin. And people just been asking individuals just to be consistent with it. Folks that have a really listening ear, they'll be like, yo, no matter what, this is black supremacy. We above everybody else and we original. And everybody else second-class citizens.
It's much more than just a single chapter in the whole Bible. And this is the gaslighting that these evil Christians do.
Okay, that's it. You evil Christians. You evil Christians. You'll gaslight and not want to face the facts, you evil Christians. I want to park right there. What are y'all thoughts on that? Let me shut up and get this extension cord because I already know this thing. I don't know this thing like it only got a 2-hour life on it.
I'm going to be nice today. These evil Christians will try to act like we're substantiating this major claim with one chapter.
A major claim with only one chapter. And he just ran through a plethora. Negro land, Judo land, that Wuda, whatever, all of that. We've done videos on that. We spoke on that. He said there's archaeology. He gave multiple scriptures that Israel is black from the Bible. And all the other things. And she's portraying it like it's only one chapter. And that's an evil tactic of Christians. A lot of them say that's how come we got to doing the lives the way we've been doing them. Y'all never really look at our claims. They're definitely not talking to us. They're definitely not talking to us over here. We've catered to every single claim that the Israelites have been making on this channel right here. We cater to it, that everybody can examine it.
We have PhD scholars from both sides that say there is merit and evidence of what they're saying.
Okay.
I have a whole list of prestigious individuals in the Jewish community that say a large portion of us are Israelites. We don't need them, but if you hear the white man say it, you're going to say, yeah.
Okay. Harry, what's Harry last name? The Jewish guy, Harry, that's been running around. He even been on SignNet and all that, been just having discussions with Polite and all of that. Prestigious. Who else? Dr. Brown, Professor Henry. But everybody knew from the time that Israel became a nation, everybody already knew there were Ethiopian Jews that had an Ethiopic tradition being connected with the laws of Moses and Solomon in some type of way in the Queen of Sheba. But a new claim has come up. It's more recent than the Ethiopian claim that blacks in America in 400-year prophecies. Garfield said the 400 years was connected in the Bible. He said I think he traced that connection back to the Nation of Islam. Before One West, Christians doing everything they can to suppress this truth, or apologists attempting to suppress this truth.
Hey, Brian, I just jumped on real quick, Hold
on a second. Let me make sure this thing is muted. Go ahead. I'm muting myself. I'm gonna go get that cord.
No, I'm just saying that it's just interesting because Jews for Jesus, other Messianic groups will go out to these same people. But what are they accused of? Of trying to proselytize people, and it's just with religious movements, right?
Yeah.
So with Harry Rosenberg, Rudy Rockman, and these other folks, there's no thoughts of proselytizing, coming under the authority, teaching. What did the Lemba guy say? When they came around, they tried to tell us that we weren't doing it right. So is there not a feel for what's going on? When they speak, is it more so they're just being interviewed like a guest, or they're allowed to teach? So it's a level of folks have always been coming around, but what's the end game? We can pull up Andrew Keys. Oh God, Andrew Keys Burton, and maybe we can get him come on the channel. His paper breaking down the Hebrew Israelite movement. There's 4 categories.
There's 4 categories?
Yeah.
Oh,
Messianic.
No, yeah, we may have to pull that up. You in the house?
Yeah.
All right.
Messianic.
Yeah. That's my cord. All right. Hold on. Let me go ahead. Talk. I can hear you. Talk.
Yeah, no. Because there's Messianic, non-Messianic, rabbinic, non-rabbinic.
Correct.
But ultimately, the crux of it is Deuteronomy 28. And so folks are seeing this. Because without Deuteronomy 28, what else is there? The culture.
I'm sorry. What do you mean when you say the crux of it is?
That's the cornerstone. Without that, everything falls apart.
In all 4 groups that you just mentioned.
That's a commonality.
Okay, we got to pull that up. Give me a second.
Because Brian, as much as the original man has talked about, Egyptians were black, ancient Israelites were black, things of the sort, right? What does it lead to? Who else is cursed but Israel? And the curse will be assigned on one on you.
We got to find all of that out. Is that stuff true? Wait a minute. Whilst you're doing that, let me play this so I can close this stuff up and let me play this right here. That's what I'm saying. All of this stuff is going to come to light right now. Dealing with this right here, dealing with this subject right here, all of this. We have to go back through so much of
Black history has upset North Africans, as we can see. The Black African origins of Sumeria, Egypt, Canaan has led to quite regressive responses. Many people on my channel, Fulbe, Berber, Diaspora, and Southern Africans are asking, why are they behaving like this? Because in Africa, Arab means ruling class. Wherever you go in Muslim Africa, from Senegal to Somalia, the imams, the sheikhs, the kings, the ruling class are Arabs, meaning they trace their lineage to Prophet Muhammad's family. Leadership is not based on merit, knowledge, competence. It's not even based on religion. It's based on who has an Arabic lineage. Therefore, I believe God, Yahweh, Allah, has come to the scene to resurrect the dead, telling black people, you don't have a primitive past. You are the children of ancient Egypt. Telling nomadic people, Pullo and others, that you are the children of Israel. These people don't have a God-given right to rule over you. You who claim an Arabic lineage to Prophet Muhammad's family, how can you rule me when I am Bani Israel? This white Arab ruling class of North Africa was heavily instituted during colonialism, and apparently many people enjoy this privilege. That is why the true history of Egypt, Canaan, Moors upsets them. It removes their privilege to boss over other people. It was never about Allah, Islam, or Arab, which just means nomad. It was all about power.
Green, is that guy Moor or Muslim? Well, I know
Muslim, I believe. Muslim. I believe if you follow Allah. But Keys, come on, let me pull up your screen.
Hold on, I'm having a little technical difficulty, but concerning the changing of definitions, me and Spooky just had a brief little dialogue in the chat section. And I said, then what's the definition of the four corners of the earth that Christ is supposed to gather his people from? And if it's only the four corners of the ancient times, then you're disqualifying a lot of believers that's not living within those ancient borders.
Okay, Jimmy, yeah, type it in, JT Mac. I see your thing. Type it in. I'm gonna pull it up. Elder Green read the other day.
But Keith, so Keith, when you see that, because
when he said it, I believe when Christ said the four corners of the earth, I believe that covers the entire world. Now, he said the four corners of the earth is the same four corners of the earth of Jeremiah. I forgot whatever passage he said. Now, if that's the four corners of the earth, and a lot of believers don't live within the four corners of the ancient times, then it might behoove the believer to move to the four corners of ancient times.
Hold on, but Keith, are you saying that? No, hold on, Keith. You're saying the believer. No, I'm just trying to set it clear. I'm just because the believer. Are you talking about like just Christians? Are you talking about in the present audience? We talking to Jews? You know what I'm saying?
See, that's the problem.
Proselyte.
The problem. The reason why I brought that up.
Let me just say this first. Y'all got to clear up right now, today, right now, in the next 15, 20 minutes. You got to clear up Keys, all meaning all, black meaning black, all throughout the Bible. That was the main thing. We got to clear that up, Keys. We got to clear that up.
So I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. A few years ago, you had I believe it was Elder Mike Pastor Mike and or Elder Joe was talking about the promises of Israel goes to the believer only. So I ain't got no problem with his definition. So so my question was, if Christ was saying the four corners of the earth, is it limited to the four corners of ancient times for what all they knew and Christ did not know about the rest of the known world? Because if you're going to say that it only covers the ancient, for when he was talking at that time, then you would think that believers in America, South America, Canada, that are not living within Australia, that are not living within the four corners border of that ancient time, would need to move to those four corners to be gathered.
Why would they need to be moved, period? Because regardless, even within the idea of the four corners, you can go to Matthew 28, and it already speaks to preaching a message throughout the whole earth. So it's not limited. When you're talking about the prophecy, you're focusing on Israel, but yet the message is going to the whole earth. So that's why you're kind of separating the four corners and focusing on prophecy and wanted to meet the prophecy. You're kind of doing what the folks in the land are doing today with the red heifer, trying to meet qualifications. But I'm saying the gospel is going to I would say the whole earth anyway, based on what Christ said in Matthew 28. So if you're going to try to make that delineation, well, these people need to move to the four corners to get regathered, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because regardless of where they are, Christ knows that. If you're going to go with that, first going with your view on the regathering, it doesn't matter where you are. you're going to be gathered if you're based on your view. So you shouldn't have to be moving.
So
We have to go to Australia to meet the qualifications. I don't think that really fits.
maybe I misunderstood what you said, what you had typed, because maybe I read it wrong and I misunderstood it. So forgive me if I made an error.
No, it's
But
all good.
it
No, I was saying,
kind
like,
of,
oh, go ahead. Finish your thought.
I was just gonna say, it kind of sounded like that you were promoting the ancient times. And from a previous discussion, when he said all that when they came to the conclusion that all that goes to the believer, does the ancient times that he was talking to as well go? I'm just trying to sort it out because I'm kind of confused based off of listening to various definitions and various discussions concerning the entire topic.
Well, I would
And I
say
was
the
asking for,
entire
so I was
go
asking
ahead.
for clarity, because if, like, if that's why I was asking for clarity, does it mean the ancient times or the whole world? And if you're going to perceive it as the ancient times, but to all of the believers don't live in the four corners of the ancient times.
Got you. So, like, when you're bringing up the ancient times mention, you're focusing on the immediate audience. But we know Christ first specifically knows all the earth. Not saying that he was limited to just, it's only within the Roman Empire, because that's what a lot of at that time, that was the known world. So when you say known world, that's probably what, at least to me, how you're kind of conceptualizing with the view of, if the four corners is only to the known world, then people have to move out to the further reaches to meet the prophecy qualifications to be regathered. I don't necessarily know if that matters, because even within the four corners idea, if it's the whole entire world, it doesn't matter where you are, you will be regathered with that same narrative. I don't think it's limited to the old ancient motto solely. If you're going to go with your view, my view is really just the known world at that time, period. That's just how I see it. Because when you say the four corners, even within the Elam mention, and that's why I brought up Jeremiah 49, and then you can go to even 51, where Christ, God said he is the scatterer of nations. It speaks to the four winds. So the four winds, these are different nations that weren't Israel, that were scattered to the four winds as well. So and then Elam, I believe, will be restored, and I think another nation will be restored as well. So based on that qualification, that happened thousands of years ago. So we would have to adhere to prophecy for them too. Should they scatter whoever these descendants are to these four corners to then get restored as a nation? Or maybe this happened already, or the understanding of it isn't is not the whole entire earth, but maybe the known world there. And that's why I brought up Matthew 28. It's because Christ already can give you the connotation of all the earth. So all the earth is encompassing everywhere. Now, the four corners, to me, that idea could be limited to the known world, because the four corners is really ambiguous. Because if you're going to look at a map, you can literally just look at the different points and understand where that means. The representation is just pretty much everywhere. Not necessarily meaning it has to be to Australia, to where the whole entire earth. It doesn't have to be that lined out. When Christ says the whole earth in Matthew 28, I think that's even more specific, but that's to the gospel message. So for the prophecy, I think those that hold to where you have to be in all four corners across the entire world, and then on top of that, add in the transatlantic slave trade, it doesn't represent the four corners either way. So, like, how do you even make those two work? Because the four corners is not going to be met even with the transatlantic slave trade. So I would say it's really just based on wherever you are, if you're going to go with that view. You don't have to move, go anywhere else. You don't need to get a group of people to go to Australia, get a group to go to Iceland, need a group to go to Antarctica. I don't think that really fits the narrative there.
Is the transatlantic? Would you consider the transatlantic slave trade part of the scattering?
No.
No. Okay, that's all. Okay. That was it, Berean.
That was it? Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
I thought Dunamis was pulling up that other video he was talking about.
Not bring it's a paper. It's a paper.
All right, you can pull the paper up. Az, what do you want? Good morning, Az. What's the matter, Az? Just come on here and just read a bunch of random scriptures. What's up, Az? He unmuted. Y'all hear him? Type of one.
When I gotta switch to my computer, give me 1 second.
All right. I don't hear him. Let me go back to the charges.
We have the Jews being called the N-word, nigga, in the Bible. So with this,
the Jews are being called. Where's Covey at?
Exceeding great.
Jews are being called the N-word. Does he separate? Does the sources that we've been reading in the last 2-3 weeks? That's what's been said. Red letter, Leo.
Amount of evidence, we come to this conclusion, and it will now be stopped. And you could say it's 100 years ago, but it's 3,500 years ago, almost 4,000, when the Lord chose our forefather Abraham and brought him out of Ur of the Chaldees. So it's longer than 100 years ago. And
I think she was asked, or she was just summarizing what she think it's what you would call the Hebrew awakening started 100 years ago. He's going back to Abraham, our forefather, because many of them believe they're bloodline descendants. Go ahead, Matt. I mute myself.
Oh man, Leo jumped off. I needed his screen.
Yeah, Leo, jump back on for a second. Go ahead while I'm doing. I'm putting the link back out so you jump back on.
Yeah, I was just gonna. I know Keys had mentioned about all not meaning all, and forever not meaning forever.
I'm right here.
And I
Go
just
ahead.
wanted to give some examples of the nuance in Scripture that you can
Come
see.
on, Leo. Come on, Leo. Let me pull
Go
it
ahead.
up. Watch you tell him. I'll pull it up
What you
right
need?
now.
Yeah, Leo, can you pull up Genesis 41, 57?
And take your time with this, because I thought, like you said, I thought this was something's wrong with our transmission. We ain't moved forward. This thing going but in one gear. I don't know what's going, because I thought this was covered too. Do you see Leo's screen? Oh, well, Julius jumped off. I think he was switching computers too. Leo, you got it, right?
Yeah, I got it. I'm just pulling the screen up. Sorry.
Okay. And I'm gonna be quiet for a minute. I'm gonna step away. All right, I got it now. Listen, everybody, please listen. Let's walk through this stuff slow. Leo got the smallest letters out of everybody on the whole internet.
I know, I'm trying to see that. Yeah, Genesis 41, 57. Now, if you see it, it says, the people of all the earth came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph because the famine was severe in all the earth. Now, I don't know anybody that would interpret this hyper literally to mean that the entire world was located inside of Egypt, right? It's just a hyperbolic way of describing how severe the famine was in that region. But I don't think anybody would take this to mean the entire earth came to Egypt, right? So that's just one example. If Leo, go to Mark 1 and 5.
Already got it highlighted. There you go. Wow. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so you see it says, and all the country of Judea was going out to him, and all the people of Jerusalem, and they were being baptized by him in the Jordan. So this is talking about John the Baptist's baptism. It says all Judea and all Jerusalem went to be baptized. Now go to Luke 7, Leo. I think it's around about the 28th verse, maybe. I can't recall it off my head, but go to Luke 7. Hold on a second. Okay, right there, verse 30. So this is also talking about, this is about John the Baptist, but at verse 30 says, but the Pharisees and the lawyers rejected God's purpose for themselves, not having been baptized by John. So one verse says, all Judea and all Jerusalem went to be baptized. And another verse says, the Pharisees who are in Judea and Jerusalem did not get baptized, right? So obviously the all is not meant to be taken hyper literally. And if I could just give an example, we still speak like this to this day. When Boosie has his Boosie bash in Baton Rouge, we all say, man, the whole city came out for Boosie. But it's not literally the whole city. You know, it's not meant to say the entirety of Baton Rouge literally came inside of the stadium, because the entirety of Baton Rouge can't literally fit inside of the stadium. But yet when we describe it, we say the whole city came out, you know, and the whole city out here, right? So I'm gonna show you one example of forever not meaning forever. Go to Jonah chapter 2, verse 6. Now, this is Jonah in the belly of the fish, right? He says, I descended to the roots of the mountain. The earth with its bars was around me forever. Now, Jonah wasn't in the fish for forever, but he's describing it because of the severity of his condition. That's how he's describing it. Man, the bars closed up on me forever. But he was only in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. So this forever is obviously used hyperbolically. He's exaggerating to make his point. So I just wanted to demonstrate that when we talk about all and forever, the Bible itself gives you reason to have nuance and to approach it in a proper context. And I'm gonna just drop these verses and get to my route. If you go to Daniel 2, I think it's 37 and 38, it talks about Nebuchadnezzar being king over all the people wherever they live. Nobody believes Nebuchadnezzar was literally the king over all the earth. In Ezra 1 and 2, it says the same thing of Cyrus. Nobody believes Cyrus was literally the king over all the earth. So the Bible does use all in kind of like an exaggerated way. And I'll just say this to answer Key's question when it talks about Jesus gathering from the four corners. Yes, it is speaking to a certain understanding of that cultural time, but it does have implications that extend further. The question of when we're looking at this term all is that it doesn't have to mean all in a very literal sense. And I just wanted to point that out, try to deal with that.
Thank you so
Well
much.
done,
I
sir.
don't want to deal with that. So Keys, do you believe that people were living in China at that time and Nebuchadnezzar ruled all those people in China? That's the question for Keys. That's the question for the people, because a lot of people talking slick. All don't mean oil. Anything these Christians can do to stop the awakening, that's low-hanging fruit. They're trying. Does all mean all? This is where y'all got to. This is where I want to see how y'all playing with this book. Do we have evidence on this planet that at that time people were alive in China, and did Nebuchadnezzar rule those people? That's the question. Antarctica. Anywhere human beings might have been in the Mesoamerica, anywhere did Nebuchadnezzar rule all of them? Or you'll have to concede that all don't mean all in all senses of the word. Go ahead. That's for Keys. I'm gonna put the link back out there. You got it, because we're not gonna keep going back to this. And there's examples of black too. Do black mean black like Berean, always describing me? Or can black have to do with sackcloth and ashes and mourning and lamentation? In your Hebrew scriptures, the oracles was given to y'all, not to filthy Gentiles. Go ahead, Leo. This screen or that's Dunamis. Go ahead. I'm mute myself.
That's Dudamus, probably. Yeah, that's Dudamus.
Only thing you have something to share.
No, that's it. I think what Most Excellent just did was really good. And I think it's poignant that he showcases even in the Old Testament how he speaks to all and forever not being literally seen as all. And I think that Jonah mentioned was very good, because if we understand who Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days, 3 nights. So if we know if forever is even being used by Jonah in his state, it's not meaning forever, because we know he was not in that state forever.
But
so it's like, how do we kind of utilize? Go ahead, bro.
But there's an issue. Jonah's a prophet. So, in what genre should Jonah go in and should be interpreted?
I mean, I would say, if you're going to say that's not prophetic language, because what was happening literally happened, unless we're going to say Jonah did not go into the belly of a whale. Was that all a vision? I wouldn't say that. That was an actual occurrence to check him.
And so now I'm just saying, in terms of other prophets, other prophetic books, when they say forever, should there be a nuance of how it's looked to?
Correct.
Because Jonah will be in the same category as those other prophetic books.
Correct.
Does it matter which all a person chooses to use? All of the earth, like China, Japan? Or does it matter which all, Leo?
I would say it does matter in context. because as we see, we had a back and forth with Az about the mention with Christ causing all, and then also people mentioned Zechariah 14, where it says all the nations of the earth pretty much are going to go up and do the feast booths. Now there, people say, well, because of that, Christ being mentioned, the Messiah being there, that's literally the whole entire earth. But then I think the issue for me is when Christ says he has all power in heaven and earth, when he after the resurrection, we don't see that as literal. We say, oh no, he's not presently reigning on earth. So like, how do you utilize the Messiah?
Yes.
Yeah, how do you utilize the Messiah as the key to determine it's the whole entire earth? But yeah, he does that again on earth, saying all power in heaven and earth he possesses at that time. So that should be literally all power on earth. So it's like, how do you utilize the Messiah to determine it's the whole entire world? So that's why I think that Zechariah 14 mentioned is not it's not a good example. But go ahead.
Key jumped back on.
No, Berean asked me a question. Do I believe that people existed in China during the time of the reign of, I believe, did you say Cyrus?
Yes, and when Nebuchadnezzar
Nebuchadnezzar.
did he rule the whole planet? Every human being on the planet knew who he was, that he was the president, that he was the boss. Every human being on the planet alive.
So I'm going to answer the first part of the question that you didn't ask again. The first part that you asked when I was in the comment section was, do I believe that there were people in China that existed at the time? And then you added on to the question. So I'm going to answer the first part. Phil Fox came on this panel with ancestors that he believed existed in America prior to the 6,000 years of what, most Christians believe the earth exists biblically, or some Christians, I'll say. So yes, I believe that this world was actually inhabited.
So who was their president? So they knew who Nebuchadnezzar
So
was?
I'll say, what I believe is that sometimes we limit because we have been taught to see something some kind of way. So when he brought up that scripture in, I believe it was Exodus concerning the famine.
Go ahead.
I also believe that big boats and vessels to sail this ocean existed at that time.
So you believe,
I just don't put a limitation on exactly what had happened back then, because you got people living over here. God gave us a brain. Evidently, an ark was made under the guidance of God, but boats also existed for cocaine to come over to Egypt to be found in the mummy's tomb. So I don't put a limitation on it, and I'm not mad that you do, but I'm not trying to teach you my way of seeing that either. That's something that I usually keep to myself because I don't limit it like that.
Okay.
And I don't think that I'm wrong for that, because I believe God gave the ancient people a certain amount of intelligence to make things that could get cocaine over from South America to Egypt.
Alton, I think he's saying, all right, thanks. Alton, he's saying if Noah had an ark prior to that, why couldn't, let's say, at the time of Joseph, when there was a famine, why couldn't the people even in Mesoamerica know that there was a famine and had communication if earlier than that Noah built like a Navy ship? Something that size, aircraft carrier size, or well, maybe smaller. These aircraft carriers are big, big, big. And you understand what he's saying? And there could have been ancient travels by different people. The Phoenicians were seaward, they were sea-bearing people. Cocaine was found in mummies from a German lady. I forget the lady name. I can't slip my mind right now, but it was, and that's indigenous to South America. So there had to be some communications. So now we're connecting that with, did Europeans tell all of the history, or did they put themselves in the history, and the way they interpreted everything was in light of their knowledge? or their limited knowledge, I should say, or they deliberately left some things out to make it sound like they were the first ones to quote unquote discover America and things of that nature. We have to come to a place like, are we going to trust the Bible? How does the Bible fit in line with this, what we have been taught? Some people believe, like, listen, these folk lie about everything. They've lied. We've caught them in lies in the past, and a liar is a liar.
Yeah, but
So now we got to put the pieces together. Go ahead.
No, I'm not trying to step on that, but it are tales about the other explanations why there's cocaine found inside, right? And there's other things we look into.
Yes.
To where was it put there over 3,500 years? Could cocaine have been brought there, you know what I'm saying, from other people, right?
Or was the timing off? Is the timing correct? Just examining all of that. But go ahead.
And also,
do you feel bad, or are you limiting God by saying the other side of the world had no connection with the Bible? Because a lot of people believe that the Bible was written in a certain land, and Jesus didn't travel but so far, like the average Jewish person of his time. And a lot of people believe that when they're reading the Bible, it just had to do with their region, their area, and that there was other creation stories on people that lived way on the other side of the world that never had contact.
And Phil Fox's ancestor that he's connected to 12,000 years prior to the biblical assumption of some Christians that it's only 6,000 years old.
That was Bishop. That was Usher. The Bible never says that.
But, but some people came to those conclusions.
Yes, correct.
But Phil Fox, so that's why I said, if you can find an ancestor, remains of an ancestor that you're linked to that predates the 6,000 year, I'll say, opinion, or maybe even assumption of the world existing, the earth existing in 6,000 years, then I believe that I believe it was more than just, I believe it was trade across the world. For boats, if Noah had that big vessel, and if you would, I mean, like the measurement,
that vessel wasn't nothing unique to the earth at that time, like some Christians would believe.
I think that specific one was unique to the earth to sustain the amount of water that was going to overtake the earth, but all of the earth wasn't flooded the whole time. And I believe that man also was, if man was able to do
so you believe in a local flood. You believe there's some people that always existed prior to only the Levant area was flooded.
I believe the flood happened over here too.
Oh, so the whole world was flooded, and then from Turkey, from that era of Mount Ararat, the world started getting popular. They built the Tower of Babel, and then people started spreading real fast, or they made boats, and some even came over here, like maybe 100 years after the Tower of Babel.
I'm not going to say within that. I'll say at sometime between that moment and the Egyptians with the cocaine in the tomb, somebody was doing some traveling.
Okay.
Not unless we got actual proof to say that the archaeologist that found that was the one that dropped it in there by accident. I just believe that I think it was more to this world than we actually look at through the lens of the Bible. Not discounting anybody else's history, but when you look at the Bible, you only tend to look at it as if those were the only people at that time. And if Phil Fox had people, if he had a family member that he could prove, and he come up here and everybody is okay with it, then I believe that the technology for then worked at that time for them. And I believe that included boats.
That's why I think the Bible, if even utilizing that, it may not give you the whole view of the entire world. It can, like I said, we have our creation story from it, but then you see there's a main line and focus that's still around within a certain region.
Within that certain region. But
yeah,
I believe
so like I said,
that
it speaks to. I'm like I say, a lot of people believe the population of the Earth still came through the biblical creation story. I have no issue with that. I'm saying even then we don't talk to those stories here in the Americas or in Japan or ancient Greenland or things like that. Like because we don't speak to these regions, it doesn't mean that people weren't there. But then also when you talk about travel, the travel, understand like the migration that happened and people that were taking on voyages, unless you're going with some of the, I would say more, not even fringe, like the more of the specific views, like if you're going to go with the story of Leif or the Viking that came over to the Americas. There's also mentions of Mansa Musa sending people over here. These are all stories that have tradition and lore around them, but much of them can't be truly substantiated to a large degree. The Viking narrative have been affirmed by a few more in terms of different ships, but like the Mansa Musa mention that happened from, I forgot the main details around it, but they said they made voyages to the Americas. There's a lot that you can say that's more of tradition and lure. But then again, that's where I would say, like Keys, man, hey, maybe we need to start putting people in archaeology, putting people to become archaeologists and start doing the research into this to find these things. Because I don't think there's a lot of specific people finding these stories nowadays. I think a lot of like the consensus is kind of established who was here and what voyages came over here. We're just kind of reestablishing and looking at older research. And if we stumble upon a few different digs and things like that, that helps. But I don't think like the main consensus is going to change to where it's like, hey, there were 10,000 voyages coming over here, or even 500 to 1,000 voyages coming over here in the 1200s, 12,000, like 1200 BC, 1500 BC. I mean, we can try to find it, but like right now, it's not as large of a trade routes that was happening. Like I said, it definitely could be there, and I have conspiracies around it. I can't substantiate it, but like I would say, like Alex, I have my own personal views on the travel and things that was going on, but it's hard
That's
to
why I said,
substantiate it with research.
Hold on a second, Gary. Nobody is saying that where the ark landed. Where the ark landed and where Nebuchadnezzar ruled were two different places. Don't confuse the conversation, Gary. Where the ark landed, where did the ark land today? Where did the ark land? Where would we call that today? That's not where Nebuchadnezzar ruled. Let's make sure we're on the same page. That's not what's being said. Go
So
ahead.
I'm under the.
We going back to the video.
Oh, and the only reason why I said I don't express this is because this is just pretty much a personal view. Only because I view technology something as a boat. If the Egyptians had a boat or anything sailing down a Nile River, then somebody had to see it previously to them for them to even get a grasp to it, to invent it. Noah's Ark may not have been the first boat. We don't know that for sure. That's just conjecture. But we do know boats existed. Huge vessels.
And how we know that again?
You believe the Noah story. And if you think that would be the only one, I just don't believe that was the only one. I just believe that was the only one built that could survive what was coming.
With a top on it and everything.
The way it was structured was built for what it was to endure.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. All right. That's no problem. But he's not putting Bible on it. He's just saying that's what he believes, arguing. Some people say arguing from silence or whatever, but I can't say it's not impossible. That's how come some people want to totally depart from the biblical story. But when you're like fundamentalists, like many of us are, we believe that story. How do those stories apply to world history and other people's traditions? And are we wrong for forcing the Bible on other people's traditions?
But Key, do you
but that's going to come to we're like even like he brought up Mr. Phil Fox and the history and dealing with the timelines and other people. Where do they come from? Are they all part of this biblical story?
So, Keys, do you rock out with Pangea or no?
I could kind of see it being more connected at one time, just because of how certain pieces do fit. But I won't necessarily say, huh?
It looks like a puzzle to you.
Yeah.
It does look like a puzzle, but then you got to understand we serve a creative God too.
No, I'm with you. Yeah. No, just asking because when you're talking about the ships, just and the timeline, just trying to see if there's already land masses that are connected physically, then would they, you know what I'm saying? What point would it be a ship to have those kind of trades? But because it don't sound like you're going with the young Earth. So I'm just trying to see, just trying to work it out. But yeah, I can see that.
Because I asked the question a long time ago was, can you even fit the Ice Age in the 6,000 worldview of the Bible? Because you got Christians that believe that there was an Ice Age. And then when you ask them, where can you place that within the 6,000 worldview of the Bible? You don't get a lot of answers.
Well, I don't know. Do you follow answers in Genesis? Or Kent Hovind? That's their specialty. Kent Hovind, answers in Genesis.
They specialize in the flood and all of that. And
like the time.
Y'all subscribe to that. That's excellent. It'll help.
I watched the creation. It was a Caucasian Christian channel called Creation something, and they did a lot of specific talks. They even went into the pre-Adamic world and all of that. But I just believe that men were intelligent. If men were performing heart surgeries and they had modern medicine for their time, I wouldn't limit them to not making a boat.
Hold on, Keith. When you say they go into the pre-Adamic world, are they saying like before Adam, but not people, or are they saying that there were people before Adam?
So they had a I think it was about a 2-hour show. That they believe, that the gap theory, I believe in Genesis 1, when the water covered the whole earth and during the creation, they believe that was actually that the world may have been populated prior to Adam. And they go into that.
And there was some catastrophe that killed off the first set of human beings. But then later on, you have something that's known as the co-Adamic. Adam was in the garden, a special place, and there were people outside. So it's pre-Adamic and co-Adamic.
Yeah, they touched on that. They did. It was, I'm not gonna lie. I don't watch a lot of historical in-depth videos of that, but if I can find it and give it to you, that they brought it out in a very interesting way.
Yes, that's not bad. But we're arguing now.
Right.
So
I believe
so right now, for the record, I ain't worried about no flood. For the record, right now, does all mean all the time in the Bible, and does black mean black?
I don't limit that all.
Go ahead.
So I honestly don't limit that all that he used in Exodus to that. Because if people were here, and I don't think that flood, I don't think if the famine covered all the earth, I just believe it covered all the earth, and people went there. Just like it said. Now you might believe that it might just be that local region. I don't knock you for that, but I'm not trying to force you to believe it's the all earth. That's just something I personally believe, but I usually don't let out the bag.
Okay, go ahead, Dunamis. We want to play this video? Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Please.
Now for today's program. Today's Zoominar is part of the Wide River Project, an initiative that takes a deep dive and fresh look into the art, history, and issues that both unite and divide the Black and Jewish communities. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Andre E. Brooks Key, an Associate Professor of African and African American Studies at Claflin University in Orangeburg, South Carolina. His research focuses on African American religious traditions in the 20th century. Dr. Brooks Key currently teaches courses in the areas of Black social and political thought, African American religion, and African American history. Eric K. Ward is a nationally recognized expert on the relationship between authoritarian movements, hate violence, and preserving inclusive democracy. He is the recipient of the 2021 Civil Courage Prize, the first American in the award's 21-year history. Throughout his career, Eric has worked with community groups, government and business leaders, human rights advocates, and philanthropy. He currently serves as Executive Vice President of Race Forward, Senior Advisor to Western States Center, a member of the President's Leadership Council for the Search for Common Good, Chair of the Proteus Fund, and Advisor to the Bridge Entertainment Labs. Nadine Epstein is an award-winning journalist and author. She has been the editor-in-chief and CEO of Moment Magazine since 2004.
Hold on a minute, Dunamis.
And
I'm
is the
sorry.
founder
Hold
and
on a
executive
second.
director of the Center for Creative Change. Nadine's most recent book is...
Go ahead, walk in the light. What's up? What's the matter?
Grace and peace, you guys. I just want to get on it and share. I respect the view and agree actually with what Matt has shared in regards to all doesn't always mean all. Correct. But I would push back also that all can absolutely and does absolutely mean all in certain instances, especially when it's speaking about
I don't think we got a problem with that. I think walking the light, come on here. Go ahead. You got some scriptures, don't you?
I mean, I do, and I got a couple things.
I know, and a lot of times when y'all come on here, I know the people. You, Russell Higgins, I know the people's gonna come on here with scripture.
Yeah,
I know
it's
the
concerning the
folks
doctrine.
come on here with scripture. Go ahead and read the scripture. Let me let them read their scripture, or we ungodly over here.
Well, I didn't have to necessarily read it. I was going to point to Ezekiel 20 and how it's talked about that it says all of them will return, all of them will come back from the captivity that they're in. That's a literal captivity. It's talking about literal Israel, and it says all of them. It says it verbatim, all of them. And then Ezekiel 30, I think at verse 28, it says none of them will be left in that captivity. I think I believe it's speaking of the literal captivity of literal Israel, and it's speaking of literally none of them will be left there. And it's often pushback in regards to, don't you know, there's some people left in Babylon. I'm like, okay, then it's not applying to the people that stayed in Babylon. It's not applying to that time. Like I brought up before, I know throughout months, Jeremiah 24 and Jeremiah 29, speaking about the good figs and the bad figs. The good figs would come back to that land at that time. The bad figs would be killed and would be scattered after the 70-year captivity of Babylon. Those, in understanding what all of these scriptures are saying in regards to Ezekiel and Jeremiah is saying not everyone's going to come back, which is actually true at that time. Ezekiel 20 saying everybody's going to come back. All will come back. None will be left. It can't be true at that time. That's why I'm saying it points to a future time. And this is concerning the doctrine. And hopefully we can all get on one accord and understand it. That's talked about in the prophecy. So yes, on top of that, Christ has all power. Yes, Christ has all authority. That isn't him having all authority. He does what he wants. He appoints kings over the earth whom he wants and takes down kings and nations. Like he does have all authority right now. Absolutely. If anybody doesn't think he has all authority, I don't know. I don't know what to say. But he does have all authority. That doesn't mean he is reigning on the earth literally at this moment. I point to Revelation's text in Revelations 10 and 11. What happens at the sounding of the seventh trumpet? That the kingdoms of the world become the kingdoms of our God, of our God and his Christ at the time. You know, and if somebody wants to say the seventh trumpet is already sounded, then okay, then that's what they're saying. I believe that absolutely has a future context. And in regards to the literary writing, it's prophecy to the church. So if you want me to read the actual verses, I can. You want me to pull it up on the screen too? But I'm addressing what was said.
I don't know if you can see the screen.
And literal, I'll read it. It's interesting that folks can see all doesn't necessitate a hyperliteral interpretation and then get on to fight for a hyperliteral interpretation. No, it's not hyperliteral. There are literal things that happen, like Jonah in the whale. He literally was swallowed by a whale. It's not hyperliteralism. It's just there are some things that literally happen. Abraham left his home. Jonah was swallowed by a whale. Like the children of Israel walked in the wilderness for 40 years. Like Christ, he died and rose again, literally, bodily. Like there are literal things in the scripture, I believe, that are getting ignored and denied. Like gaslighting, as far as the definition that I read, and I learned that today that you shared, it said it was intentional, an intentional deceit. I don't believe anybody's been on here intentionally, deceiving as far as gaslighting. I've never used the term, and I don't think I would. I believe the devil, as far as I understood the definition, it was like they know the truth. They try to change your perception of the truth so that you believe another way. You know what I'm saying? So I believe the devil is trying to gaslight Christians, gaslight people. And even as far as Hebrew Israelites, I'm not certain that they intentionally, I know they may have some may have a misunderstanding in regards to scripture, especially not believing Christ is God, but I don't believe that they are intentionally themselves, gaslighting. I believe they are deceived and not believing that. I believe they are deceived, and not believing that Christ is Yahweh. The Lord said unto my Lord, that's Yahweh said unto Yahweh.
All right, thank you. Dunamis, how much time left on this video here? You got timestamps on here? He might have walked away. I'm gonna pull back up and we're gonna look at these other charges here. The Art of War, a lot of stuff's going on. Is this sister attempting to hide any information or gaslight or throw people off? Theories. See if I can get this thing to play here. What screen do I have? What I got going on here? Hold on a second.
People over here in the Americas knew they were Israelites, especially the indigenous people of the Americas. There's proof on that. There's archaeology on that.
This is said. It's stuff like this here. People in Americas knew they were Israelites. Mr. Phil Fox missed some of the research. He didn't hit that. He only represent one tribe in one certain area. Is that evidence established? Only, I don't know. I can't even say only the camps because so many of y'all are camp influenced. Y'all believe the charts. What information do we have? What information do we have? I don't know if we looked at that Indians know. They said the Hebrew was over here. The 10 Commandments were over here. I heard many stories. The Indians had fringes. I heard so many stories. And that's on top of the Dane Calloway stuff. Did we deal with any of that right there? Is that true? Is that true? Or are people out here making statements like things are established, known facts, and they're not? That's all we want to know. Go ahead, Matt. I know you came on to deal with that other thing, Matt, probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say something, and I'm at work, but like when Walking Light mentions like prophecy, when it says all will come from out of exile, right? The reason why I say it's hyper literal is because if you look at the way all is used, if you go to the verses that I mentioned previously, even scriptures where it says all have sinned, but Christ is an exception. Christ is fully human. So you have to grant that there's an exception. And scripture in Isaiah 7 talks about, in Isaiah 7 says that before the child will know the good from the evil. Romans 9 talks about how God chose Jacob over Esau before anyone had did good or evil. So even if the Bible is seeming to suggest that infants don't sin. So those infants are exceptions to the all there. The scripture says in Adam all die, but Enoch never died. Elijah never died. So then when you get to prophecy that uses the term all, there is nothing in scripture that necessitates it having to refer to every single individual person who claims to be an Israelite or is a physical descendant of Jacob. There's no reason to take it that way. So then somebody like me would say, yeah, but the way all is used throughout scripture, it's not referring to all in a hyper literal sense. It just seems to be using this term to just refer to a massive number of people, a large group of people. So when it says all coming out of exile, that can very well be fulfilled in Babylon, because there's no reason in scripture for me to take it as every single individual person has to come from Babylon. And I just wanted to say that, and I'm going to bounce.
All right. Appreciate it. Fair use.
So with the information and facts laid out, and you guys turning a blind eye or trying to minimize the evidence, minimize the information, it's not working. It's not working. The Water Yasharala for the super chat donation, greatly appreciate you. Somebody says she's getting paid. They may have paid her for an interview, but not nothing, probably $50. Because to be honest with you, with how ignorant she is, nobody would pay her $20 for a blowjob. Let's go.
Wow.
And the reason they know that we are the true Jews is because of the curses.
This is a whole mess. Have y'all been denying information, Leo? Come on the microphone. Have y'all been not looking at information that's been coming? Because that's one of the major charges. Y'all are denying. Y'all want to downplay all of the information.
I don't think that people are denying information. I think people are looking into it. I can speak to myself, and I know there's others that come up here to do as well. I think we definitely have been looking at the information coming from all different ways.
Yes, Alton. I'm sorry. Yes, Alton. That's Israel. Now, would he say that blowjob thing? It was Sister. If it was Sister E that believed that she was Israel, he wouldn't say that to Sister E. He wouldn't say that about Sister E or Deborah. That got the redirect channel. He wouldn't say that about her. So it's based on the information. The hatred is based on the information. Because she don't go with the gang or the clique. You understand? Now, have they been really looking at the information and dealing with it? Some people say vocab been full-time dealing with the information, but vocab not getting paid like that. Vocab still got that secular job. When this thing started coming out, the other brother he had is like, yeah, and I want you and naming the other dudes, and they could be traveling from church to church. The average church don't got that bread like that. And churches that do got bread like that can put up 10, put up 15 bands, they're not going to put that up for a documentary dealing with that. I said, give a dude Richardson $300,000. Let him sit home for a year and research all of this stuff and get that work in. You got apologists, you got people in large back chats, and they all sharing information. I know personally people is clicking stuff from here and putting it up in the group and loading it up to them. Had the church on a whole did a documentary on all the evidence that Benaiah and them, we've been saying that. I think we're doing the most out of everybody, and that's because I'm here harassing people. And I'm not getting paid. Listen, I cannot lie. We get support over here, but a lot of times they'd be like, I got to hit people on the jack. This is what it is. This is a lot. As time go on, what I believe this is going to be, whatever law it is, as time go on, I heard my man Garfield said, yo, we're just going to die out. This isn't like the Nation of Islam built on one person, Minister Louis Farrakhan, and based on a successor. It's not like that. This is working differently, independently. It's grassroots all over the internet. So if Nathaniel was dead, Johanna was dead, it would still move on. If all the camps died out right now, all the leaders and all the camps died out, it would still move on. They're saying, oh, you focus too much. You want the church. There's different branches. There's somebody in the church that can deal with this and deal with the history. Everybody ain't got to direct the choir. Everybody ain't got to play the organ. Go ahead, Leo. What you were saying on this?
I was saying just we've been looking through information, seem like you've been, like I said, you've been focusing on it too, but others have looked into any sources that are being brought up. You share with me. I know for me specifically.
If you can remember, you know I'm getting older. My mental ain't. Name them specifically. I know Faithful God 93. People was coming over here. We was getting it in. People, boy, looked like 93 and them was getting somewhere. Folk got an attitude, got to threatening and carrying on. And it said, just don't say. Then everybody just kind of, it seems like it's always getting shut down. But they claim it's all established. It's out there and it's established and there's no denying it. I personally, I got my feelings. I feel the way Deuteronomy 28 is used. I know Richardson and Mason them had a video 5, 8 years ago. Man, I would, boy, listen, ammunition, the price of it went up, but that ain't stopping no warfare. Them things got to fly. There is 1,000 videos on Deuteronomy and why the awakening is important. I know numbers don't mean nothing.
Right. Oh,
but
man.
times changed up. The feds changed up. Feds had to get Tommy guns. When they start blowing them 45s and an automatic with a drum, they said they had to change up. Tech 9, Mac 10s hit the street. They had to change up. It's switches out here. And they sleep because they think the switch is on the outside. It's switches on the inside. You think it ain't one of them, and it's one of them. It's a dangerous time. And I got some church people that say, oh, well, I did a lecture, this is the basic introduction of Black Hebrew Israelite. I shouldn't see no apologists making no videos going to a church talking about a basic introduction. I don't know. That's just personally me. That's just personally me. And it's not no to disrespect anybody. Oh man, oh man, oh man. These Israelites, it's a different level of warfare. And I'm worried about the younger believers in Christ and the work that y'all. Like I said, I know y'all getting it on. We on the regular, we're throwing stuff out there. We're examining stuff on the regular. So people are mad being that this is one of the only channels that are doing it. They want to get to shutting stuff down. Then I got to admit that I don't even want to talk to Garfield. I'm gonna bring Garfield on here for 1 second. I didn't want to deal with Garfield because Garfield, the main one of their arguments is Garfield not a believer, and he got y'all and he over there, he probably working for the church. I don't convict Garfield doing the Lord's work. But he make it worse. And they get mad at why you bring him on? Why can't the Christians handle it? Good, Leo. What are your thoughts?
Oh, Leo stepped away. He stepped away.
Oh, okay.
Now I just want to bring a boost come up real quick, Brian.
A boost?
Yeah, and then Garfield can jump on. Agreed about Jonah praying while he was in Sheol, right?
About Jonah?
Yeah, walking line saying, even reading Jonah, did he go down to Sheol? From one saying, yes, his spirit did. He saw what he saw, even hyperbole. The Lord showed mercy and brought him to life. Bro, agreed. Agreed about Jonah praying while in Sheol. That's interesting. So
what are you reading? What are you talking about?
No, just a boost comment. Agreed to Jonah praying while in Sheol. That's an interesting comment. So
look, I'm not all of that stuff right there. Y'all coming in here quoting all that Bible. Everybody quoting Bible. Everybody quoting Bible. You see, when walking the light, when certain people come up in here, all they're gonna do is quote Bible. We all got Bible. I want to get a little past that. We all got Bible. I'm telling y'all, I'm sick of hearing y'all quoting scripture.
And then
also, I hate scripture.
And also, too, we have passages like Matthew 2:23 that he was called an African, as the prophets say. But where's that in the Old Testament? So how do we work that out? If we want to go to something literally, that he have to literally do this, there would have to be some working too with the language and the culture at the time.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I don't think people be thinking it's just, it's the easiest part just to go grab a scripture. This is my understanding here. This is my understanding here. This is my understanding here. Oh, they don't believe the Bible. Either you believe the Bible or you and all of the nonsense. Go ahead, Dumas. I'll be right back.
Garfield, go ahead. You have the mic. These guys stepped away. Let me play this in. Fair use.
Is RBG's Brave and Brilliant Women, 33 Jewish Women to Inspire Everyone, which she wrote in collaboration with the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Please welcome Dr. Andre E. Brooks Key, Eric K. Ward, and Nadine Epstein.
Welcome today. We have a great program today. We're going to be diving into a very diffuse movement generally referred to as the Black Hebrew Israelites or Hebrew Israelites. We'll hear more about that. And it has a long, complex history. It's really important to know before we start that most Hebrew Israelites are not anti-Semitic or extremists, but there is a rising extremist sector in the movement. The Southern Poverty Law Center currently has listed 144 Hebrew Israelite groups as separatist hate groups. So we are here to listen and learn about today, going beyond the news stories. And we've all heard some of these news stories. For example, in 2019, there were two major stories. One was a shooting where 6 people were killed in Jersey City. 5 of those people at a kosher supermarket, and the 2 suspects who were also killed have been linked to the Hebrew Israelite movement. And in 2019, there was another big news story where 5 people were stabbed at a Hanukkah party in Monty, New York, by someone who was also been linked to the movement. So probably everyone remembers last fall, that a basketball player, Kyrie Irving, by who, by the way, I had never actually heard of before, tweeted a link to the film Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black America, that was basically talking about how Jews were heavily involved in the Atlantic slave trade, denied the Holocaust, and said that Black people were the real Jews. These were, that was a firestorm in response. And then a lot of other people probably noticed that shortly after that, hundreds of Hebrew Israelites marched outside Barclays Center, where the Brooklyn Nets play, and shouted, "We are the real Jews," in a pro-Kyrie Irving demonstration. So there's a lot of fears about this movement. But as I said in the beginning, it's a very diverse and very complex group. And most Hebrew Israelites are neither explicitly anti-white nor anti-Semitic, and they do not advocate violence. Today, we have Dr. Brooks Key, we're going to sit back and listen and learn from him so that we can really understand this movement, which is such a fascinating movement, and I think has also had a impact on the mainstream Jewish community in positive ways. So over to you, Dr. Key. For starters, I just want to talk about how most Americans, when they've heard about the community, which I'm not too sure how many really have heard about it, but they hear it referred to as Black Hebrew Israelites. But I noticed in your writings that you prefer using Hebrew Israelites. Can you share why you prefer that term?
Well, first, thank you for the invite and thank you for having me. I think this is an important discussion. So I guess let's get right to it. I do have some slides, but I'll address that question right at the forefront. First, very few times do any of these African American religious groups use the word Black in their official names. Like people refer to members of the Nation of Islam as Black Muslims, but that's not a term they use. Likewise, Hebrew Israelites don't often put the word Black in front because some see it as redundant because they think all Hebrew Israelites are Black. And secondly, not all Hebrew Israelites are Black. Some members of these communities are actually Latino or Latinx, if you prefer that term. Can't say I grew up, but in my early days as a Hebrew Israelite, there was a white woman who was an Israelite, reared her child in the tradition because the child was biracial. So she wanted to make sure that they understood, their religious tradition. So the idea that the Hebrew Israelite tradition is exclusively Black is kind of, somewhat.
So a white woman want to raise her biracial child in the tradition and customs of her people. Wow. Yeah, Andrew Brooks Key. Good guy. Yeah.
Now, what's wrong with that? That goes back to could be the mixed multitude. That should be no problem. Why can't Israel be like the United States of America?
Oh boy.
Why can't Israel be like the United States of America? When you think Queens, you only think Black people, you only think Puerto Rican people?
New York is a perfect example of when you want to talk about the ancient Near East, whether Egypt or Israel or Arabia. It's a bunch of mixed people, like you said, mixed multitude. So
they don't want Egypt to be that. We got to make Egypt Black like Bahrain, and it's going against mummies, it's going against DNA, it's going against some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But these people trying to force us to believe something.
But what has the Blackness done for us, though? What has it done for you?
Some people think the Blackness is holding us back.
Yeah, what has the blackness done for us? Period. In Jamaica right now, they said 30% of the population is bleaching their skin. I think it's probably 70%.
Yeah, large. Yeah, I
But they
can't. I
want to
know.
be
I think it's the
light,
worst in the
white,
whole planet in Jamaica. Worse than India.
Yep.
You know, well, we had some great songs, documentaries, T-shirts, you know, slogans, books. You know, may not be as substantive as, you know, so much change, but still. But yeah. Let me see this.
You said, let me make sure we ain't on that list.
Yeah. I'm gonna display. But like bringing like out and saying, like Andrew Keys wrote a book, a paper, and there are Jews that are taking note worldwide. That's when I'm supposed to talk about rabbis. There is a standpoint, how do we negotiate them into the nation? And then for a lot of rabbis, just have them convert.
But the whole beef is I think the whole beef is who's going to be the boss? Who's going to be the boss? Dr. Ben was like, y'all going to say we the ones that's true Israel? Because true Israel ain't getting together. Yohana and Guerrilla Hebrew and Nathaniel and the head of GMS car and all them dudes ain't finna all get together and have one Israel day, we united as a nation in this. We ain't finna have that. Pastor Dowell and them, they ain't finna have that. Zion Lex and them, get out of here, go sit down somewhere. Why don't Israel do that?
Brent, from what I've seen, I mean, this is just me, it tends to be the more lighter skinned rabbis. Even when they have a Ethiopian or dark skinned rabbi, it's usually speaking with a light skinned rabbi.
That's good. Yeah.
That we don't want the missionaries coming here, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like talking points to where that's why Jews for Jesus, they kind of talk down about because they feel like they're trying to infiltrate the community.
Yeah.
But when they go around, they make sure to teach customs and things of the sort. Because I don't think Remy Iona is headlining and teaching in Jerusalem. It's just to me just a means to make a bridge. But then ultimately the rabbinic authority is going to step in.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's see what they say.
Now wait a minute.
Actually,
is this going to be addressing?
Quite diverse.
That's the thing, Dunamis. Is this going to be addressing what Deacon is saying in the video about the Sister Easy? Or are we going somewhere else? Say we're talking about this and we're going somewhere else. Keys, I'd like to hear your reply on that.
Okay, now I think the biggest thing is like he wrote
Donnell, what Donnell want? I see Donnell and Yusuf and all of them in the background. What they come on here to add to this? I don't want interference. What they come on here to add to this? That's the question.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring like Remy and like some darker skinned rabbis, because we seen in the church, to where sometimes you'll have the black ministers when it's a mixed conference. There are times where they're headlining the speaker, but a lot of times they just speak on the race thing.
And that's all they're good for around, and that's all they're good for.
Or workshop. So it's something to address where is it really our voice is really being heard? And are they seen as the top leaders, or do they have to go to an echo chamber and just talk about black issues and have their own conferences? But yeah. But now he wrote a paper discussing the movement, and I don't know if he's still a part of it, but when he was, just kind of like the commonalities and what's going to unify the four categories he has. He has messianic, non-messianic, and then rabbinic, non-rabbinic. So you have non-messianics who are rabbinic, some of them aren't rabbinic. Messianics that are rabbinic and non-rabbinic. So those are the four quadrants. So this way.
Let me ask you a question. Is it established that people came to this country were black Jews that believed on the Lord Jesus Christ? Or they were black Jews that were forced to believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and they kept the feast days and they practiced Israel on the low underground?
I don't think not fully.
So we're not even.
Hold on, Barry. What do you mean by not fully dunamis? What do you mean by that?
Because one,
did you hear the question Barry asked? Because people are going to click that video, bro. You better go back and ask Berean what he asked, because I don't think you answered that question.
Well, no, because let me say that, because there's one, there were Jewish plantations in like Jamaica before they came to the mainland. So you can work out.
Oh, so you're saying that they practice Judaism through conversion, and then they learned the gospel. That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Or
Later
like,
on. Okay.
but like from
Actually, if you somebody inboxed me a couple days ago, and this happened to me while I was traveling from Jamaica. A couple people I saw with the Star of David on their neck, and they would tell me about their Jewish history of how they became Jews. These are authentic people who were converted because of sex by the Jewish person with a black woman, and they got converted, or they work with the Jewish family in the home, and they got manumission after 7 years. So
who believes that type of one? Who in here, Israel, believe blacks were converted?
Yeah, because
they don't believe that the blacks were doing the converting.
Yeah, because when we talk about West Africa, to me, I've still seen something, but to me, it's still murky about how the Jews, the population size, and when they came over to West Africa, not like Sao Tome, but like on the mainland and those communities, right? And then if we say genetically, like paternally or whatever, then that can be something to show the possibility. But in terms of like keeping culture and customs, from what I've seen, they tend to be more Muslim than Jews. Like with the Gullah Geechee, with their diet, it seems to me more halal than kosher. Like with a lot of the seafood and that kind of stuff.
Would you say that about the Lemba in Africa?
No, the Lemba seem to be more from what I've seen.
The Lemba was practicing traditions that lean more to Islam than being Jewish. That's what.
Really?
Yeah, there's a major debate going on between Tudor Parfit and this guy. The guy is saying Tudor Parfit is basically, he's full of it. The Lemba are really just people who descend from Muslims. And if you see their traditions, like when they circumcise later on. They don't do the 8th day thing. And I have a video of the Lemba talking. I have the video. So they only started circumcising in the 1920s.
What happened in the 1920s?
I'm telling you guys, we only heard one side of the argument. The Lemba being Jews is not. You see, if they come from the Yemenite era called Senia, that era is an Islamic hold for the longest. So if the people descend from that era and came into the region, I accept the Lemba tradition. But I'm saying that the people, they weren't Jewish. They were Muslims.
Listen, look at unlimited keys. Yo, do me a favor, Keys. Jump on here one more time. I hate to bother you. What are you talking about exactly, Keys? What are you talking about exactly? Y'all always say something has been debunked when it wasn't, or debunked has another meaning too. These people are so far beyond that. It's proof that we're Israel. They just dropping videos showing how God's judging the other nations because it's already coming to pass. We already them people. They so far beyond these conversations. It's already established beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, because before you bring Keith, before you bring him up, because essentially Garth is the 1920s. Because when the Matthews or who went over to Zimbabwe and started preaching the customs and culture.
Matthew Wentworth, one of them folk.
Yeah, and I'm wondering it was around that time period that was teaching Judaism in those areas. I'm not so down too fluid, but it's just in Houston, 1920. Could it might be some missionaries too.
I have an actual video of them saying this. Yep. Look at this book.
Why Lakeshore keeps saying, man, Berean, bring me up? He didn't hear what was going on. He don't know that I said there was no light for him once you played that Dante video and the comments that was coming forward. He didn't know that. You ain't know the last 2 lives you stayed in the back in that green room. And certain folk ain't got no light over here. There's no light. There's no light. And I thought I explained that. I thought I established that already. You ain't got no questions. You ain't got nothing I cannot do it. You ain't got to defend. You ain't got to defend nothing. I'm good. I'm good. I do too much. Certain stuff I ain't got to tolerate, and I ain't finna tolerate it on the channel right now. Go tell Pastor Mike, go call Pastor Mike, go call Ella Green, and go call them and see if they can talk me into that. When I say it ain't no light, it ain't no light. Certain folk I ain't gonna bring up. I feel like bringing them. I'm quarterbacking this. I don't want to bring them up. I ain't gonna bring them up. Times done changed over here. Go ahead, Garfield.
Yeah, I wanted to get the opportunity to point out
Folk
something.
ain't supporting in no way. They want to shoot you dead. They don't show no, sending no video, ain't doing it, and then want to turn around and shoot you down. Why you crazy? This ain't that spot. This ain't that spot.
Yeah. Let me, if you could share my screen. Let me share my screen real quick. 1 second. Just 1 second, just to point out something, if possible. All right. So this article right here, right? This is part 4. Let me just go all the way up to the top. So this is the Journal of International Academic Research for Multidisciplinary. This is from October 2014. This is Ephraim Chikakano, Mandivenga, and Tudor Parfit, 2 scholars at crossroads, reflection on the Remba origins. So the guy is doing like a peer-reviewed article on it. So you have Tudor Parfit, you have Mandivenga. So Mandivenga, he has his whole hypothesis of what he feels happened and so forth. He has his own thesis of where they come from. Part of his thesis is that the Muslims came to the region, right? And when they came to the region, right here, Mandivenga argues that the Arabs penetrated Zimbabwe from the East African coast before 1500. Some of their trading posts in the then Motaba Empire were located at the mouth of the Sabi River upwards to the mouth of the Zambezi River. The presence is acknowledged. A small community of Muslims existed in the Zambezi Valley during the 15th and 16th centuries. Islam did not begin to take root in the interior of East and Central Africa until the 19th century. All right. So now, these Arabs intermarried with the coastal and interior people. As a result, Islam spread through this direct contact with the Arabs. The Muslim activities in the vast Motapa Empire were gradually affected by the Portuguese establishment of Sofala. All right, let me go to this area right here. This is page 4. On page 4, you see some Remba people inhabit the area around Great Zimbabwe where there is evidence of Muslim presence a few centuries ago. Some of these Remba people claim Arab ancestry. Have you ever heard that before? No. You only hear about Jewish. There's nobody claiming all of this stuff. In addition to similar circumcision patterns and similar Ngoma names. So they have similar circumcision patterns like the Arabs. How many times have you heard that? Hammond, look at what they say now. Hammond took notes that like Muslims, the Remba circumcised their sons between 7 and 15 instead of at infancy. This is huge. So you arguing about the Lemba, but you don't even know the argument. You see, me, I study both sides. I'm studying to the Parfit side, and I'm studying the other side. And they're arguing about it. He maintains that the marriage and dietary laws are aligned to the Muslim practice. You see, this is evidence of the culture practicing Islam, not Judaism.
And these are first-hand accounts, Garfield, from the people?
Yeah, these, as he said, he has witnesses, people who claim Arab ancestry there today. Wow. They're claiming this. And the argument leans closer to that of W.D. Hammond Took. Hammond notes that, like Muslims, the Remba circumcised their sons between 7 and 15. That is definitely not a Jewish thing. The marriage and dietary laws are aligned to Muslim practice. The names of the Remba tribal groupings are actually Arabic and generally used by Muslims. So how is it this Jewish thing just crept in? How did it creep in? When did this happen? And we ran to that side real fast. So when the guy said, what has been debunked, I'm saying there's 2 sides of the argument. And my understanding of that area and that trade route that they had, it seems more of a connection with the Muslims than with Jews. I might be wrong, but if you just look at the basic things, circumcision, diet, names, what they follow, people are claiming the Arab ancestry. Duh. I mean, those are the main things that you would claim if they were Jewish or Israelites. But why is it connected to Islam more than Judaism? That's just the point I'm making. As far as the video, I mean, there's another book that I have here that's very interesting regarding this, but we get into that another time. Everybody, you got to study both sides. You can't study one side and say, I want to hear what I want to hear for the sake of hearing it. And a whole other thing is, none of the women are considered to be Jewish. It's only the men. So remember, me and sister, what's her name? E used to get into it because she said, I'm Lemba. But the woman side don't count. The mtDNA don't count for that. You're saying that the male side, some of the men are connected to the Jewish folks.
And I've heard debate about the numbers being raised a little higher. It's really just a Buba clan, not the entirety of the Lemba, things like that, right? But yeah, that is something to look into. How much of Islam play a part? But with their dietary habits, right? Do they stick to a kosher or?
The Muslims are kosher too. It's just that certain things that they have within their system is dietary rules. That's automatically you can tell that it's Islam.
Okay. Yeah,
but the diets are very similar. But for them to differentiate and say, "Hey, this is Islam," for them to circumcise between 7 and 15, that's a big that's a big thing right there. Hey, let me ask you guys a question. The reason why I actually came on late. Were you guys talking about the whole entire world and the earth and prophecy?
Oh no, Garfield, get out of here! Get out of here right now in the name of the Lord Jesus! Get out of here right now.
I was going to point out one point.
No. That side of the planet. That's what I'm talking about right there, Garfield. What you going to point out?
All right, no problem.
Erman, what you was going to point out?
I was going to point out First Ezra chapter 2:3. Where Cyrus is saying, "Thus says Cyrus, king of the Persians, the Lord of Israel, the Most High Lord, has made me king of the whole world." And I was going to point out that the whole world don't necessarily mean the entire earth. It just means the world of where Cyrus controls, which is the Persian Empire. So the Persian Empire would be the whole world in the context of the writer. So when we read the biblical text, not that I'm trying to teach anybody who believes the text as a non-believer, but when you see the whole world or the entire earth,
they can't accept that necessarily. The world means the whole entire world, the Antarctic, everywhere, Mesoamerica. It means the world, Like most things that he said, we pointed that out. They can't receive that. They don't read the Bible like that. The whole mean the whole. All mean all. This is just how their minds perceive this. And anybody that's speaking against what they believe in their mind, because God knew everybody on the planet everywhere, it had to be that. How do you deal with that? Oh, and they definitely ain't receiving it from you because you don't speak in tongues. You're not claiming Israel. Listen to this. Let me. How do you deal with this right here? Yo, let me ask y'all a question. Is this the guy that said the white man? When Pastor Mike and Pastor Des and them was up in front of that camp in Detroit? I want to know if this is the guy.
So what we're reading here is who sent Christ? The Most High. Who sent us?
I love this dude. He said, "Yes, sir, that's the guy." I love this dude. He went to default mode, just Israelite default mode, and said the white man. Oh, somebody send me that clip. I got to get Alton. I got to get somebody to send me that clip. I know somebody got that on the shore.
Christ sent us. So when it says, "How shall they hear?" Christ sent, who first? The 12 disciples. The 12 disciples are back on the earth doing the acts of the apostles. It is my belief that the 12 apostles are in IUIC. I don't think they're nowhere else. They right here. They really don't got the bomb, man. All right, you don't got the bomb in there, bro? That's the dumbest thing
The 12 apostles are here, and of course, they're in IURC. They can't be in ISUPK. They definitely ain't in Sakari. What type of who could fight this madness? This religion in these people's minds are so powerful. Who's going to fight this? Reincarnation. Holy Ghost is back. Holy Ghost died of COVID. Who can fight this religious madness? This satanic lore. Who can fight this? You can't even question it. And he said it's an IUIC, so they ain't going to get together and have no conference to show the white man who Israel is. Because all the truth is over there. All the truth is over here. Nobody can see there's a problem with this. I'd rather stick with the fact y'all can quote that Bible till kingdom come. Y'all ain't impressing me with that. Because everybody been doing it, from Jim Jones to Reverend Ike Bernard Jordan, Juanita Bynum. Everybody been doing that. Charles Stanley, everybody been doing that. Y'all don't bother me with the book. You thumpers coming in here with that book. Y'all don't impress me with none of that. None of that. All mean all. I see where y'all at. I see exactly where y'all at.
And Brandon also seems like they have to establish some sort of authority going back to the apostles.
They've been establishing authority succession, Roman Catholicism, taking it back to Peter. Y'all following the same steps as your masters. But y'all don't want us to know that. Oh, we trace his patterns, baby. That's what my man Oz, shout out Oz, that's what my man Oz mama said. We follow patterns, baby. 4-1 West was birth. People was doing that. Oh, but y'all unique now. We follow law. We trace law. Oh, a man with the afro, a big perfect afro, walked into the barn. He said, you see all these people? Not that they need to repent, get out that barn, stop fornicating. All of these people are Israel. And then the man disappeared. They went outside to look for him and he disappeared. I heard it in the Pentecostal circles. A man said, don't go down that street. And we picked up a hitchhike and he was in the back street. And then he was in the back of the car and he disappeared. Coming from the Benny Hinn conference. Boy, y'all don't know, law and that occult doctrine and them stories. I tell a story, boy. I've been studying stories. These folk giving y'all some stories, but y'all eating it up. Yum, yum, yum. Give me more. At least somebody said that's embarrassing. Oh, Alton, eat the meat and spit out the bones. Go ahead, Dunamis. You deal with these people. You deal with these people. Ain't no lights. I don't even know why I bring Az on. Az, let me deal with you first. What do you want before I put you in out? What do you want? Because Az don't come to do nothing but quote scripture. I look down on people that all they do is quote scripture, quote scripture, quote scripture, quote scripture, quote scripture, quote scripture, and can't teach nothing. Just mad quoting scripture. At least Pastor Mike come on here. He said, well, some people believe this and it's for this reason. Nobody can trace it, just like that's what the elders taught you in GMS. That's what the elders taught you with Zachary. That's what the elders taught you in ISU. That's what the elders, that's what I got from Dante. That's what y'all just ill with it. Eurocentric. Y'all just ill with it. And you can tell these folk not thinking. These folk are parrots. I love birds. Az, come on to the microphone. What you want, Az? What great light. What great light we got from the Freemasons coming out of One West. The Masonic occult law tradition. What great light. And they think because they mix it with the Bible, they deep. Come on and give us the great light, Az. All right, Az got to go. Az ain't got nothing here. Go ahead, JT Mac. I'll be back.
Hey, yeah, I just had a question, and before I get my good day started here, during my commute, you guys were talking about Deuteronomy 28 and how, because you were playing that video from Sakari, and he was talking about how that proves, along with some other stuff. But the question I had about Deuteronomy 28, why is it that the only thing, every time they mention Deuteronomy 28 being prophecy, they only speak of the curses being prophecy? How come the blessings aren't prophecy? When Israel obeyed God and they were blessed, how come that's not a prophecy? Why is it only the curses is a prophecy? Now, I don't know if they've ever answered that question or if it's ever been brought up, but I really would like to know, why is it only the curses are prophecy, and why is it that we can only identify the Jews by curses and not the blessings? And is that a fair question, Dunamis?
Yeah, go ahead. I think Darnell.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't actually coming on to address that question. I actually was getting ready to ask a couple of questions. But
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Y'all been hitting my jack. My sister got my jack out there trying to take care, trying to out on appointments, some with these doctors and all of this stuff. But she said people been hitting my jack, but she been having it for like that last half an hour, 20 minutes or whatever. She trying to do something for me. So I don't know if Muckran, I don't know if y'all trying to hit me in the background. Go ahead.
okay, now and I'll answer from my perspective. I think most of the time why Israelites don't, you know, speak to the blessing part because of the plight of the so-called Negro, whether it be here in America or around the world, and the things that they go through, being at the bottom of the totem pole. That's not saying that, you know, the so-called Negro can't experience blessings. It's just that, you know, there are so many things that the so-called Negro go through as far as oppression. Not saying that nobody else go through some type of form of oppression. But when you talking about a black person, whether it be in America or in South America or Canada or around the world, you don't see the uh, the the fairness of treatment to the so-called Negro around the world, and that's why I believe that they speak more to the curse part than anything. But once
Okay.
again, that's not saying that the so-called Negro can't experience blessing. I think blessings come through the revelation of who you are in Christ. That's where the blessings come from. And if you can't identify the blessings through Christ, then you're going to be always partially experience some drip drops of the blessing. So that's my opinion. But before I forget my thoughts, and then I'll dip out and listen from the comment section. Uh, can please some does all is that just hyperbolic metaphoric language in Matthew chapter 24 and Revelation chapter 1 where it talks about every eye shall see Christ when he returns? Does that mean all or just some of the people in the world? And can somebody please prove to me that Elijah and Enoch died? Because I don't think you can. I mean, didn't die because I don't think you can. Okay, so that's my question. Okay, so I'm gonna listen to your response in the comment section. Thank you.
Dunamis, can I address something that he said before you guys delve into his question?
Okay, go ahead, Jesse Mac.
So I heard what he was saying, but if the curses are a prophecy, then the blessings are a prophecy. And in context of Deuteronomy 28, um, I mean, he brought up Christ, but it was all about keeping the law and not keeping the law. If you keep these commandments, you will be blessed. If you don't keep these commandments, you will be cursed. So if the curses are a prophecy, then the blessings are a prophecy. You can't untie the two. They're intertwined together. That's the point I'm making. So why then are the blessings never emphasized as far as prophecy is concerned? When Israel was obeying God and things were going good, they were blessed. When Israel was being hard headed, like Berean said, they were cursed. Now, some 2,500, years later, or however long later, we're talking about some more curses in a different dispensation being exacted upon a people in West Africa who may or may not even know that they were supposed to be keeping a certain law that was complete. So I'm asking why the emphasis on curses and not both blessings and the curses, and if I'm thinking that if they bring up the blessings, then they'd have to admit that the whole thing is fugazi, or they'd have to look at those little hat people and say, well, they seem to be blessed, so they must be getting the blessings. I don't know. That's just a question I wanted to ask earlier, and thanks a lot, man.
When it comes down to the curses, so you said the Negroes all around the world facing the curses. I don't know what to say. Are dirty, filthy Africans, as General Yohana would call them, have they faced some of the curses that the Negro have faced?
Bishop
How can
McDaniel
you
will say
tell
yes.
who's Israel in Ghana? How can you tell who's Israel in Ghana? Because they opened up a school there. How can you tell who's Israel, who's a Negro, that's Israel is the Negro, and who's just a regular, dirty, filthy African? How can you tell? Most Excellent put the scripture up there. Hebrews, New Revised Standard Version. By faith, Enoch was taken so that he did not experience death. So he did not experience death. And he was not found because God took him. They leave simple Bible to take us to profound esoteric truths. That's plain reading. Enoch was taken so that he did not see death. What's the problem there, Dunamis?
That there's exceptions to certain passages, but doesn't break. It
He
doesn't.
said he don't think that you can prove that Enoch and Elijah died.
Yeah, that's wild.
And Enoch and Elijah then showed up, some people believe, on the Mount of Transfiguration. The horse and chariots took them away. We can go to Kings, and then the mantle was thrown down, and Elisha picked it up. Plain Sunday school. Sunday school. Make Sunday school, Father God, in the name of Jesus. Do something to the spirit and the minds of these your people. We got to do something, y'all. We got to do something, y'all.
And I was going to say, Berean, you could read that in King James. You could read that in NIV. It's the same. He was taken up. He did not taste death. I don't understand what the issue is.
Terrence Jones said, Dunamis. Terrence Jones said, it seems like a lot of folk need to go back to the basis when it comes to scriptures. What qualifies as prophecy, hyperliteral language, things of that nature. That's because we're struggling with that. It seems like we're struggling with that. I don't know. Dunamis. Leo, what are your thoughts on that? We're cross-examining the man. We're red-letting the man. What are y'all thoughts on that? Then they want to go to something that we don't, because I'm noticing like the other channels, they like, well, we Israel, we're not paying them no mind. And I see what they saying, and they just dropping videos on how the guy from Iran died in the plane crash, and y'all, they just seeing the prophecies. What Mike Holloway and them would call on newspaper eschatology in the time it's coming, we the people. Oh, Jehovah Witnesses, they were jumping with that in the early 1900s. They were jumping with that. All cults do that. Oh, this is the end. You heard a farmer, 20 cows died in one night. And we got newspaper clippings and people, this is the end, y'all. Our time is coming right now, y'all. Abandon the pork and he will return soon. And we got all type of prophecies. 135 years ago. Everything was a sign. Everything was a sign. COVID was everything was a sign. I don't know. Mike Holloway asked another question, and ain't even a prophet. He asked another guy that was on here that was a leader in the movement of Israel. He said, when will you admit? After how many years will you admit? I think the guy said 3 years. After 3 years, 4.5 years later, almost to the day, we played that back again. He said, I'll have to come on and admit that I was wrong. Did they do that? A lion spirit. Your captivity is ending. Give an offering. It's almost here, y'all. Don't you feel it? Oh, I feel a whole bunch of stuff.
And died yesterday in a helicopter crash.
What he playing? What he playing? Oh, that's the crash right there. Let me pull up some of them other YouTubers.
And then, Brent, no, I just find it's just interesting because a long time ago, there are folks who said that it seems like Israelites kind of move like evangelicals, right? This is CBN. They're highly dispensational. They support 1948 in the state of Israel.
But
right?
Dunamis, you don't want to believe that dispensationalists and the awakenings going hand in hand. And the camps, oh boy.
Because Breen, there's 23 civil wars.
I'm gonna get more section on here. I'm gonna harass more section today. He bothered me, I'm gonna bother him back.
One thing about CBN, they will talk about Christian persecution worldwide, right?
They will.
But right now in Africa, on the continent, there's 23 civil wars going on, if I'm not mistaken.
23.
But then now folks are heavily focused on the Levant. But then we have to wait for Messiah to come back. So what's the point of watching? What do we watch? Is that the whole set when he said to watch?
Don't start because there's so much beef among my friends and the elders, and they don't even start. Because you're gonna get dispensational Tim on here, and then it's gonna turn into, and you already know how you and him like oil and water. It's gonna just turn into something else. Somebody else was like, "How could that guy not be an Israelite?" I said, "No. He's just an elder. He ain't he's not an Israelite." Pastor Green hit me. He said, "Man, you can say what you want. He talking good on there right now. I don't mean to keep burning your jack up. I don't mean to keep blowing your jack up." But I already left the house. I left Dunamis and them live. And he said, "These are dispensational Tim on there talking good." But nobody else, nowhere. We don't really see nowhere else that even attempted to make a connection with dispensational scriptures and how the awakening looks. But they say nobody over it. We running interference. We want to hide. We don't want to deal with the truth. And I don't know. I feel we've done the opposite over here. I think we've catered to every whim, everything, every claim. The folk that'll badmouth me. I know it's bigger than me. It's bigger than me, but I'd be shocked.
I can't stand bro. Yo, I can't. You your own put?
Yep.
Not 23 wars among black folks. Aren't we all the same? What's the beef? But the tribalism, that kind it's different factors. Let's see what CBN has to say about the death of the president, death of the Iranian president. Fair use.
The president of Iran died yesterday in a helicopter crash. Ibrahim Raisi's legacy of oppression in Iran earned him the name the Butcher of Tehran.
Chris Mitchell brings us this look at Raisi's actions against Israel and how his death may affect the turmoil in the Middle East.
Iran's supreme leader appointed first Vice President Mohammad Makbir as the country's acting president after Raisi's death. Iran's cabinet also announced they would continue the policies of Raisi. According to a TV state report, Raisi's helicopter crashed in bad weather after returning from inaugurating a dam in Iran's East Azerbaijan province. Iran's foreign minister also died in the crash. The crash comes after months of war between Iran's proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah, and Iran's unprecedented drone and missile attack in April.
Now I'm going to pause it right there. And this is where folks would say, when you mess with God's people, there's repercussions and there's a judgment. That's what they would say. Right? We're not going to mention how Mossad, one of the best intelligence agencies in the world, and has been known for alleged assassinations. Right? Like them that Iranian scientist with the nuclear plant, where they had the gun lined up in the car, the minivan that shot him, allegedly, right? I'm not saying who did it. Thank you, Most Excellent. The Lord shall fight for you. This one, folks, I bet today there's going to be a bunch of videos by Christian dispensationalists, Christian Zionists, that are going to say the same thing. Was this God's judgment? Fair use.
Raisi is known as the Butcher of Tehran for his involvement in sentencing thousands of political opponents to death in the 1980s after the Islamic Revolution. During his term as president, he suppressed massive protests against the regime and also oversaw Iran's nuclear program get closer to weapons-grade uranium than ever. And he was an implacable foe of Israel, but Israel is denying any involvement in his death. Also in Israel, Benny Gantz, a member of the War Cabinet, publicly issued an ultimatum to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Gantz said his party would leave the government by June 8th, unless Netanyahu will launch a comprehensive plan for the day after the war with Hamas ends, including a governing body in Gaza with international and Palestinian personnel. Netanyahu fired back, saying Gantz's demands would mean an end to the war and defeat for Israel, abandoning the majority of the hostages and leaving Hamas in power and creating a Palestinian state. Amid the political turmoil, thousands gathered on Saturday night in Tel Aviv demanding new elections and Netanyahu's resignation. The IDF also announced they recovered the bodies of 4 Israelis murdered by Hamas. They also released video of former hostage 8-year-old Ella Eliakim while in Hamas captivity.
The video, which is being released today for the first time, had intended to be used by Hamas for psychological terror. But Ella's family asked us to share it with the world, to expose Hamas's terror, to expose Hamas's cruelty, to expose Hamas's barbarism.
At the Knesset, Representative Elise Stefanik of New York, the 4th-ranking Republican in the House, delivered a speech before Israel's parliament on Sunday, promising to support Israel and combat anti-Semitism.
As long as I serve the American people, I will defend George Washington's vision of religious pluralism and freedom. Today, this means crushing anti-Semitism at home and supplying the state of Israel with what it needs, when it needs it, without conditions to achieve total victory in the face of evil.
And today, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court said he's seeking arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, as well as 3 Hamas leaders. The prosecutor believes they're responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity in Gaza and Israel. For now, the focus is on Iran and what comes next in that country and what it means for Israel and the Middle East. Chris Mitchell, CBN News, Jerusalem.
Pray for the people of Iran. May this be an opportunity for them to have liberty. He earned the nickname, the Butcher of Tehran.
Az, well, come on, Az. What do you want, Az? You see how many times I brought Az up and Az don't speak? Do y'all see that? Nobody trying to stop the great prophets, the masters of Israel, the angels of the Lord that have come down to the earth to give the stupid Christians a message. Y'all see how many times I brought Az on? Is Az talking on the microphone, y'all? Is Az talking on the microphone? Go ahead, play the video, Dunamis.
Just so you all know, more than anything, you need to understand that there were no fireworks in Israel last night because of the crash of the helicopter of President Raisi. No one fired fireworks in Israel. But do you know where fireworks were actually fired? Where fireworks were all over and people were cheering up? Do you know where? Iran. President Raisi was known as the Butcher from Tehran. That was his nickname. He killed tens of thousands of Iranians throughout the late 80s and the early 90s.
His own people. Not
for nothing, he was elected or chosen as president. Remember all the uprisings in Iran. And he was the hardliner that the supreme leader preferred over the reformists. He died. I don't rejoice over his death, but I rejoice over the spare of life of so many. And I do believe that such evil murderers have either a chance to be born again or to die. And that was his choice. And I will tell you, folks, now they're going to blame Israel for sure. Okay, watch this. Okay, are you ready for this? There was a joke running around in Israel that the name of the pilot, who was a Mossad agent, was Helicopter, from helicopter. Hamas took it seriously and tweeted that. And then Iranian channels retweeted that. And then it was all over the.
Wow.
Oh my, yo. So it's not just one community. It seems that
It's not just one community. Propaganda and nonsense will spread, and people would believe it.
Yeah, that was powerful. Most Exum just said
about the bombs, the God's missiles.
Yeah, you know why?
But I think you got to be careful with sarcasm. You can't even joke around to the simple. Some folk you can't even joke around because they're gonna take something and eat it up. And these are signs.
Let's just see how it plays out.
Why they want to lock me up? Who want to lock me up?
Nah, he's saying Jock Moore saying earlier sign a petition.
So what time of petition now?
I think the Dante petition.
Father God, ain't nobody thinking about. Listen, the stuff that these folk running around here doing, ain't nobody thinking about that. They want to play games with them light-skinned folk. I know them light-skinned folk. Ain't nobody playing with that. This is nonsense. This is to keep the bag. This is to keep the deception. You can't speak, and you ain't, to be honest, on the block, you ain't supposed to speak against the next man hustle. But everybody claim they're trying to get to truth. But I don't know why they seem to be fighting. If you want to get the truth, talk about it.
And then bring
but don't talk about it in a closed echo chamber. See that we're gonna come in, we're gonna get the question in the Pentecostals. That man went in there with that microphone on Benny Hinn and them. What's the other guy name that had the Lamborghinis and he had to sell all that land in Virginia? He went to jail to the feds and came back with the same false nonsense because his wife had a Bluetooth in his ear back in the days using technology. I'm looking for an Avis somewhere in this section. And then you can hear in the Bluetooth, you're getting closer to the lady right there with the blonde hair. Avis, your mother is sick. Avis fell out. That's false prophecy.
Yeah.
Oh, we examined that stuff. We brought those things out.
And
it's okay. We ain't mad that Houdini and Blavatsky and them, they wanted to prove that seances wasn't real. And a lot of these people, we could get to the Fox 6 boy. It's always been people out here challenging things. It's okay. You don't want to be Peter Popoff, thank you. They don't want to be challenged. We're going to challenge some stuff on both sides, and it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. We want to make sure we didn't miss anything over here because they're saying that there's so much evidence, and we want to make sure that we've gone through all of the evidence, Dunamis, that Deacon has brought out. It's so much besides Deuteronomy 28 because the filthy Christians are lying and make it look like it's not like a lot of evidence. And there's some people that's so convinced that I don't know how you can still be in Christianity, Berean, with all the truth coming out about the awakening. Dunamis, how are you still in Christianity and you 2.9?
Why leave the faith that the Messiah came to bring? Deuteronomy 18:18 said, when he comes,
listen to him.
Yeah.
The prophet Moses said to listen to.
And the whole standpoint of saying that we use against the world, if that standard was put against Israel in the Old Testament, what can be done? And those are the conversations. But yeah, Brian, we're just seeing, and that's why years ago we talked when people want to talk heavy on prophecy, bring this white group around. CBN, all that kind of stuff. So it's the same thing. So they're
Perry Stone. Oh, this is the same thing. Israelite version of Perry Stone, John Hagee, 700 Club. This is it's the same thing.
And then even like, let me show you this. Let me share this screen. We can go back to that. One of the titles they have. So I have Iran prophecy. So you got your Jonathan Kahn. Right, you got your living waters. Iran's hidden Roman prophecy being formed. Prophetic anti-Christ agenda. Iran's assault fulfilling prophecy. Right, and then here we have breaking news. What no one is talking about. Supernatural by design.
Wow.
So it's kind of like, why don't y'all want to talk prophecy? We've seen this.
And this is the stuff that jumps.
Yeah.
What was the man and the lady name that had all of the prophecy back in the days? It was a husband and a wife team. They specialized in prophecy around the time of late great planet Earth and all of that. Hal Lindsey. What was them other people's name? It wasn't the Utterbacks, not Sarah Utterback. Oh my goodness. Him and his wife would be on TBN 700 Club, or one of them talking about prophecy you to death.
CBS News special.
Van Imps, thank you, the Van Imps.
Yeah. And then now we got our good friend Corey Minor. This is an old video, but I wouldn't be shocked if we put out a video today.
Oh boy.
You know, because he had his own video. Why Iran attacked Israel? So, you know, when we talk about subject matter expert, being subject matter expert, you know, some folks can speak on different things. But why is Corey Minor, Smart Christian Channel, speaking on geopolitics?
There's his boy right there.
Yeah.
You ain't mentioned him last night in that live about that chip. I don't know what chip. I got to play some Alton video. Boy, I'm telling y'all right now.
But that goes into going back into the art of war, talking about things, you know.
To fill these folk head up. But the thing is, but the Berean, what side are you on? I'm on the Lord's side. Hey God, I'm on the side of truth. Lord Mayor, I'm on the side of truth. I wonder if there's a problem with that. Alton, no, he need to play a few of those things right there. Rex Seller, he remember the wife. That's the wife name. Correct. Boy, y'all old in here. Hold on a minute. Let the angel come in. Come on. Az, are you there? Earth to Az.
I can't
come out of glory. Give us the message.
You see what Alan just said?
Doctrine?
Bro, you see what Alan just put?
Hey, yo, let me get off this thing and see my food ready. I'm ready to eat my lunch. Mess around with these folk right here. Lord Maya, what do you want? You ain't been on the channel long enough. You brand new to this channel. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want from me? Tell me what you want from me. You want attention? Click on the link and come on up here and tell us what you believe. That's what we dealing with. We dealing with information that's coming out here. That's what we dealing with. Rick said, according to you, there is no truth. I don't know. Maybe these are side conversations. Go ahead, play the video.
Let's see a month ago why Iran attacked Israel, and it's going to lead today by prophecy being fulfilled. I will bless those that bless thee, curse those that curse thee. The Lord will stand for Israel. Fair use.
Oh boy.
Report. I'm Weijia Jiang in Washington. A major new escalation in the Middle East. Tonight, Iran launched an unprecedented attack on Israel. It involves dozens of drones launched from Iranian territory. A first. This is in retaliation for Israel's bombing of Iran's consulate in Syria.
Anytime something happens with Israel, people tend to want to wonder, especially those with a biblical point of view, want to know, is this any way related to some sort of biblical prophecy?
I gotta agree with Matt. That's how come said folk that got an agenda will want to shut down that dispensational conversation. They would want to shut that down. Y'all can say what y'all want.
He said with a biblical point of view.
He said biblical. He said biblical. He's not gonna even give you that there's another side that don't believe none of that nonsense. He ain't gonna give you that.
Or stuff has been fulfilled.
And remember, he's the same one that brought the seminary professor on that say we're not in the new covenant. I'll park right there. Mike, let me just leave the pastors and them alone. Let me just shut my mouth out to them. Let me just shut my mouth right there. Slick believed that. I think that was Slick. Somebody else spoke on that, but he brought a seminary professor on. Who aired that, y'all? Who went and dug that up and aired that? Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. Fair use.
Is this something relating to the end time? Well, the simple and easy answer is yes, to some degree, but to what extent, we don't really know. Is it to say that here comes the end of times? No, it's not to say that. Is this something that's specifically taking place that the Bible is saying? No, not necessarily. Now, it didn't preclude that, but I don't think that what's happening lately with Iran striking at Israel, I think they sent some 300 to 400 missiles in various ways, cruise, ballistic missiles, drones, and so forth. I think about 6 or 7 actually made it there, which is pretty good in terms of Israel's defense. But the bigger point, the bigger question is, does this relate to anything happening in the Bible? What is Israel's response going to be? How is that going to draw the world in? What's the world's response going to be? There are other players, obviously, other than just Iran. Remember, there's Syria, who also has the backing of Russia. What about China? What about other countries? What about America? Well, we're not totally sure at the end as things move closer and closer.
Excellent point. Listen to this. Now, you see how he's a Christian and Met's bringing that out? Corey comment seems to suggest that all who disagree with him have an unbiblical point of view, which is why folk take strong stances against dispensationalism as well.
Yeah, we've heard that.
I didn't want to bring up that the camps don't know that because the camps are under the delusion from 700 Club that all of Christianity holds to dispensationalism and all of Christianity lifts up 1948. What do Black Hebrew Israelites have to do with these prophecies or these things coming to pass and the end day? Because they're squeezing themselves. Some people feel they're squeezing themselves in places that they don't even belong. They said the world is talking about us now. The Christian church is realizing, and the world is talking about the presidents, the Kremlin, the Vatican is talking. Is that true? Are white folk worried about black folk waking up? Are billionaires worried? What are they talking about? The Walton family, the Morris family? Because y'all start talking about who's all Jews. I don't even think some of all them folks Jews. Walton family, the Morris family, who else? Who's the top 3 billionaires? Families, and just in this country alone, we know there's more, but just in this country alone, there's one more that I'm forgetting. You think they sitting up and they worried about you black folk? Oh, y'all coming to the truth of who we've been hiding it from them. That's how we become billionaires. Now the truth is going to come out. Game come with the Bible. I like what Matt just said. He'll never tell you, like we're trying to tell you on this channel. He'll never tell you. I told you I went to that Bible school and they were trying to give me that dispensationalism and Larkins and dispensational truths and all that. And they never told me. I was so offended. They never told me that there was another position that some people take. Corey comments seem to suggest that all who disagree with him have an unbiblical point of view. Oh, it's some game in there.
Yeah. And you're not
some game in there.
You're not smart. You're not a smart Christian.
Hey.
If you read the Bible plainly,
you would agree with what I'm getting ready to tell you.
Yeah. I don't understand why not. But let's get the understanding. Let's get to understand the breakdown. Yeah, I said before, all that's happening in the world, and they think white folk got them on their mind.
I don't have to be the center of the Bible. Jesus does. No matter what's happening in the earth, I don't have to be the center of the Bible. Some folk got to put themselves dead slab in the middle of everything.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Those black codes that they made, black codes or Jim Crow, I think they were worried about us. I think they did fear us. I think there's something that they worry about. Even the head of the FBI, I forget his name, but he said the one thing that they fear the most. J. Edgar Hoover. He said one thing that one thing we cannot allow, and the one thing that we as a government fear the most is the Negro.
He didn't say we as the government fear the most, but
you know what I'm saying, right?
I know
what you're saying. A Negro, a black Messiah. That's the number one thing that they do fear. That's the reason why they took away our identity and they gave you a white Jesus, because we live in a paradigm where they've done the deed. They've already done their damage. They've already destroyed us now.
Okay, so hold on. So the thing that scared me, he started to talk about J. Edgar Hoover. He twisted it a little bit. He said that's why they gave you the white Jesus. You see the non sequitur? When did the white Jesus come on the scene? When did J. Edgar Hoover say that, and how we make those two connect? Rick S. How we make those two connect?
Well, basically, because this is a generational conservative effort to destroy people. I forget the word, but the point is that
I understand you.
Right. When a king comes in, he destroys that nation, right? And then he puts the boot on them, and then he says, all right, so now you're going to pay me tribute and taxes. After he dies, he passes the kingdom to his son, and he tells his son to continue to put your foot on them. Continue. Don't let them rise up. Don't let them rebel against you, son. This kingdom, I'm giving it to you. Now it's your turn to get taxes. Now it's your turn to continue destroying them, because if you let them rise again, they're going to destroy you. That's what Saul was trying to tell his son Jonathan. He was saying, like, listen, don't you know that David is the reason why your kingdom, you're not going to have a kingdom? So the same methodology that they had in the 1400s, 1492, to make Jesus white, that was all a conservative effort to go against the Negro, and that's a way of war. The same way how that was passed down to their children, okay, and it was passed down all the way to J. Edgar Hoover and his cohort, right? And it's passed down even now.
And if somebody said crafty counsel, Psalms 83, y'all know Kelly had a whole teaching on that. Look at Lord Meyer. The church has done a lot of damage to the Black community. How much? And how much good have the camps done for the Black community? Come on and talk about that, Lord Meyer. Come on, talk about that.
J. Edgar Hoover first, he didn't like dissidents in the country. Some of his first targets who he went against were Jewish anarchists.
And then we'll talk about Marxism and all. Well, I don't know if we can.
Yeah.
Well, the reason for the Jewish, the reason, because they're the ones with the purses, they're the ones with the bag, they're the ones with the money. So the love of money is the root of all evil. Money is a defense, right? So right now, during that period of time, they already did what they did to Israel. They already did what they did to the so-called Negro, Latino, and Native American man. They already completely destroyed them. So they're not that much of a threat, but they understand that the idea, the revolutionary, because what is a Black Messiah? A Black Messiah is a revolutionary concept. He's a revolutionary. So you have to destroy their minds first. So now that that's taken care of, who else can actually take your kingdom from you after them? None other than the fake Jew who has all the money. We already understand with the Napoleonic Wars. The Napoleonic Wars, they started that. So of course he's going to be. And then this is after Bolshevism in the early. They already started World War I. Then they started World War II. So of course J. Edgar Hoover is going to be watching them, but it was to no avail. Because now they're all up in your government and they control your government, and now you're about to go to world war because of them. So J. Edgar Hoover failed.
Bro, the timeline. Initially, J. Edgar Hoover targeted Jews, right? Those European Jews that tend to have what he would feel as radical leanings, anarchist leanings, and things of the sort. He put a rhetoric forth to deal with that. And then what he found was there are a lot of Black, quote, revolutionaries that tend to lean to more communist, anarchist kind of leanings, right? Speaking against the government, things of the sort, so he didn't want the kind of dissidents, right? So you're dealing with someone, one, who's paranoid, and two, his whole thing dealt more so with communism and the Bolsheviks and all that kind of stuff than with Black people. From what I've seen, historically, he dealt with the Jews, Jewish leaders first.
Well, okay, so here's my answer to you, right? In every empire, you always want to maintain the peace. After, of course, you've conquered it by the sword. That's the hard part. You're asking for peace from a people that you slaughtered. That's number one. So if for any empire to run flawlessly, you need peace, you need order. Now, when we deal with the so-called Jewish, because now you're trying to say, oh, well, you're trying to make it seem like the white man was only targeting, the biggest thing that he feared was a Black Messiah. For the record, that's what he said. They feared.
Yes, but that's years later.
So the first thing,
as I'm saying, that's years later, and that's a pattern has been established within the FBI. That's the whole thing. The Black Panther. I see somebody doing the Jack who said the Black Panthers are the greatest terrorist group in America. The Black Panthers were also communists.
So the point is,
the Little Red Book.
Yeah. So the point is that there were other people that he was targeting first that was going to take away the hegemony or the peace from his empire, which would be the American empire, right? The U.S. empire, which any wise ruler should do. But now I'm gonna take it a little step further. The reason why he targeted the Jewish man. Now, here's the reason. Now, this is what we say. We look at the Jewish man and the European or Edgar Hoover as the same race. They're the same people. There's no difference between a Russian and someone who is German or French or British. That's how we look at them. So these are in-house issues. So when he was going after the Jewish man, mind you, at this time, America already had slaves. They already took out the Negro in power out of Spain and Portugal. They already did that. So job accomplished. The only adversary left during that time was the Jewish man and the communists, right? So how we look at that is the same relation to Mark Antony, right? Cleopatra and Caesar. We look at that the same way as Brutus. We look at that as the kingdom of the Greeks. You had Grecians fighting over the board, the power structure. You had Edomites killing other Edomites who were their own people. You had the Ptolemies trying to fight against the Seleucids. These are the same ethnicity. J. Edgar Hoover is fighting another Macedonian. He's fighting against another people that of his own flesh, which are these Jewish European people. That would be my answer to that. It's just that's what happens in kingdoms and empires. And the Bible tells you that. Okay? These Edomites, can Satan's kingdom be established? If Satan is divided, can they be established? Can his kingdom be established? No. That's the whole reason why this empire is about to fall, is because this empire is divided between Edomites, the same way how it was divided after the death of Alexander. So that's why Esau goes against his own. But the reason why he goes against Jacob is because he understands one thing, that there is a black man who's going to come from another dimension. He's going to come with beings and creatures that he's never seen before. And these things are going to come and they're going to take him out of power and destroy him. I mute my mic.
We know we serve a promise-keeping Elohim. Let's proclaim it.
Your family is, or it
thank you. We're going to come back to that. Now, let's see. Now, I showed y'all. I can't stand the section, yo. Yeah. The Black Panthers are Marxism, not communism. You're wrong. The Black Panthers are Marxism, not communism. Wow. So the Little Red Book, what is that? That's Chinese Marxism? Break down the difference between Marxism and communism, brother. The Little Red Book. Folks. It's all right. Let me let this play. Fair use. So we saw I showed y'all the white bottle. Christians talking about the Iranian president, right? Jews, Gentiles. Show a list of what folks I'm talking about. Let's see what it says here. Fair use.
has to do with the implications. Everybody, so why is everybody covering it? And so the main thing here, family, is it has to do with the covering it. Shalom, shalom, Ms. Prakash. Shalom, shalom, family. I apologize for the last minute late video or live. So anyway, but I'm sure you all have heard, you have seen, news is tracking it as far as, the Iranian president, his helicopter going down. And I guess, and if you're probably wondering like, man, why is everybody, so why is everybody covering it? And so the main thing here, family, is it has to do with the implications. It has to do with the implications of this plane or this helicopter going down. And, ultimately right now, we don't necessarily know, as far as I can tell, what brought this helicopter down. It's interesting that you have two narratives, family. You have the narrative on mainstream media, and then you have the narrative in social media. I told you, family, social media is usually always ahead of mainstream media. Case in point, as this song was playing on social media, it appears as though, according to the Israeli media, that they're saying that the president of Iran has passed away. Now, this has not been official just yet, but over on social media, that's the story.
All right, Dunamis, which one could we trust more?
Make its way across social media. And I'm sure mainstream media.
I think that's important to deal with. Which one can we trust more? Social media, because people are right there, they'll turn cameras on, or would social media spread a lie faster? Especially in light of AI and everything.
I mean, Brent, we just saw the last video. The guy said the joke helicopter, the Hamas picked up, then the Iranians picked up.
But if you got people that's relying more on social media to spread the truth, because I believe social media is going to have something to do with Christ's return and Project Blue Beam. They can tell y'all he's come back, and he said, if he say low, he there, don't believe it. But I think somebody finna believe some of this stuff. They say you can trust social media more. I was playing them apologists the other day. They said a lot of times people's sources would be social media where they hear some things. Somebody else said, well, I got my degree online. Y'all act like you can't learn nothing on the internet. Look at read red letter. I gotta get some salt for this thing. Good. I'll be right back.
Social media will do both. And the problem is when we're on it, and when we're on it, when on the internet, the algorithms will push the agenda of what they want the population to know and what they don't. I'm be careful with that one, red letter. I'm be careful what I say with that. Right? Let me just say this. There is a push for the algorithm to see what people are liking and watching to do it, to promote it. There is also a sample where there are certain things where they deem fake news. I'll be careful. Be careful. Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I can agree to an extent. But there's also a sample when they will promote certain things that people are liking. They kind of just go with a certain narrative. What is not doesn't have any deep implications. But in fact, I was watching them last night. Hold on a second. Let me just play with it if I can.
And that's why, family, if this is the case, and if they find that Israel has something to do with this, family, World War III is going to start. As far as like when and where, I mean, who knows? But, we're in the early stages of it. They call it, the fog of war, even though it's not really war. But, especially with social media, I'm always hesitant to share things from social media without vetting it first. And with that being said, family, I will caution you to say that, some of these reports, they have not been.
I think that's the best thing. Yeah, let me see what that. Very careful not to forget the devil is the rule system of things. And those that he will put in place will make sure to keep to his agenda, going to keep us from Christ. Yeah, I'm with you. Red Leather. We've been in World War III for the past 60 years. Yeah. Let me see what Brother Denzel has to say. Just play fair use.
If you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you do read it, you're misinformed.
So what do you do?
That's a great question. What is the long-term effect of too much information? One of the effects is the need to be first, not even to be true anymore. So what a responsibility you all have to tell the truth, not just first, to tell the truth. We live in a society now where it's just first. Who cares? Get it out there. We don't care who it hurts. We don't care who we destroy. We don't care if it's true. Just say it, sell it. Anything you practice, you'll get good at, including BS. If you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you do read it, you're misinformed.
So what do you do?
That's a great question. What is the long-term effect of too much information? One of the effects is the need to be first, not even to be true anymore. So what a responsibility you all have to tell the truth, not just to be first, but to tell the truth. We live
Now
in
remember with
Get it out there.
believers, there's certain things we got to be careful. Part of it is misinformation. Misinformation is part of the art of war. Misinformation and fear mongering. Some people just like to put a spirit of fear on y'all, and y'all got to be careful with that. All this end time, this is it. It's almost here, and all this. We got to be careful.
And then, Breen, you know what they did during Trump's election and with Brexit, right? They hired, they got all that data from Facebook, Cambridge Analytica, and they saw what message do these people want to hear to get up.
Go ahead, them lawnmower guys coming by. You know they doing this lawn every few.
So they targeted people with the exact message to get their point across, with all the fear and tension and pressure that's been building up for years. So it's kind of like folks are being targeted. How do you spin a story? You know what I'm saying? You have one information, folks spin all kinds of different ways. And so that goes into the information wars that we're in. Who can put out first? And that's why with social media, an issue is sometimes things aren't being vetted, right? Issue. We can even go back. I'm not saying they were right, but with the Rodney King video, right? There's some folks that argued that you don't see the fullness of what actually happened. How Rodney King was driving things of the sort. So do we have all the information with social media? Hold on, let me get a good. Hold on, I got a good one. Now Rodney King might not have been the best one. One second. Modern language, fair use. Some of y'all might remember this. This like 11.
Evening Express, weekdays 5 to 7 Eastern.
All right, I got to warn you, this video is pretty disturbing to watch. A bus driver in Cleveland punches a female passenger full force.
Hold on now, that's not the fullness. Let me get the fullness of what happened, right? Here we go. Oh, God, that's another. Everyone want to talk about it. This one, the raw clip.
Now pay attention, because when people tell you about white folk and give you half of the story, you're only getting a clip. You're only getting a soundbite.
There's a new video going viral, and it features a Cleveland bus driver punching a female.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Passenger. I want you guys to pay close attention to every single second of this video, because every single second is relevant. Let's take a look. And by the way, it is a difficult video to watch if you're uncomfortable seeing a man physically assault a woman. So I'll give you that.
You and your bitch.
I'll bring my daughter up in. I bring my granddaughter up in.
Okay, well bring them, nigga. Bring your mammy up here, bitch, and I'll beat her ass too. Oh shit, nigga, I dog that hoe too, nigga.
Look like somebody that slice your face up.
Oh, you mother.
Face up. Did somebody?
You
going to jail now?
Okay, what's
you
up,
going to jail now?
Let's go, nigga.
You going to jail?
Yeah. So So now this is raw footage, right? But this is blurry. This is like 11 years ago. Probably had a flip phone, right? Now, with it, was a bus driver, from what we're seeing, who's in the wrong? Right? He's a bus driver. They said they actually was talking back and forth a few minutes before this video. Right?
Then she spit in his face.
Yeah. She cursing at him. He pulled over. I can't stand, yo. Kobe talking about something they want equal. So with this, as we're talking about, propaganda information, all that kind of stuff, right? We're gonna see there's a leaning towards a certain kind of message, right? Let's finish on. Wow. What she hadn't seen that could kill him. Yeah, there was that bus driver who died from COVID. Because folks, yeah. Can't stand. Yo, folks, I said, what are y'all talking? Bro. Oh, man. And I want you, okay, red letter. Well, she hit him first. She's in the wrong. He could be considered defending himself. At the same time, morally, he's incorrect. Right? Now, this did have implications. I think, oh, man. Because if some folks that said, he could have pulled over, he could have called for help, things of the sort, right? Let's see what happens. We're going for a little spell, but hey. It's just kind of going to social media and the imaging.
It's been a tough couple of weeks for Artist Hughes, a 25-year bus driver with the RTA.
Like a knife stabbing you in the heart, for something that you have done so long.
Hughes was fired Tuesday morning as a result of a viral video of him delivering an uppercut to a passenger back in September.
Like you throw out old rags, your old raggedy jeans that you throw out can't fit no more. That's the way I was. I'm no more used to it.
The video appears to show 25-year-old Shadia Lane spit and hit him first, which Lane denies. Hughes says it was self-defense. But the RTA says in a statement, we do not believe that Mr. Hughes took the proper steps to defuse the situation. The proper procedure would have been to pull over and stop the bus, then call transit police for assistance.
Justice for who? All right. No justice. No peace.
Hughes has filed a grievance with his union because he's worried about his pension. He thinks the RTA should have handled the incident after he reported it back in September.
I ain't got no problem with them talking about me, but when you put your hands on me, that's what makes the difference. That's what makes the difference. When you put your hand, no one should be able to put their hands on anyone.
In hindsight, would you have done it differently?
Oh, yes, most definitely. Like I said, but the old saying, hindsight is 20/20. Oh, I would have did it most definitely different. It was no doubt in my mind. And if I ever get this chance again, anything else will be done different.
Hughes thinks more should be done to protect.
Phoenix. I'm not in defense of this woman. I hope she learned her lesson. Phoenix, I'm just looking at your picture. Are you a woman? So you think even the woman's in the wrong as well? Yo. You see that you guys have to protest, that kind of stuff.
Bus drivers and passengers as well.
Just things thrown at you, eggs thrown at you, bricks thrown at you, spit at you. You get tired of that. You know, you get tired of that because, like I said, you kick a dog long enough, it's going to bite you.
In Cleveland, Melissa Reed, Fox 8 News.
The YouTube video of what happened on the RTA bus in Cleveland recently went viral. It shows a 59-year-old RTA bus driver punching a 25-year-old woman. Good evening, I'm Paul Kiska. Danita and Chris have this night off. The video's recent popularity moved RTA to suspend that bus driver, and now witnesses are opening up. News Channel 5 Stephanie Ramirez spoke with witnesses, including someone who tried to break up that fight. And Stephanie, what did these witnesses have to say?
Well, Paul, we'll get to all of that in just a moment. But to be honest, the reaction the two witnesses I spoke to had was shock, not just over what happened, but they were shocked at the fact that it took about a month for this violent incident to surface. And they both answered a very important question. Should 59-year-old Artis Hughes be fired for this? It's the punch being seen around the world after this video recently went viral. Things escalated on this September 18th bus ride when, according to the RTA police report, an argument that started over fare money ends in a brutal fight.
I've never seen or witnessed an uppercut other than on TV, so that was...
A witness to it all, Bill Matthews says he was on his way home from a doctor's appointment when this all happened. Matthews says the passenger, 25-year-old Shaidia Lane, struck first, adding he agrees with the RTA police report, which labels the bus driver as the victim.
He was defending himself. He did what he had to do. But I don't think he should get fired. I think suspension and, is good enough.
Quite the opposite.
At first I didn't, but now I do.
Darielle McLean, who used to work with Lane and who even tried to calm her down, thinks the bus driver is just as responsible.
She didn't really get aggressive until it was the fact that he was arguing back with her and yelling and acting inappropriate as he did, like he wasn't working.
McLean told us at least 10 minutes passed during the back and forth, time she says could have been used to call police. But to both, she says,
most people should know better. Like, just because you're a guy doesn't mean you're not supposed to fight a female. You got a female in your face screaming at you, hitting you, and that girl think you're not supposed to hit back. That's wrong. But he's wrong too, because that was his job to call the police on her and get her off that bus, and he didn't.
And it's important to note that still no charges were filed on any of the two. The bus driver, due to this.
That's a whole mess right there. All right, back to the regular scheduled program. What is being said here? Dunamis, is this a problem? This is the question right here. Dunamis, let's face the facts. Black Christians pissed at idea of a black Jesus. Is this nonsense, Red Letter?
Oh,
is this what it's about? All the fighting, all the question. You're 2.9, but is Eurocentric Christianity so deep in you that you cannot accept? Or is Deacon deceiving? And this is not what's being said. Many people believe Jesus was a man of color, no matter what that could be, what that can mean. Because they're not going to clear some stuff up melanin and albinoism and who they're just going to. Is it so simple? Is this the fact? Black Christians are pissed at Black Christianity is pissed at the fact of a white Jesus. It seemed like y'all want to cut the color thing down altogether. Who sent me that thing? JT Mack sent me a video. That blacks are tired of fighting. Did he put that in the back chat, Dunamis? Fair use. Let me go look. Watch. I'm letting this play right here. All the charges against the church.
In Deuteronomy 28. So Hebrew Israelism, I think if you had asked maybe 4 or 5 years ago, what do they believe? It would have been a little bit easier, but now it just seems like there's so many different offshoots and just different groups. So talking to one Hebrew Israelite really is just like talking to one Hebrew Israelite, because it's basically like whatever floats your boat. Some people, they can claim to be Israelite, but then you talk to them, it's like, that's kind of more of like a Nation of Islam type of thing, or that's more of an African spirituality type of thing. So it can be all over the place. But
you hear the slander? That is just so slanderous. Oh, every Israelite believes something different. That's really Christianity with their 10,000 denominations.
nationally, they are the true Jews, and most of them, I would say, affirm this idea of law keeping.
Rain, do you think Deacon felt threatened like the bus driver, so he had to defend himself? That's why he's talking like this.
They say you have to keep God's laws. That's evil.
This video.
Wow. That's a cult. That's so demonic. Get away. They're telling you to keep God's laws. Run away from them.
Hold on. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. All right, go ahead. I don't know what's wrong with that thing.
Do you think he felt threatened, and that's why he had to talk about her like that? That it was the right. I don't know. This is wild. But we just seen that propaganda, spin a narrative, even if you have wrong information. Yeah, broad brushing. Yeah, and Alton brings up a good point. But it's what do we do when we talk about the Art of War? Dante essentially says they don't have to be the same.
It's a mess.
Yeah.
Say what you want. They just got jumped. First of all, we ain't got 10,000 denominations. We got folk classified in the cult. Y'all ain't got nothing classified. Torah only, Israel is Israel. Y'all nation building, y'all don't even want to admit that. And ain't nothing wrong with nation building, man. We've seen people like the Nation of Islam try to build a nation within the nation. They try to send people back to Angola, wherever y'all want to go back to your land. We're going to give y'all some money. We can help y'all go back. I don't know how far you got with that, but now
No, I didn't get too far. But
go ahead. I'll try to cue the Deacon video back up because it looked like it was sticking. I don't know when my thing need to get plugged in, maybe.
Yeah,
but,
let me let this break. We got to see both sides are talking about this, and what are we gonna do?
Totally confirmed, because I like at least seeing these stories picked up on the mainstream news channels prior to sharing them out. But just because everything's so fresh, everything's so new, everything's so fluent, and I want to get out ahead of this, just take that with a grain of salt that, this is prior to us going through our full vetting process. So some of these things, we just have to wait and see if they are fully, coming to fruition, if they're true or not. All right. So with that being said, I'm going to share two things with you, family. So like I said, because of the breaking news, coming from the Israeli media that the president of Iran has died of a result of the helicopter crash. And again, not confirmed yet, family, not confirmed. But what I will do, I'm going to bounce back and forth between X, / Twitter, and also the web browser. Yeah, we're going to go between X and YouTube. We're going to go from social media over to, I know over in YouTube. YouTube also has streams from mainstream media over there. So that's what we're going to use YouTube for. So with that being said, let me share my screen. I know with X, I have to be careful because, X will throw some garbage on your screen in a heartbeat. And I just want to show you this last post here. Let me see if I can do a share screen. Let me find the window. Let's see if you can find X. Let's allow. All right. So this is what you see on the screen. So 39 seconds ago. And this just to show you how quickly this is making its way around social media. So this is 39 seconds ago, and already it's been viewed 35,000 times. 32 seconds ago, 35,000 times. And as you can see, Israeli media is now reporting that officials believe that the president of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, has died as a result of the helicopter crash earlier today near the city of Jaffa in northwestern Iran. And as you can see also on social media, you will also see pictures in news clips that you won't see on mainstream media. And so these are just various pictures of the people of Iran, talking about it here as well. And also, there was one about the Red Crescent. Let me see if I can pull that one up for you, family. Let's do this. Yeah, because there was an early report of the, some let's see, where is it? Of the Red Crescent team that went out to look for survivors, that they too went missing. But just within the last, I say 10 minutes or so, there are reports that they were found and that they were safe. But let's say it says this is always happens. It's not an accident. All right, so people are kind of speculating as far as what's happening, and this is like the Red Crescent team that I was telling you about here, as far as like those three members that they were actually found. All right, so these more pictures from Iran, because they were immediately called the Iranian people to prayer, and maybe you're looking at this.
So I'm just going to pause it real quick. We're going to go to another site. I believe this site, I'm not sure who runs it, right? But it's just the other side. It's a Christian site, right? And we saw how Benaiah called the person the king of the Medes, right? Going to all that prophecy talk. So it's not just Israel that's talking about this. Other folks talking about it with the same kind of rhetoric. Except maybe how to view the people. Fair use.
Iran's state television announced the tragic death of Ibrahim Raisi, the president of Iran, in a helicopter crash attributed to adverse weather conditions on Sunday, the 19th. Raisi, who assumed office in 2021, with a term extending until 2025, was considered the second most influential figure in Iran, following only Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, under whom Raisi was groomed as a potential successor. Welcome back to Bible Stories, where we delve into the intersections of current events and biblical narratives. Today, we explore the tragic demise of Ibrahim Raisi, president of Iran, and its potential implications through the lens of biblical prophecy. As we navigate this complex topic, we encourage you to engage with us in the comments section, share your thoughts, and consider subscribing to our channel for more thought-provoking content. Remember to hit the like button and share this video with your church group, family, and friends as we embark on this journey of exploration together. The fatal crash occurred in a mountainous region of Iran as the helicopter transported Raisi and other officials from neighboring Azerbaijan. The precise location of the incident was between the villages of Pir Dawood and Uzi in Iran's East Azerbaijan province.
Hold on a minute. This is a side conversation, Rick.
Iran. Tragically,
this a side conversation, Rick. Keep making videos about both sides and remain double-minded, making money, not picking a side. Is this a side conversation, Rick S? Or you're referring to myself in this channel right here? I'm gonna wait for you to answer. Type of 1 if that's true. Type of 2 if this is a side conversation. There's confusion with y'all and this madness of this religion. The madness of this religion. The Bible talk about what the Pharisees believe, what Paul teached, how things were switched up. The Bible speaks on all of that. What happened with Joseph's brothers and the foulness, and then when God raised him up, the Bible speaks on both sides. That's what true information going to do. But a manipulator will try to tell you got to pick a side. It's the Republican or Democrats. And you can't see no wickedness with the Democrats. You can't see no wickedness. That's the madness of this religion and manipulation. That's how come people they don't want to bring people out of it and tell them about the art of war. Tell them about propaganda. Tell them about stuff. That's the greatest fear, information that to get in the hands of the regular people. That the regular people might read the Bible for themselves. It's always been that. It's always been those attempting to control the minds of individuals. They'll tell you to pick a side and there's only two sides. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's deeper than that. This the part that they don't want to talk about. Find them camps talking about the art of war. Find them handlers talking about the art of war, explaining it that people may pick choices. Give people the ability. They got brains in their own heads. Y'all don't have to be the master over everybody. It's the madness that everybody want mastery. Did y'all just ever hear the other dude with the nonsense, the reincarnation? One Negro said he was the whole Holy Ghost, Ruach HaKodesh, and he died of COVID. I can't make this stuff up. The other guy said the 12 disciples, Christ said the 12 disciples, and the 12 disciples are here and there in IUIC. I said, Father, what the hell going on in here in America? The religion is sick. And the bottom of the barrel of many dark-skinned people that's oppressed, and you can tell them anything. We represent a people coming up. We represent a people walking in the light. Y'all don't want that, though. Oh, the light is the light that you got your truth, your Honda truth. What he said, if it ain't of ISUPK, it ain't of the Lord. Nobody can see that. That's madness. You talking about COVID? At least Kojic ain't saying that. The AME church ain't saying that. Baptist church, Lutherans ain't saying that nonsense. That nonsense. That tell me anything doctrine, I'm going to feel good. That's what you tell a broken woman when you wanted a hoe. When you wanted a whore, when you wanted to sell her box, when you pick up and Port Authority at the Greyhound. Bro, I've been around too long for y'all to give me any of this religious garbage. Y'all can't. Matter of fact, who said it? What the brother sent me that? Nathaniel worth $4 million. Let me pull up some of that right then. And now you're talking about a bank. Nathaniel got $4 million. Y'all can't receive the truth. You can receive that Jake's got millions, but y'all can't receive Nathaniel getting bread. Y'all can't receive it in your spirit. Why can't you do that? Why can't y'all do that? Y'all can't receive Professor Katz was a lie. Why can't you do that? Why y'all can't receive some DNA bearing witness with them light-skinned folk and black folk that got channels that's lifting up Israel? You can't receive it in your spirit. Why is that? The heart is deceitful. Your own heart has deceived you. Bible tell me, examine my heart. Oh, I follows that book. Woo, I follows that book. I follows that book. Y'all can't do this. This is the hard saying. What y'all get over here on this channel? Oh, this is a hard saying. Come join my gang. We the Bloods, we the Crips. Years later, Bloods and Crips, all the murdering Bloods and Crips hustling, getting money together. GDs, everybody getting money together. Oh, but y'all, how many tens of thousands of people had to die in the streets before they came to that realization? There's some people that's ahead of the game. Oh, that gang, that sign, you flying that. Oh, you do know it's Bloods and Latin Kings in the Marines, right? It's a higher flag being flown. But y'all don't know that, though. We're going to bring y'all up. We're going to show y'all something. That gang they giving you, that's the hustle to get their bread. I'm not getting what they getting, but boy, I'm telling you right here, we're gonna put it out there. Let the great spirit, the high spirit that existed before Israel, that's who I call him, the high God. Let the high God speak. Before y'all had fringes and this nonsense about what to eat and what to not to eat, the great spirit communicated with mankind. You can't receive that. You can't receive that. That ain't in your DNA. But that's the truth. Adam and Eve weren't an Israelite. God ain't an Israelite. God ain't a Christian. Good. I'm going to let this play. Let me get myself. They got, I'm in that neighborhood with them other folk. I get away from y'all because y'all ignorant.
Fair use.
Among the casualties was Iran's foreign minister, Hossein Amir Abdollahian. Other notable passengers included Malik Rahmati, the governor of Iran's East Azerbaijan province, and Hojatul Islam al-Hashem, a prominent religious figure. Although the fate of Rahmati and al-Hashem remains unconfirmed, earlier reports from official sources indicated no survivors at the crash site. Ibrahim Raisi's tenure as president was marked by controversy, beginning with his election in 2021, which saw significant disqualification of opponents by the Council of Guardians of the Constitution.
Raisi's past involvement in the so-called death commissions of the 1980s, responsible for the execution of thousands of opposition members, drew international scrutiny, leading to sanctions from the United States in 2019. Under Raisi's leadership, Iran responded harshly to domestic protests, notably in the case of Mahsa Amini, whose death sparked demonstrations against the regime's policies. Raisi's stance advocating for decisive action against dissenters further exacerbated tensions, both domestically and internationally, particularly with Israel. Escalating conflicts between Iran and Israel culminated in a series of retaliatory attacks between the two nations in April 2022. Nevertheless, Raisi has steered Iran through a period of widespread discontent stemming from a declining quality of life, exacerbated in part by sanctions and what critics perceive as a preference for
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Alton better be lying. You better be lying. Find it right now, Alton. Your new chip, find it right now.
And then, Brent, that's what we got to talk about, how music plays into the propaganda and the art of war. Sending a message. It's still in two folks.
Hey, yo, if Alton don't find that video out of darkness right now, they better not have no video talking about pay your Alton, you better be a liar today. You better be a liar today. Fair use.
Defense priorities over domestic welfare. In late 2022, public outrage erupted following the death of Mahsa Amini while in the custody of Iran's morality police. Amini, just 22 years old, was apprehended with her family for alleged violation of Iran's mandatory hijab regulations as they exited a metro station in Tehran. The incident sparked protests that engulfed Iran for months, with women symbolically removing or burning their hijabs and cutting their hair in defiance. These demonstrations, which persisted until mid-2023, were violently suppressed by security forces, resulting in the deaths of approximately 500 individuals, according to international human rights organizations. Subsequently, 7 individuals were executed for
Money, money, it's for the Lord. Money, money.
I hate Alton. I hate Alton today. Today I declare my deep hatred. I know, God, I know. Love ye one another. I know, but I promise y'all I feel some type of way. I tell her, Alton, this ain't funny. Your new chip, you are, what has happened to you, brother? No. What has happened to you, Alton? This is what Christianity done to you. Play this video. Look, I spoke. I feel like I'm too unstable for this. I feel like crying. Play this video right now in the mighty name of Jesus.
Money, it's for the Lord. Money, it's for the Lord. Pay your tithes when you get your money. 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 Money. Pay your tithes when you get your money. Pay your tithes when you get your money. Melchizedek met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings. Abraham gave 10th of all his things. When a Christian rob God, that's a Christian robbing me. But you want to say, how does a Christian rob thee? Money. The pastor is robbing me. Money. The Christian pastor is robbing me. Bring your tithes inside the storehouse, so it could be me and every UPK house. I as UPK the stone, Commander J. Honor is the pillar for the Lord's house. If you don't know the Bible, you won't understand what I'm talking about. And that right there might be bad for you. But listen, This is something ye can do. Honor the Lord with substance and give him your first fruits. Give and watch it come right back to you. Endure to the ending. In this truth, cause nobody is saved till Christ come back to pass the lie about you being saved just to get that stack. Evil ass pastor. That's all he's for, the money. You understand? You want your money? Come on, let's get it. Pay your tithes when you get your money. Pay your tithes when you get your money. What? Pay your tithes when you get your money. Pay your tithes when you get your money. Money. Pay your tithes when you get your money. Money. To pay your tithes when you get your money. 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 Pay your tithes when you get your money.
No, you're going to stop that video right now. I refuse. They're not collecting tithes. They're talking about the church doing it. You better not tell me, Alton, you got to come with more proof. You better not tell me ISUPK is collecting tithes. I can't receive that. Not with all. So they telling y'all to come out to church to do to y'all what the church they claim been this I can't receive this in my spirit. I can't receive this in my spirit. Nameless, so he Jason Brown. That's talking about, hey, Brown, you just laughing. This is serious. He said Johanna is the pillar of the Lord's house. Now, somebody else want to know, well, is this gaslighting? Elder Harris, the truth is the truth. Now, instead of dealing with the information they hate, he said, I hate y'all. Instead of dealing with the information, they just laugh, and this is sad.
Man, you always.
God, I want to hear that.
Got 1 or 2 videos lined up, Ren. Let's see if this is how we gonna see. We're gonna see.
This better be the wicked Christian church.
It's Friday, so pay your tithes to the ICBK under commanding General Johanna. Let's see what's going on.
Yo, wait a minute, Father. It's Friday. Wow.
Let's see what's going on here. I don't know if it's camp on camp or they're trying to just fair use. Mind the language, y'all. Mind the language.
Hey, what's good, Zariah, man? What's up? Get your ass up. Oh, man, you always What's going on, man?
What's good, Red?
Hey, man, they was clowning you at work today, man.
So?
I mean, we watched the video a couple times, but we really couldn't tell if it was you.
Yo, how's your eye?
Oh, it's cool. God damn!
What's up, Rock? What's up, Rock? Yo, let me get one of them flyers, man. Man, I ain't giving you shit. You better get the hell out of here before Cat Pop come out here. Man, come on, man. Why you gotta be like that, man? I'm trying to come to class, man. Why you acting crazy?
Man, you need to go do that.
Man, I ain't giving him shit.
Man, what? Man, you ain't gonna give me shit. We need brothers to come to class.
Damn, man.
Freemasonry, pay your dues.
Man, you fucking racist, man. You this goddamn flyer, man. You acting crazy, home. Man, fuck you.
That's the language of a new believer. No, let no fully communication come out of no mind.
T-Bow, T-Bow. Damn, I ain't been to class in a minute. Shit. Oh shit.
What's up, y'all? What's up, Red? Thanks for the bike. What you got on my ties, homie?
I ain't got nothing. I thought you already collected the ties.
I did, but I want Red's 10%.
Stall him out.
What's up, Red? What you got on my ties, homie?
I ain't got nothing, man.
Oh, yeah. You got something.
I ain't got. Hey, man, that's messed up, man.
Shut your ass up or I knock your ass out.
Yo, T-Bow, man, that's messed up, man. Give him his money back.
What money?
You right, man.
He got fringes on his pants too.
Hey man, why ain't y'all help me?
Yeah, man, I paid my tithes.
Man, that's fucked up. If it was y'all, I would have helped y'all.
What about the time he took the tithes from me in Rod's backyard?
Oh, that was different.
Man, let's jump him. Man, sit your ass down, man. Man, I got mind control over Tebow. When he here,
With the necklace he's wearing, the blue, true blue, Carolina blue, and that black. What do those colors mean? What do the bees trying to represent?
Ooh. Don't let the filthy squares interpret it.
Yeah,
yo, this can't be. There's a part of the internet I'm not even on. I thought I done combed the whole internet.
Let's see. Let me scroll down to this video teaches we're supposed to pay tithes according to the Bible. Is a commandment. Numbers 18:21, Malachi 3:8. Bruh, no, hold on. Yo. Let me let it finish.
Yo, Alton, we got to go our separate way. Alton, I can't express enough the hatred I feel. No, you crazy. Judah, she Israel. She said this all pure adulterated nonsense. You crazy?
Yeah. Jason, I was
Raymond Soul said that's Blue Lodge. That's masonry. That's Blue Lodge right there. That's the natural book.
Yeah.
That's the book of nature.
Yo, Jason, I was thinking the same thing, but I don't know. I don't want to speak out of hand. Fair use. Let's see where they're going. This you know how like back in church Sunday school we had object lessons and y'all had skits?
I love that. My man said, "Where's up next at right now? We're up next at right now talking all that talk. Y'all gave me the title Israel and they the ones fighting the hardest. We're up next at. Come answer this. Some of this here. Who you paying tithes to up next? That's Bible. Who was he talking to when he said you curse with a? Oh well, hey, curse is part of the. Oh, this game is deep. This game is deep. They leaving the church. No, I'm gonna do
Fair use. Let me finish off, Brand. We gotta get the teaching.
I'm hating you too because I hear the enjoyment in your voice. I hear just certain people. Let me just be quiet because Brown, tell the bishop I said what's up. I just got to be done with y'all. You let these folk talk and then they start saying stuff you ain't even imagine.
Because that's part of the art of war. You can't say you want power.
Can't say that.
You can't say it outright. So you have to go for justice, fairness. You got to be on the side of God.
Dan Harris, right? This is not funny. This is not funny. That's the thing that hurt me. They just laughing. Maybe some people knew this thing been nonsense.
Yeah. Sun Tzu talks about the Tao. The Tao is the force, the power.
Thank you.
You got to have the Tao on your side. Someone said God on your side.
Here, Brown,
that's why Democrats and Republicans, you can't near find a Democrat Republican that's an atheist. What? Oh, Jason wanted to let yo.
There Brown go. There he go. It's over now. I can't keep no live up. I can't keep nothing up. We can't even talk.
Oh man, let me. Whew. While he's coming up, let's get this lesson in.
No, he's gonna put the link at Brown and let them jump on. I like this. Let it play. I want it. This is wreck, right? Let it play. I want to hear this.
I pay my tithes, but when he leave, I pay my tithes.
Man, damn, man. I should have just paid my tithes, man.
Man, that nigga gonna cry in the car.
Should have paid his tithes.
Shit, real shit.
This shit is endless. What I speak is the truth. I don't care if it's offensive. 12 rounds hit hard, and this shit gon' go the distance. Way to exit cool, but wait till you see the interest. Know that we them niggas when we walk inside the entrance. Put me as the GOAT, you should be honored to get a mention. All my clips is
pay. Oh, let me run that back. We gotta see what they're saying. Because first, in the description, Brian, they got it. They got Numbers 18:21 and Malachi 3:8-10. But now, what they teaching? And if I'm not pay your tithes,
And this shit gonna go the distance. Way to exit cool, but wait till
Oh,
you
this
see
sound
the
like the
entrance.
mob.
Know
You
that we
gotta
them
throw the
niggas when
money
we
up.
walk inside the entrance. Put me as the
To the ISUPK.
We them niggas.
Yo, and it was crazy. I think, if I'm not mistaken, General Hanna says that he sits in the seat of Peter.
Yes, he did. Pull that video up. Alton got it. That chip, that 8K chip. He said some say that, but he don't want to argue it like he the Pope, and y'all say y'all ain't following the Pope with the regalia and everything. Y'all ain't following the squares and Freemasonry. Y'all not doing like the pimps of Babylon, the priests, Nimrod, and them. Y'all like the two Babylons, right? Pimping and ruling over the people. And there's another video. Johanna said, y'all gonna do what we tell y'all to do.
Why? But here's my question: why are they comparing paying your tithes to like getting robbed by Debo?
Yo, that's what I'm saying. They can't be like they thugging their own members. Y'all better do it, y'all, because everybody in the hood know Debo, Ice Cube movies. Everybody in the hood know what it is. You better do it. Then they talk about manipulation in the church. They can't see the same game.
Oh wow.
This is crazy.
Oh man.
Thank you, Lord, for opening my eyes to the truth about the madness and manipulation and all this. Jesus ain't do this. This ain't Jesus. Oh, and for another one to ask, but what Berean believe they were born again Israelites. You can't claim this. It ain't just because you claim in Israel. You could be born again like Paul and them was Israel and it was born again. But Cornelius was born again too. Y'all switching the lie up. Y'all trying to turn this into something. Oh, well, I'm a Christian, but I'm not into Christianity. And y'all pimping the people. The fragrance of it is going up to the Lord. It's stanking his nostrils. Faking the feast days, and I'm doing this and doing that. Whilst at the same time, what he told them Pharisees, y'all a continuation of that belief. Then y'all got reincarnation and Kabbalah and the star. And where that star come? Let me leave that star alone because y'all ain't into the occult tradition. Y'all don't believe in reincarnation and a higher power. Y'all don't believe in that. Y'all ain't teaching that doctrine. That ain't y'all. But somebody teaching it. All we don't want everybody. I don't care what them other deceived people do. We ain't gonna bunch everybody together. Go ahead. This goes somewhere.
And what's crazy? And Green, what's crazy is folks talk about the Tammuz wicked, but then talk about reincarnation that you get from Kabbalah, Zohar, and all the Jewish mysticism.
Yo, the whole One West is built. The whole One West is built off of the glory, off of the Shekinah, off of Kabbalah, off of the esoteric doctrine, built off of the Blue Lodge. One thing I gotta say was studying everything. One thing I can say, they was studying everything. Now, how we gonna handle that in light of the Word of God and all that? We'll just, we'll all get together as believers. But this is some mess. And now we're not gonna just put this on the camp because some of you non-campers, we gotta admit that camp influence on this internet is heavy. Some of you non-campers, y'all full of this nonsense. Y'all full of this nonsense.
And then it's just understanding now. It makes sense why there's sometimes disagreements with the camps, because if you're not paying your tithes to Junior Hana, you're not.
And they can't come together because they all ruling and getting the bag on different levels. They can never come together. Why Nathaniel got to share his bag? They said he worth $4 million with Johanna. Why he got to do that? Y'all got to be crazy today if they're gonna do that. Not even for one day. Who gonna be the boss? This got to do with bosses. That's how that guy came back and he like, God no high. I'm David reincarnated. I'm the Pope. I'm Peter. The other guy said, man, I'm the whole Ruach HaKodesh. I'm the Holy Ghost. And died of COVID. God is not mocked. I don't care if you call yourself Israel. I don't care if you call yourself Jesus. God is not mocked. Then they come and show me who will worship God besides Israel. They come and start saying crazy stuff. No, this ain't ads camp. This ain't ads camp. As the one says, camp, we want to protect this camp. It ain't nonsense.
And so let's get into who's the seed of what is the seed of Peter?
What is the seed of Peter? Get a boo on here. What's the seed of Peter, y'all? Is it pure? Is it holy? Show the upside down cross. They love showing the upside down cross and talking about Satanism. Not that Peter was crucified upside down. Oh, forget that tradition. That's the white man gave it to y'all in Christianity. It ain't the true Israelites. I can't talk loud, boy. I'm among all them folk right here. Them same folk that y'all say Revelation 2 and 9 and 3 and 9. Boy, I can't get my family put out. I'm over here messing around with these doctors and stuff, messing around. I'll be up the creek playing with you folk, with these myths and legends. With this bag getting pimping and deceiving. Thank you, God. We had to deal with the Art of War. We got to continue this. Go ahead. Then y'all get mad when Thunder said, be ye holy. Boy, y'all better stop right now. Go ahead.
Now let's hear the seed of Peter. And then I got another video lined up, bringing a certain teaching. We're going to get back to it.
Sitting in Peter's seat. Right. What does it matter if you're sitting in Peter's seat if God's people are not free? You understand? So, but brothers assert that authority, and I have to endorse it because there is somebody sitting in Peter's seat. There is somebody. Otherwise, Christ's church is gone. So somebody's sitting in Peter's seat. And guess what? The person that's sitting in Peter's seat is the very same person that would be carrying on the truth as we received it. And guess what? I'm carrying that truth on the way we received it. ISUPK since 69, all the protocols that we go back to, this is biblical prophecy. So the answer to answer it technically is yes. And I'm sorry it hurts people's egos. I'm sorry it hurts their feelings. You know what I mean? But like I said, I never brought it up until you mentioned it. But I never talk about it or bring it up because we got such a bigger fish to fry than who's sitting in Peter's seat. Right. What does it matter if you're sitting in Peter's seat if God's people are not free? You understand? So, but brothers assert that authority, and I have to endorse it because there is somebody sitting in Peter's seat. There is somebody. Otherwise, Christ's church is gone. So somebody's sitting in Peter's seat. And guess what? The person that's sitting in Peter's seat is the very same person that would be carrying on the truth as we received it.
Now, when he says as we received it, is this from the apostles in Christ or from Abba Bibbins and the folks down on One West? Let me look.
And guess what? I'm carrying that truth on the way we received it. ISUPK since 69, all the protocols that we go back to, this is biblical prophecy. So the answer to answer it technically is yes. And I'm sorry it hurts people's egos. I'm sorry it hurts their feelings. You know what I mean? But like I said,
My first question is about the tithe. About if I ain't mistaken, I ain't gonna say Junior Yohana was speaking about it, and I don't know if Priest Zabak was speaking about it, but they were speaking about where when you dealing with tithes, you don't have to necessarily give cash. You can also help your fellow brother and your fellow sister.
Okay, brother, let me help you out with a couple of things. One, Zabak is not a priest. Okay, that's number one.
Okay.
I know. I know I'm breaking a lot of hearts out there. You understand? You could tell him I said it. You could tell him Captain Katas I said that. Now, this
I don't know him personally. It's just, you know, I first subscribed to you guys through Sinetta. And then
okay, no sir, but listen,
you know,
listen, we're gonna push that to the side. We gonna
you might get like
Can you hear
other
me?
people that come on the time frame when you're dealing with YouTube, and then it's Zabak them and et cetera jumped on the scene.
Brother, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is what I want you to know. Tithes was always for the priest. You understand? And the priest used that for the nation. There's nowhere in the scriptures where it's like tithes is just give it to some random Israelite or something like that. You understand?
Okay.
Like straight up and down. From the very beginning, tithes has always been something that you give to the priest. You understand? So now I'm going to give you one scripture to show that not only do we still pay tithes, but this is not something.
Who's the priest? And what was the tithes for? Who's the priest and what were the tithes for? Russell Higgins. He said, ain't nobody listening to this nonsense. Who were the priests and what were the tithes used for?
So then bring that goes because I thought the high priest, you have high priest of Abibbins, but I'm not sure he's passed on or not. Then you have Gorilla Hebrew, who's a high priest.
Please give me that video with his grandkids and what his grandkids look like in the language that they speaking and what school they going with them same Revelation 2:939 people. You descend to evolve and send your grandchildren to be among them people. What was this about? Cults often do that. Elijah Muhammad's son flipped and said, no, this is the way my father really wanted it to go. And it was a rip in the Nation of Islam. Y'all don't know, we studied them cults. What was the real plan? The other guy said, oh, the chart and all of that, that was the hook. He said, we just get them with the hook and reel them in. But y'all teaching the hook like it's doctrine and it's not lore. Oh, he said, Berean, he said, Baba Shah gonna get you. I know, whatever that Baba Shah is, I fear him not. He's not the spirit of truth. Not this nonsense. No, I ain't worried about that Baba Shah. A murderer, a killer, those that killed the true teachers of truth. Oh, y'all out there. Oh, y'all out there, but I expect to die over this. Peter and them had to expect it. They knew this was coming. This day has to come. Truth is so powerful and the bag is so powerful and deception is so dangerous. Oh, y'all are been going on. Before Glock and Smith and Wesson, y'all was murdering and deceiving the true people of God. Go ahead.
Here's 10% of my money. You understand? Tithes is a tax for the nation. It is a government tax. You understand? It is a tax that you give to the leaders and the governing body of Israel. And you know what we do with that money? We help the widows. You understand? You know what we do with that money? We help the fathers. You know what we do? We help pay child support. You know what we do? We help pay rent. You know what we do? We fix
the job is to help the widows and the fatherless. Prince Hall will tell you that Freemasonry is to help the widows and the fatherless. That's where the dues and stuff, that's the purpose of the dues, to keep the lodge going and help it was a social security service. A welfare before there was welfare. He's speaking that straight out the book. He's speaking that straight out the book. But y'all said the Spirit gave them that they didn't learn it from another tradition. Everything the Spirit gave y'all. Go ahead. This is good stuff.
In the heart of Tennessee's Masonic community lies a story of enduring compassion and collective effort. The Tennessee Masonic Widows and Orphans Home. This institution, a testament to the Masonic commitment to fraternity, charity, and community support, began its journey over a century ago, rooted in the noble endeavor to provide for those within the Masonic family who face the harsh realities of life without a breadwinner. The inception of this grand endeavor dates back to 1846, when Grand Master Delahunty addressed the Grand Lodge of Tennessee, emphasizing the sacred obligation resting upon every Mason and Lodge to care for their brethren's widows and orphans. It was a
And
clarion.
stop the video for a minute, because the same thing in the brotherhood that they would call this thing of ours, the mafia. You die in the mob, they're gonna take care of your family. That come from the old country. All of this stuff's connected. Say, y'all can't give me the black and white. They do that to separate y'all from doing the research. But the old country, it came down that if you died and you were a made man in the mafia, they would take care of your family. They said that man had children. The same money he used to get, we would give it to his wife and his children. The same doctrine. Keep going, brother. Keep going.
Foundational ethos for what would become a comprehensive welfare initiative. However, the actualization of this vision took shape in 1886 with Marcus B. Toney, W.H. Bumpus, and Charles H. Eastman at the helm, obtaining a charter from the state of Tennessee for the Masonic Widow and Orphans Fund and Home. This significant step underscored a collective acknowledgement of the need for a centralized system to extend support beyond the capacity of individual lodges, aiming to provide a sustainable lifeline for the community's most vulnerable members. The first beacon of hope was lit by Colonel Jerry Baxter's generous donation of 10 acres of land, valued at $5,000. A substantial contribution that set the stage for the home's establishment. This initial gesture of goodwill sparked a fundraising movement within the Masonic community, rallying support for a cause that mirrored the very principles Masonry stood by: brotherly love, relief, and truth. The construction of the home's first building marked a turning point, not just as a shelter for widows and orphans, but as a beacon of hope, symbolizing the Masonic fraternity's unwavering commitment to community welfare. Opened in 1892, the facility became a sanctuary for Martha E. Ward and her daughters, along with Josephine Fitzsimmons and her sons, who were among the first to be welcomed into its embrace. As the home evolved, so too did its approach to care, recognizing the importance of not just providing shelter, but also fostering growth in education. The home integrated educational programs for its younger residents. This holistic approach to welfare exemplified a profound understanding of the need to equip individuals with the means to build a brighter future. The journey of the Tennessee Masonic Widows and Orphans Home is also a narrative of resilience in the face of financial challenges. The establishment of the endowment fund in 1894 was a critical step towards ensuring the home's sustainability. Despite economic ups and downs, the Masonic community's donations, coupled with the Grand Lodge of Tennessee's contributions, showcased a collective determination to uphold the welfare initiative. Throughout its history, the home witnessed significant milestones and adaptations, including the expansion of its facilities. These developments reflected the dynamic nature of the home's mission to provide care and support, evolving to meet the changing needs of its community. As we reflect on the legacy of the Tennessee Masonic Widows and Orphans Home, it stands as a powerful testament to the Masonic values of compassion, community support, and collective action. This institution not only provided a lifeline to countless individuals, but also symbolized the Masonic commitment to making a tangible difference in the lives of those in need.
What was the tithes for the Levites? What were the tithes for exactly in the Old Testament, y'all? What was the tithes for exactly in the Old Testament? Wow. Well, I can't lie. Most people, what they hit me with? I gotta check this mail. Most people here, they're not in the camps. They're not falling for that nonsense. They're not falling for none of that nonsense.
Well, it's interesting though. We talk about solutions, and that was a tangible collective solution.
So what you said, at least camps are making steps in the
No, it's what the Masons did with the Tennessee home. There was a place for the widows and orphans. They took a holistic approach, education. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So if we're talking solutions, is having homes like that for widows and orphans a solution for the community?
And is that needed? Do we need that?
Is that needed today?
That's the question.
Yeah, but
let me look. Go ahead, because they said Alton and Alton throwing this off. This was interference. Alton threw us off.
Yeah, we talking about Sakara, now we talking about ICPK. How?
We just camps in general, because if we break it off into every single camp, it might be a problem. But let's we gotta listen to the charges. Back to the charges. We gotta listen back to the charges. I'm gonna take little mother bad words. Fair use. Listen to this, y'all. What are the charges? Are y'all running interference because y'all don't want to face these facts?
Hebrew Israelite really is just like talking to one Hebrew Israelite, because there's it's basically like whatever floats your boat. You know, some people they can claim to be Israelite, but then you talk to them,
No,
like that's kind of more of like a
look.
Nation of Islam type of thing, or that's more of an African spirituality type of thing.
Oh, no,
So it can be all over the place. But
you hear this slander? That is just so slanderous. Oh, every Israelite believes something different. That's really Christianity with their 10,000 denominations.
Well, this is right.
Yeah, because I was gonna play a video to show
that they have the Jews and most.
Huh?
Because I was gonna play a video about the core beliefs, but Brand, you can have a live chat with 1,000 Israelites, right?
Yeah.
And there'll be a whole bunch of different beliefs.
Yeah, at least the camp's organizer, they'll say all of what GMS believe, all of what Sakari believe, all of what, but these free-for-allers, and we get a lot of free-for-allers on here, just studying at home, no assembly, they're just doing their own thing, they're coming to their own understandings. Because councils are not from Acts 15, councils are from Nicaea and white people, so they can never get together and have a council. So it got to be just grassroots.
And then folks can break off and start their own camp. There's a different disagreement, things of that nature.
Somebody said, I guess it was for the Levites because they did not get land inheritance. It was Social Security for them.
Yeah, and then also there was supposed to be a store that was. It's a slam to say they all think different, but Dante says it's wrong to say they all think the same.
Which one is it? Fair use. I gotta plug this in.
Most of them, I would say, affirm this idea of law keeping.
Affirm the idea of law keeping. Do you guys hear that? They say you have to keep God's laws. That's evil. Wow. That's a cult. That's so demonic. Get away. They're telling you to keep God's laws. Run away from them. This can't be real. Christianity is just mind-boggling. It really.
Are they telling you to keep God's laws? Or are they telling you, are the camps teaching that salvation is in the law? Because Deacon said, what did your Christ said, who you believe is a God? Keep the commandments. I believe that's when he was asked by the rich young ruler. So they're teaching that salvation is in the commandments. Did the early church teach that? Did the early Israelites teach that? Did the church of Antioch teach that? Did James teach that? This is how come they can't reconcile Paul and Jesus together. And plenty of people have that problem. Now, what do we do with that? Is that another? Because if you're teaching another gospel, that's the problem. Well, you don't do it for salvation. He died for salvation. We're going to leave that alone. Go ahead. You want to play a video? We'll come back to this. You wanted to play another video? I'll go plug this thing up.
Let me just finish off. We got to hear how he breaks down the tithing, Brand. We got to hear. Let me just finish that up.
You understand? And it is a law. You understand? Ma'ashara, that is a 10th in Hebrew. You understand? So now, with that being said, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to Hebrews, the 7th chapter. So now what we're reading at is from Melchizedek, king of Salem. Do you know who Melchizedek is?
I heard, but I haven't heard in depth.
Okay, when you read Genesis, the 14th chapter, you understand Abraham went to war with neighboring kings, you understand, who went and kidnapped his nephew Lot. Abraham took his servants, they went to war. After they went to war, he took all the spoils of war. Melchizedek made an appearance, you understand? And when Melchizedek made this appearance, Abraham gave him a 10th of all, not of the vegetables, not of this or okay. back to the topic. Abraham gave him a tenth of every single thing that he gained, his increase in his earnings. So now, for this, Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of kings and blessed him, to whom also Abraham gave a tenth part of all. You understand? Everything that he got. First being by interpreted king of righteousness, and after that also king of Salem, which is king of peace.
How do you pull this shit back?
Which one?
Okay. Damn, Google Hangout shit.
It's Tiptronic. Like,
I hate Apple, man.
I love Apple. That's perfect. Anyway, so now back to the point. So it says, without father, without mother, having descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like unto the Son of God, abideth the priest continually. Now, this is the argument that it's making in Hebrews, the 7th chapter. This is the New Testament, y'all. Now, consider how great this man was, unto whom even the patriarch Abraham gave the tenth of the spoils. Now, the priesthood that we're under today is the priest is under the order of Melchizedek. You understand? So now, with that being said, this is what I want to know. Brother, are you better than Abraham?
Am I better than Abraham? Abraham is the father of Isaac and Jacob. I don't think I'm better than Abraham. I don't think Abraham better than me. I don't.
Okay.
I think we.
Okay. Well, let
the
me help
same
you
brothers,
out.
right?
Let me help you out. Let me help you out.
Okay.
You are not better than Abraham. You understand?
Okay.
Just like you don't outrank your father. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you're not going to sit there and say, well, that he's my brother because he's an Israelite. He's my no. That's your father. You understand? Like we all have to give reverence to our fathers, but this isn't any father. This is the patriarch. You understand?
Yeah.
So with that being said, you understand? If Abraham paid tithes, who the hell are we not to pay tithes? You understand?
Facts.
And he paid tithes before there was a Levite. And that's the priesthood that we're under now. Now, if
but
you
Abraham, but Abraham wasn't paying tithes, you know.
Now, Matt asked a good question. Was Melchizedek a Gentile? Right? God had priests before Abraham. So is the priesthood, the order that we under, is it not the order that we're under? Was it started by a Gentile or Israelite? Oh, wow. Yes, he did. This is, whew. Because, you know, folks want to put a bloodline and this and that. Yeah, brother. But I think they follow the speckled egg doctrine.
Can we all agree? Can we all agree that skin color? We to move forward. I want Russell Higgins. Certain people. Can we all agree that skin color, red letter? Where'd Judarize at? Some of this got to go in the garbage. Some stuff is just holding us back. Can we agree to that at least, please? Type of one, if we can at least agree to that. Skin color, every nation you got brown people.
And then now, Brent, here we go. Now hear what Gary's saying, right? Paying tithes is consistent with keeping the law of Moses, but the church collect tithes when I keep the law. But brother,
which one came first? Which one came first? Tithes or the law of Moses? Melchizedek existed before the law of Moses. You agree with that?
Yeah.
No, because they may not, because everything is Israelite to them. Israelite. Melchizedek wasn't an Israelite.
Because he can't be. Because Abraham is there and they're around the same time.
And Abraham wasn't even, but that's our forefather. That's the bloodline. I said, great God in heaven.
And then now, Brian, so and now I hear what Brother Gary's saying. So in order to keep the law of Moses, do you have to pay tithes? And who do you pay tithes to?
Ooh.
Because these brothers, because folks say we keeping the law, but do you have to keep tithes?
Sister Taylor said Abraham only paid tithe once. We are under a Gentile. Yeah, this Father God. That's why some people say the devil are in the details. What order are we under?
Melchizedek priesthood. There's an order. So if you don't pay tithes as an Israelite, are you really keeping the law?
Or do you look at those two things as two separate things?
You can't. I don't know. This is where it gets weird. You think Pastor Kelly and them collect tithes?
Go to that statement. That's another good one right there.
Because
we got to be careful because our friend Ella Green might do them. Let me leave them church people alone.
And now this ain't me knocking someone one collect tithes, but now it's just interesting that now this has been a polemic against the church about tithe collecting. But do you have to pay tithes to keep the law? And folks, we can't pay tithes now. So but then to subscribe to the 12 tribes chart.
Boy, if you don't leave me alone with that chart right now.
Because they have.
You still ain't find them light-skinned kids of that one of them heads from over there speaking that Yiddish, going to school with them same people. Revelation 2 and 9 that y'all said was fake.
Yeah, I forgot. This a lot's coming up today.
This got to come down. No, we can't be taking this down. This be too much work. I got to agree with Elder. This be too much work get put in. Look what the elders say.
What?
These are facts.
And then you also have the tithing year, because so you have some brothers in camps and assemblies that you got some brothers that yeah, we got some brothers that'll do it, and then they'll say, well, what about the tithing year? Well, that's tied to the land and all. I don't know. And then first fruits offering and all that kind of stuff, to where, when we say that's the prosperity Pentecostal, well, if you're keeping the law, does that have to play account as well?
Pastor Eagle's a fool. He said we got to use what our lifelines. Now, what's this he got? Oh, no.
Brent, this is what you wanted, a very Jewish Abba grandson.
Oh, yeah, this is it. I forgot it was him in the book. Yeah.
Yeah.
Esau at work. We need some volume on this. Abu, give us a timestamp.
Hold on, let me share my screen again. Yeah, Deuteronomy 12, 14, 26 describes how tithe should be done. So now, Brent, maybe it's a standpoint because you're in captivity. You put aside, like a savings fund, like a tithing fund, and you just don't touch it in the first fruits, and you just wait until you're released. Then when you're released out of captivity, then you can have that money stored up. I don't know. The brother's got to work that out. But it sounds like the cans kind of have it worked out that you got to pay your tithe to them. I'm guessing IUIC has tithing, or even they call it dues. The different kind of cans have different kind of tithing systems. Fair use.
We're talking about the founder of One West Israelism, commonly called Abba Bivens, his family. That may seem like a strange topic, but you'll understand here in a second because it deals with the history of this movement, specifically his great-grandson. And Abba Bivens' great-grandson is very, very Jewish. And to help me talk about that today is my man and yours, Abu Kamer. How you doing today? Welcome to the program, my friend. Well, you muted yourself, so I can't do nothing about that, but you're welcome to join in and turn on your audio anytime you'd like. Let me know if you have any problems or something that I need to do. Okay, so I'm gonna play this video and Boost. I still don't have your audio, but I'm just gonna play this first video. This video was sent to me by Nico Colazzo. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you very much for letting me know what's going on. You know, if you wonder if I have something, just send it because you guys are what makes this happen. So shout out to Nico. I think he's my fellow Paisan. And again, Abu, let's get you in here. You're in the green room. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, yeah, there it is. I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, excellent. I'm going to play this video and let's talk about it. Here we go.
Funny, so he used a YouTube clip of
That's
a guy
the
who
wrong
was
thing.
used. And if y'all notice something,
Everyone,
did y'all notice the name?
Forget that.
Nah, my grandmother is Puerto Rican, my grandfather is black. Is there a story there? My great-grandfather started some sect of black Israelites that's like pretty known today. We're here with...
That's what caught our attention. So, Abu, a little bit was said already. I'm going to play it
I'm
here.
surprised you don't want to play the whole clip straight. You want us to try and introduce it?
I want to
maybe
comment a
we
little
wanna
bit
play
on it. This is fair use, so we're going to add our commentary. Shout outs to T.Y. Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. And that's where this clip comes from. And it's a clip of him interviewing a young student named Ozzy Bibbins. He is a hip-hop artist as well as a student at Yeshiva University.
Yep. Up in Washington Heights.
Yeah, I mean, this is Yeshiva has been in the news recently because they won.
That's them folk. Come on, y'all.
He goes to that. He goes to that one.
Yeah, I thought it was Israel. He right up here. That's them folk, Elton.
That did the whole.
No. That was in Brooklyn. That's Eastern Parkway.
Okay.
But they liken to the same thing. That's them folk, y'all. Who run that? Folk that look like me don't run that. They influential, y'all.
Maybe that was a mission all along.
To blend them, to do what, to bring the brand. What the mission? What?
To bring
together.
Maybe
You know who y'all are.
Because isn't even Rudolph Windsor a rabbinic Jew? I could be wrong, but it always just seems like that's the next step. Without folks realize, I don't know. The final step. The two sticks come together.
Hey, yo, Elton.
Okay.
Yeah, you can make a blow. Everybody's doing it. Why not do it? Everybody's doing it.
What is this? Is wild, bro. And some of the stuff read. Oh my god. YouTube.
No, we gotta hear this, y'all. We can't let this go, y'all. We can't let this go. No, because especially in light of they fake. Because as soon as some of their DNA popped up and matched some of y'all DNA, boy, y'all dropped that subject quick. As soon as them other people DNA pop up and they DNA England and ain't got nothing to do with Levant, they dropped that subject quick. What he called Moore? He said, "What the?" Yo, bring up some of that video when Moore got cursed out. Forgive me, God. I got to get better. Sanctify me, Lord. Prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. Let the video play with thanksgiving. This a mess. Fair use.
Wanted to keep a biblical stance in regards to certain ethical questions, and it's been quite a furor in the news, and I believe deals with religious freedom. And it looks like as of now they've been able to stand their ground. For last I knew, that's all I'm going to say about that story. But T.Y. Hashem, thank you, Hashem, and Yid on the Street. That's where this comes to us from. This is from an Instagram clip. Thank you for capturing this content. Subscribe to him. Let's play this clip again. Listen carefully to what's being said, and we are going to analyze it.
Nah, my grandmother is Puerto Rican, my grandfather is black. Is there a story there? My great-grandfather started some sect of black Israelites that's like pretty known today. We're here with Ozzy Bibbins.
Ozzy, where you from?
Cleveland.
CLE till I die. Are you NYU?
Yeah, I just got here like a week ago.
So here's how it works. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions on Parshas Bo. Each question you get $2. You get all of them right, you get $100. Ready? What was the...
Okay, so he's going to quiz him, and then he gets some money for the questions. Abu, can you explain the nature of the questions? Because I sent you this earlier. You've seen this. Because some of the questions may not make sense to people. Can you explain what this quiz has to do with so people know the background?
Well, I mean, it's basically just questions out of Exodus. Off the top of my head, I don't think any rabbinic. Like the questions are pretty much biblical.
Notice, everyone, he said he just got there. So he's
a lot of people, the founder of One West is known as Abba Bivens, popularly spelled Bivens. That's how One Westers typically spell it. But the man who founded One West, his surname was actually spelled Bibbins, precisely how this young man's name is spelled.
The correct
This young
way.
man is a descendant of the man known as Abba Bivens. That's who he's referring to.
Yep, that's his great grandfather. Here we go.
Nah, my grandmother is Puerto Rican. My grandfather is black.
Is there a story there?
My great-grandfather started some sect.
I was on Parshas Bo. Each question you get $2. You get all of them right, you get $100.
Purpose.
Why?
So God knew that they were Jews and he would pass over them.
During which plague?
Makat Bechorot.
That's correct. Are you Sephardic?
Nah, my grandmother is.
So the beginning of the miniature interview was clipped together real quick, and then he does the quiz. But now in this section right here, they're going to kind of revisit the little biographical part, and he's going to go more in depth. It's a very brief video. It's less than a minute and a half, but you're going to get a little more detail here. So Abu, tell everyone what they should be listening to.
Just him alluding. It's very short. It's just him alluding to his ancestry and alluding to who his grandfather was, a great grandfather.
Now, he got the name Abba Bivens. We don't like using that name because of Abba, father. What do you think we should be calling him? Just Bivens, Mr. Bivens, Eber? What should we call him here?
Yeah, why not Edward Bibbins? We just say Bibbins. Mr. Bibbins, you just say Bibbins.
So do you think we should start transitioning to saying the name right, which is Bibbins, even though the One Westers historically have said Bivens?
Yeah, if you want. You're the one who says that One Westers, Jesus Christ, whom the One Westers ignorantly call Yahushai. So you could say Edward Meredith Bibbins, whom many One Westers historically have ignorantly called Abba Bibbins.
Good one. Perfect. Okay. So here we go. Listen, everyone listen carefully to this.
Puerto Rican. My grandfather is black.
Is there a story there?
My great-grandfather started some sect of black Israelites that's like pretty known today. It's chilling. And then my grandfather decided he wanted to convert because wanted to be part of the Jewish community. He converted, married a Puerto Rican woman, and then my dad was born, and then they were.
He wanted to convert. Dunamis been saying this, but y'all don't want to hear that. They getting people to convert. People are converting.
And he
taking the next step.
But
Russell Higgins, you ain't got to convert, though. You can't convert to what you already are, right?
You want to be part of the Jewish community.
That's the light-skinned folk that Garfield talking about was in West Africa converting black. Never mind.
Oh, wow. So we have a black man that was converted. I ain't none of this play.
Because they say that conversion and converting blacks ain't nothing new. That was going on, according to some in West Africa. And it was the light-skinned folk.
So whether you be convert or bloodline, Israel is Israel.
But how they argued us with the bloodline. They're going to tell us who Covey is, and they're going to tell us they know who that they bloodline.
And then
but one person and one or two people did say, yo, I ain't got no problem with conversion. Yes, black people converted too.
That's Plummer.
Some people said there wasn't no beef. So we can't, because even within us, within our this assembly right here, among us as a people, as a community, we do have some different views on that.
And then I know folks will say that folks say Jews come in different colors, but it just seemed like
we got to establish that. If you can't even come around if you don't think Jews come in different colors.
Yep. But it just seemed like with the black ones, automatically, oh yeah, he bloodline. Oh, bloodline.
Yes.
Oh,
there's a higher priority of darker skinned Jews here, not just this channel, but abroad in the awakening. Correct.
Let's let this play. Oh, Sabrine, has someone verified that this is his grandson? Just
they want to make sure because he too light skinned, right?
Yeah. Brent, so let me ask you this question. Being that this
converted the light skinned folk. I know you want to bring up Dante video. The black Ashkenazi and the white Ashkenazi. The original man converted them folk.
Bree, just ask this question now. If we would have his grandson right here in the image, right? The guy in the white coat, would he be a right representation of Jesus?
Ooh, that's beef. Because she was Puerto Rican. He said his grandmother and grandfather was Puerto Rican and grandfather was black. But y'all said they wasn't there back in the day. Some of y'all said they were, and some of y'all said they weren't. But they wouldn't want that Jesus. Most camps don't want that Jesus of his father. Ah, boy. A lot of them camp leaders got light-skinned Hispanic wives.
Yeah.
Or they looking so light-skinned, you can say they're Hispanic, but y'all, for some reason.
And then there's a lot of folks that say a lot of Puerto Ricans. Hold on. Puerto Rico has the largest Jewish community in the Caribbean with over 3,000.
Say what you want. Covey had some Covey had some stuff that y'all ain't want to see. It impressed me, but y'all ain't want to see it. But y'all had to put him in your place with your beliefs. Karen Jones, I hear you said, well.
Yeah. So y'all put a one in the chat. Would he be I'm guessing his mother would be a Sephardic Jew.
Now look at this nonsense. Now look at this right now. Read that right there for me, please.
Conversion makes you Jewish, not the same as Hebrew or Israelite belief practice. Oh my.
What was Bivens, Jason Booth? Before you get out of here, what was Bivens? You're one of the original founders, and he was just a convert? Was he original?
Yeah. You all.
Matter of fact, y'all gonna stop arguing the religion. If the Bible ain't arguing it, y'all gonna stop arguing it over here. Let me call it dispensational, Tim.
Yeah.
The curses fell on converts and proselytes. We ask y'all the same question every 2 days. Every 15, 17 hours, we ask the same question.
Yeah. So now put a one in the chat. We gotta make this clear. If they were to make a movie, another Jesus movie, Yeshua movie, Yahushua, could Abba Bivens' grandson play Jesus? The guy in the white coat. Would that be an issue? You all, what your father is. His mother is, I believe, a Sephardic Jew. Being that she's Puerto Rican, she's Jewish. I'm assuming that she's Sephardic, right? Getting kicked out doing the Inquisition, her family, right? So could he play Jesus in the next movie? Could he play Moses in the next movie? Put a one in the chat. Let's see this. You know what your father is? You know what I'm saying? And the folks want to talk about skin because he's a black man, isn't he? Come on now. If the original Israelites were black over 2,000 years ago, the ones today have to be black too.
He was the same complexion of the dude just sitting next to Captain Tazariot in the video you just had up. He the same complexion as that dude.
In fact, he might be a little darker than the dude in the video.
He might be a little darker than him. Y'all finna stop this nonsense.
I'm not dealing with Mr. Earth. He could play Hamilton. Yo, no. Could he play? If they want to do the Prince of Egypt live production, could he be Moshe? No, not according to the scripture. He not dark like he was burnt in the front. Wow.
Y'all gonna make me ban the Bible over here because the way y'all abusing that book, y'all gonna make me ban the Bible on this channel.
But you all what your father is. His grandfather was Abba Bivens. In fact, was Abba Bivens a dark-skinned black man or a light-skinned black man?
He's darker than this guy right here.
Yeah. Then his mother, yo, this is wild. This is wild. Come on, let me see the ones. You all what your father is. Okay.
Come on, everybody that heard Moses speaking, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
The mixed multitude, the curse fell on everybody.
Yeah. I saw why y'all. I'm not dealing. Why Kings? I saw the Book of Mormon on Broadway while in New York. Yeah, I'm not dealing. Could he play Moses? Could he play Jesus?
And would it be disrespectful or a good representation?
Could Gorilla Hebrew play Jesus? Could he play Moses?
No, he dark. This guy darker than Gorilla Hebrew.
Yeah. So, come on, y'all. It's about lineage, bloodline. You are what your father is.
That's how come this thing ain't working too good for me. And because they keep talking about a black Jesus, the black Christians are mad about a black Jesus.
Yeah, and we're trying to go through the founder's grandson. You are what your father is, the one who established the doctrine. But it seems like some folks ain't going for it. I'm not dead.
Farrakhan told y'all he was Israel. Who was his father?
Yeah.
But he said in his spirit. He sounded like it was by faith also, but he said in his spirit.
Yeah. We gotta let this play, bro. Because I'm just trying to see now, because folks were saying the white Jesus, right? You know, should One West, would this be a better image of Jesus that should be put forward?
Because they got one black like me.
So Russell Hick, no, it's not historically correct. Russell Hick, let me get
How you know from Revelation? How you know that, Russell?
Yo, this is wild. Let's get a picture of Abba Bibbins. Mr. Bibbins.
They don't want to keep it simple and know I'm not after the flesh. Y'all don't want to do that. No, not y'all. Y'all got to man got to complicate something.
Okay. So I'm guessing the secrets and Arya. Okay, watch another Abu video. And here come vocab. So I'm guessing the brother right here, that's Abba Bibbins. So could Abba Bibbins play Moses or Jesus? Russell Higgins. Is he dark enough? Is Abba Bibbins dark enough to play Jesus or Moses? We go to another picture right down here. I think they got some of the Okay, we got all kinds of shades in this image. Whew. You see this? I'm not dealing with you, Mr. Bibbins. That's what. Yeah, let me go back to this video because, Brent, we talk about Black Jesus, right? Representation of Jesus. So why is there an issue? Can his grandson play Jesus? Why not? Also, he's not dark enough. Like how Drake's not dark enough, but Drake's father, okay. But it's not a skin color doctrine. It's about lineage and bloodline.
That's what they said.
And then because Abraham's a black man, all his descendants should be black men. They wouldn't get light skin even within a generation or two.
That's even if Abraham was a black man, according to black that we know. Because this black they talking about, I forgot black ain't black.
Yeah. Wow.
Garfield, I can't lie. That one drop rule, this blackness and drove these folk crazy.
Yeah. So fair use. Let's let this play. Let's see what's going on. And it goes into the propaganda imagery and all that kind of stuff. And you gotta have a certain kind of image. Going into colorism, dark-skinned folks, and certain kind of feelings, it seems like. Because why can't you have a lighter-skinned black person play Jesus? Why does it seem like a lot of the heads of the camps tend to be lighter skinned? Well, fair use.
We're unsure if the conversion process for my grandmother was correct, so my dad had to get also converted when he was like a little bit older.
That's a crazy story. The bottom line is juice come in different flavors. Okay, ready? How many?
So real quick, there's so much there just in that little part. I don't know how much the young man knows about the sect. He seemed to have just a passing knowledge, but seemed to have mild pride in the fact. So he may not know a lot because you almost wonder if it's like an ambiguous legacy, perhaps, if you understand what One West has come to become today. But he says, started some sect of the Black Israelites that's pretty well known today. It's chilling. It's chilling is kind of like, it's kind of a cool thing. That's what's up. You know? What? What are you laughing at, man?
No, just that. I'm glad you're here to translate. It's chilling because I wondered about that. I was like, it's curious. No, but I agree with your interpretation. Yeah, he seems to celebrate it on a certain level.
Yeah, he probably doesn't know about, Hakah running around saying he's a Talmudic scholar and GMS Rochester, cursing people out and telling Ammonites and Edomites they're going to be concubines and slaves. He probably doesn't know about all that, But here we go. Listen to this. Let's see how he does on this quiz.
Eli, how many men left Egypt?
600,000.
That's correct. Final one. What famous Jewish food was invented in this week's Parsha?
Matzah.
That is correct. There you go. $100, baby. At a scale from 1 to 10, how good is matzah?
Shmura matzah is a solid 11 out of 10. Yehuda matzah with some cream cheese or something else, it's a solid 8.
What's your opinion on his food ratings there?
See, keep in mind I'm outside of the Holy Land, but my impression is that Shmura matzah is pretty horrible. But maybe I've just had a bad brand. I don't know. It's almost inedible.
He gave it 8 with cream cheese.
No, that was the Yehuda matzah, but the Shmura matzah he gave it 11 out of 10. Which is shocking.
Yeah.
It's I find it inedible, but I don't know. He may be him having so many family in the Holy Land, he may have access to a much better quality.
So you're referring to the Bibbins family being in Israel.
Yes.
I'm going to switch back over. Can you explain what you mean by that? Because a lot of people may not understand. So again, on this channel, what key thing we do is focus on Hebrew Israelism. That includes the history. And I'm just going to be honest here. This is not a bragging thing. And it's primarily because of Abu. So I'm giving him the credit and shout out. I'm just the loudmouth with somewhat of a platform here, as long as the Lord allows. We have uncovered a lot of One West history on this channel. Hebrew Israelite history in general, but especially One West history. We'll never know as much as the people who were there, the honest ones at least. But for this generation, especially when the older folks are sometimes tight-lipped or what's the word, catatonic, where it's kind of scattered, helter-skelter with their oral histories. We've done some good stuff, but there's a lot more to be done. And the problem is some of the eyewitnesses are in the last years, perhaps, of their life. I mean, we're already talking great-grandson now here of Mr. Bibbins. But this was happenstance that he happened to be interviewed. One of my supporters happened to see it. Shout out to Nico again. And now here we are talking about it. And it, I think, should throw a lot of One Westers off. But explain this Israel connection to the Bibbins family, please, Abu.
Wait, say the question again.
The connection to Israel, how we've got some folks who moved there.
Okay, so something that a lot of people don't know. So first off, let me back this up and say this. There is a phenomenon that there's not enough discussion on, which is the phenomenon of Hebrew Israelites converting to Judaism.
Facts.
And in my experience, when you bring this up and you bring up groups like Hatzad Harishon, which actually actively sought to bring Israelites more fully into the Jewish fold, yes, Stepping into Zion, which is about Hatzad Harishon.
Kevin G said that 4 years ago.
And then when you have rabbis that come around, Berean, what do you think their goal is? Oh, yes, y'all are original. Yes, teach us.
Bring them under the authority. Can't use the finesse because these folks think they're too sharp to get it happen to them. I'm wondering if some of them people were paid to come and bring a doctrine into the hood. They said, oh, they wanted us to unify. They wanted to, I forgot what he said, what sect, what cult. They wanted to give us money. They turned down the money, but other people wanted some of the money. I could bring Nathaniel up talking about that. Let's just see.
We might have to get this book, Stepping into Zion, to get a playbook on how it works.
Let me look on my phone right now.
I've found that a lot of Hebrew Israelites treat the idea of Hebrew Israelites converting to Judaism like a joke, that it's a joke to them. And I've heard people say multiple times things like, well, the only people who fall for that are like idiots, nobodies. But the thing is, if you want to talk about like a bit of a coup that was scored by the rabbinic side, they converted at least one of Bibbin's sons, possibly both of them. And some of the descendants of the founders of One West, several generations deep, are in rabbinic Judaism. His Bibbin's grandson, Daniel, who's a filmmaker, who's was in covered in Haaretz. There was a thing in Haaretz about him. He moved to a kibbutz in like near the border with Jordan, Israel's border with Jordan.
So,
you know,
kibbutz is like a communal type village
yeah,
situation.
maybe I shouldn't say kibbutz. Maybe I should say a settlement or something like that. But yeah, basically,
In
yeah, they're right
Israel?
on the Jordanian border. And so
And then-
there's a bunch of Bibbins descendants, like 3 generations deep, living in the state of Israel now.
And real quick, you
as
said
many Jews.
Haaretz. Could you explain Haaretz to those who don't know?
Oh, I'm sorry. Haaretz is a Jewish publication. It's an Israeli publication. They did an article on him a while back on Daniel Bibbins, who's the grandson, and his Daniel's father, Chaim Bibbins.
Right.
There was this interesting article about them. You know, I'll see if I can pull it up. But.
So when we come to Ozzy, he is an artist. He does music. It seems like mainly like a type of hip hop, from what I can gather. And you know, he's a fresh student there. And you know, we got some listeners who roll around Manhattan, who roll around some of the boroughs. They could run into him, you know, Abu. What do you think? Is it possible?
Wait, say that last part again. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, now, yeah, definitely. He might pass a One West group on the street. I wonder what he'll think if he even realizes, you know, that's the group that they're the descendants of a group started by his great grandfather. You know.
Well, as far as the lineage, I guess he'd be covered on their 12 tribes chart.
Yes.
That are Bivens student constructed. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think they would necessarily have a problem with him. Interestingly enough, some of Bibbin's other descendants are, in terms of outward appearance, or you know, like some of his great grandchildren. You know, the grandchildren of his grandson are very European, stereotypically European in their outward appearance. You know, and so it's interesting. It's reaching the point where some of Bibbin's descendants, you know, even though they're in the state of Israel, if they passed, you know, a One Wester on the street, the One Wester might, you know,
might
would
condemn
almost
them.
certainly not guess that these are the descendants of their founder. Yeah,
and we have proof of that. We're not going to show any clear footage of the then children; they'd now be adults. But we do have something we can show. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, just members of his descendants, you know, members of his family in Israel. They've posted a lot of stuff on social media. I would say it's fairly private, but like you said, there's stuff that's 10 and 12 and 13 years old that maybe in a flash, at least to capture the morphologies you could show, just to show how stereotypically European some of the features are, you know, how, and it's a lesson in how you cannot determine a person's lineage from their outward appearance. You know, it's certainly a lesson in that regard.
Yeah. Imagine being a One Wester and Bibbin's grandchildren pass you on the street and you condemn them based upon their morphology.
Great grandchildren. Yeah. The grandchildren of his grandchildren. Yep. Yeah.
But can you explain the one I'm going to show? Could you explain anything else about that?
Well, all I'm going to say is that it's a great granddaughter of Bibbin's it's a granddaughter of Bibbin's, the granddaughters of Bibbin's own grandson. That's the best way to say it. Yeah, that's the best way to put it.
Because he had more than one son.
He had 2 sons, if I'm not mistaken, and they had kids, and their kids had kids, and now you have young people in their late teens now walking around who are 4 generations removed from Abba Bibbins. It's been that long, you know.
And
they run across the spectrum.
And I'm going to show this in a second. The sons are briefly mentioned in the famous video with Naphtali bin Naphtali, when he mentions how Bibbins knew that the 12 tribes chart was false, but that it was a good hook to use, because Naphtali says, and then his sons and them, they moved away, and those other guys started teaching it as truth. So he's referring
moved
to
away doctrinally and physically, I guess, but certainly doctrinally. At least one of his sons, his daughter-in-law, who's buried like in the same cemetery right next to Bibbins. I've been to Bibbins' grave. His daughter-in-law, Esther Bibbins, was a major player in Hatzad Harishon. And if I'm not mistaken, the son who was married to her was likewise had some connection to Hatzad Harishon as well.
So here, I'm going to show. I'm going to show these briefly just so you can see we know what we're talking about. Now, these people are no longer minors. They'd be adults. The images have been altered, though, so it's still obscured, but this will give you an idea here of what I'm saying. So these
Yeah, I'd say
are
that's enough.
Bibbin's great-great-grandchildren.
Yeah,
I wonder-
4 generations removed. So some of his descendants, yeah, it's like I said, it's a testament to how his descendants.
Great.
And some of these camp leaders got kids look just like this.
But then what are we supposed to do?
Ooh, them folk light skin right there.
Yeah.
They look like Revelation 2 and 9. They look like the people with the tunnels on Eastern Parkway. They look like their wives and children. I see them pushing around them doubles. First time I was seeing double and triple strollers back in the days in Borough Park. I used to live out there. My mama, I tell you, my mama retired 40 years in that Jewish hospital, 40 years. Oh, I done been around them folk. Go ahead.
So, for the chat, are they Israelites? You are what your father is.
Today, the same question had the same beef Dr. Ben and them had back in the days. Why they got to convert? And if they got to convert, who's the boss of them? Why the light-skinned Jew was beefing with Dr. Ben? Dr. Ben said, convert to who? Convert to what? I'm basically trying to argue that he original.
But then, Marine, but the whole standpoint, we look into Dr. Ben's. I don't want to talk about it because Dr. Ben is interesting. Did Dr. Ben keep the traditions of his forefathers?
No, he did not. No, he did not.
Or was it just a talking point about blackness and he descends?
Of course, it was a talking point. That's how come he ended up rocking out and giving the Nation of Islam all them books. They was moving together in the Lord. They said Dr. Ben had 360 degrees of that knowledge. They said y'all running about talking about 96 degrees of the rights of Mizraim and all of that. 33 degrees that y'all gave them light-skinned folk. They said Dr. Ben had 360 of this is law. But y'all too scared to say it's law. It's make-believe. It's shaping a nation, giving the people a doctrine, building the people. Some lies, the truth. Listen. The ends justify the means. If a lie is gonna make Muhammad Malcolm X stop sleeping with white women and stop smoking weed and doing dope, so be it. What's the beef? Till he went over there and he saw the truth. Wait a minute, some light-skinned people, and they follow Islam too. Never mind.
Yep. It shows, bro.
So you can change built off a lie. Them brothers was on the corner selling drugs. So what? He saw a UFO. So what?
Yeah. Oh my God. Shows phenotype is fluid. But we've been
saying
saying
that. Tell these people that. How you can't tell these people that when it's light-skinned brothers on the corner, they ready to hurt polite over the light-skinned brothers. The other guy said you could kill my mama. You can't even talk to these people. I don't know what to say. There is not an apologetic. You can't, like, when you want to speak in defense, because a lot of this stuff it's so all over the place. Yes, Brian, they still have a black father. Great God in heaven. Great God in heaven.
Oh my!
This where we start arguing about Drake and Bob Marley and Sean Paul. This where the nonsense going to begin.
And
this where the nonsense going to begin.
And
then somebody going to come in here and tell us about Putin and the great light that Putin had with them dark images, and them images come 1,400 years after the fact. But you can't talk to these people. I don't know how they do it in Freemasonry because some people believe Hiram Abiff was a real person. Others don't. Say what difference does it make? We understand the doctrine. This is different.
Yeah. You know, blood-wise, looks can be deceiving. Somehow we forgot that. Bloodline, yes. Culture and faith, no. Our ancestors separate for a reason. Otherwise, why did two communities not get along? And now it kind of goes to why did Jews and black folk? Why did this? And it's like, what are we doing?
Where did that come from?
If Ad what?
Don't play Meg. Don't play Meg. Don't know he can't even joke with. He can't even joke with D folk. He can't even joke with D for sarcasm. Don't work here because folk take that and run with it and believe that and get them making TikToks. The other guy came on. He said, "Sakari said we were number. Berean, you said Sakari said." Well, I'm like, Father God, boy, you can't get the joke around with these folk. Other Israelite who came on here a long time ago, not too long ago, a few months back, an Israelite came on. He said, "Show me where all camps say all the Europeans are Esau." He said, "We never said that." How do they know which one? Like in Africa, how you know who's a dirty, filthy African and who's an Israelite? In Ghana, and where y'all open up schools, Nigeria, all Limba is Israel. I agree with Terrence Jones. Let's get back to worship. True worship is going to worship the Father in spirit and truth. An Israelite said that the Messiah of the world. Oh, I forgot world don't mean world. Don't nothing mean nothing no more.
And then, Brent, when we say all don't mean all, folks, what do you mean?
World don't, thank you. And when we say all don't mean all, y'all don't understand what world means. In John 3:16, world without end. The world is Israel. You got an animal world, a bird world, a kingdom world, and all of that other nonsense, and give you a bunch of nonsense. Because world don't mean world, but black, yo, it ain't nothing to be done. It ain't nothing to be done. And even after what Met explained, we got somebody to turn around and jump. Yo, I can't make this up. We are not all the same. God has not created every human being on this planet the same. I promise y'all that. We might have some abilities, but some of us lack in some areas. And I'll say I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. But some of these people come around here thinking they're a sharp knife. They're a butter knife coming to teach us the doctrine. They are the prophets, and we got to listen to them. And they experts in Hebrew, they experts in DNA, till we bring a real expert on. Or somebody that's more familiar with it, then they cussing. Then it's the ad hominems. I no longer support Berean TV.
Bring you think the Israelites mixed with any Hittites?
No, you can't say that in front of these people. We ain't mixed with nobody.
And the Hittites are Indo-European?
We ain't mixed with nobody. When the other dude said, yo, all of the mixed multitude died out in the wilderness and Joshua and them represented the pure bloodline, I was done from there. Going into the land, I was done from there. Then they went to Hagar. Who they went to? They went to the they was up at the strip spot. So we going to spy out the land. First place they went to was the strip spot. She had faith. She heard. She ended up coming into the bloodline.
Oh, what's your question, Mac? Y'all, I missed it. If you can just repost it. I don't know if you put it. I didn't see the comment. Let me see.
All right, at least he said more than, and not Japheth at all, because at least he said more than.
Yeah, post that back up there so I can see. So Mac,
which one?
No, Mac, y'all. I'm saying, could you repost your question? I might have missed. I don't think there was a question mark in the end.
All of this to push Europeans out the equation, Japheth out the equation.
But JL Tar, you got his I don't know. Okay, the Nubians who left with Moses, were they Israelites or the mixed multitude? They'll be part of the, just depending. You know what I'm saying? If they convert, I'll see them in Israel, but if not, it just be part of the mixed multitude. So I'm not saying you wouldn't have blackness or mixing, but the whole standpoint is we've seen it in America. We've seen folks that are black, dark. You with a light-skinned chick and the children are darker. Are lighter.
Russell Higgins, if Israel was pure and all black in the beginning, when did they get diluted? Because there's some people that believe they were a mixed multitude from the gate. They were diluted as soon as they became a nation at the foot of Mount Sinai. The 70 might have went in, Moses went and got him a wife from who God knows where. Let's just put it there, because y'all get the beefing that he had one wife, that he had two wives with Zipporah, the Cushite, y'all get going all over the place. So I try to keep it very, very simple over here. When did they get diluted? Gentile. When did they get diluted? Russell Higgins. Closer to the 1st century in Babylonian captivity, where they diluted from the gate. It's okay if they were a mixed multitude from the gate. Maybe God in his foreknowledge. It's okay.
And I don't know, Breen.
Hey, yo, Alton don't even know we can't joke. Y'all don't know I be feeling like crying, y'all. We'll ask the same question and get different answers on different days, y'all.
And then what's crazy is, Breen, when you go to Africa, not everyone is just black.
Not everybody.
Evo, there's different skin tones. You ever see there's different skin tones? So they won't let Albert Bivens' grandson play Jesus because he's not dark enough.
You got to call for this. Could be a little bit of nonsense. We got to be honest.
A little colorism. If you just not dark enough,
got to be some color, and colorism been among us, y'all.
He got the bloodline. He descends from the teacher, which folks can't even have him as Moses. Why?
Now they asking, is he really the bloodline that anybody source it? Because they mind can't grasp it. He's too light skinned, not what they envisioned in their minds. Come on, matter of fact, let me put a link out there. Come on, y'all. Time for some action. Because maybe somebody can help us clear some of this up. Because we could just be, it could be stupid Christianity that have our minds deluded. Don't come and broad brush and say the stuff Deacon play. We beyond those games and the name caller. We're beyond that.
And then you're talking about a people group that's been scattered, that migrates, that are merchants, and expect them not to mix with. I don't know.
And then if you go by the pattern of Abraham and them, they ain't had no problem mixing. They ain't had no problem snatching something up. Later on, Solomon ain't had no problem snatching something up. David or Uriah the Hittite, David ain't had no problem snatching something up. A fatty is a fatty.
Yep. You got Europeans today that have the DNA of Attila the Hun.
Come on.
You have a people that was a conquering people. It's like they fit all the classes in society, from slave to master, kings. It's just like, I don't know.
And don't think for 1 minute that Rachel Dolezal is she's unique in world history, or that just came about. Other cultures have often took on the roles of other, just to blend in with the people, because they say, I like those people. I choose to be among them people and with them people. I know some guys that have messed with that girl, Rachel Dolezal, when I questioned her twice.
Yeah, just like in New York. She looked black. No, she's not black.
Come on.
Folks mixed with Cubans, Irish. I don't know. So you got they're in a hub of trade. They got a seaport. Sailors are known for, but I don't know. They're in a place where there's constant warfare too. Esau mixed with some Canaanite. Yeah, so Terrence Jones, thank you. So the descendants of Esau that mixed with Canaanites, what happened to them? They the light skinness, that the Canaanite blood didn't stop that. They just continue to get lighter and lighter, wider and wider. Isn't that what we're told with Jacob and the patriarchs?
That's the story.
And one of Ishmael's wives was an Ishmaelite as well.
That's the story.
So how come the Canaanite blood didn't stop Esau's descent from getting wider? Oh no, they mixed with the Horites. That's what they're gonna say. They went to the caves. All right. Fair use. Let's get the Art of War.
It's making perfect sense to some people, and it's making perfect sense. Now, some people could be wondering and thinking, but to other people, make perfect sense.
We talk about how do you know? How do y'all maintain that? All right, fair use.
Bibbins' great grandchildren.
Yeah, 4 generations removed. So some of his descendants, yeah, it's like I said, it's a testament to how foolhardy it is to try to determine someone's lineage based on their outward appearance. You know, within just a few generations, you can look very different from one of your ancestors and be very different culturally, you know?
And we have multiple means of confirmation for
Brian didn't know it's a bloodline. But now there's caveats of what is also culture too and beliefs. What? And then when folks say, well, yeah, being a Jew is an ethno religion, oh no, that don't make no sense whatsoever. I don't get that. But if you don't believe like an Israelite, if you don't have certain customs and culture, oh, it don't matter if you bloodline. It don't matter if Drake's father is black, his mother, and then in Ezra, what are we doing? But it's about a bloodline. All right. And converse, anyway.
Yeah, I said them scriptures. They tell me them scriptures don't bother me one bit.
And then bring going to the yeah, we also gotta talk about the religious abuse and all that kind of spiritual bypassing. So when you put events on to the spirit, anyway, let me play fair use.
what we're talking about here. But some of it we're not going to show to keep the family's privacy, because really it's about Bibbins and then his ideological descendants, if you will, not necessarily blood relatives, although it relates to One West history. But we have Daniel Bibbins confirming those are his granddaughters. So we have a Facebook post that does that. Like I said, that we're not going to show, but I have it here right in front of me. And that's significant. So we have confirmed this through multiple means, is my point.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Now,
here's something. So there used to be a yeshiva, like for children, that you could send children to in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. I'm from the Lower East Side. That's
a
why it's significant to me.
yeshiva, would you say is simply a Jewish day school?
Yeah, essentially, yeah, basically a Jewish, almost like a seminary, a Jewish school is a yeshiva. Yeshiva means school, you know. And generally, we think of yeshivas as like, you know, teaching adults and stuff like that. But there have been yeshivas that you could send children to. And there was one called Yeshiva Zichron Moshe, right? Jacob Fried wrote about this way back in the 60s. Bibbins, Edward Meredith Bibbins, the man whom one Westers call Abba Bibbins, his son Chaim and his daughter-in-law, the wife of Chaim, Esther Bibbins, they were sending their kids to one of these rabbinic yeshivas in the Lower East Side, Yeshiva Zichron Moshe, you know, and Daniel Bibbins, if I'm not mistaken, is a product of that. If not, but certainly it's interesting that Bibbins' grandkids, you know, while Bibbins was still alive, his grandkids were attending a rabbinic yeshiva.
And in fact, you can even find, well, not anymore, but at one time you could find them doing a rendition of the Chad Gadya. How do you say?
Yeah, you got it. Chad Gadya. Yeah, Chad Gadya it's an Aramaic song. It's popular amongst children. It means literally one goat, you know?
So here, I'm going to play some audio from that. No video,
Yeah,
but I'm just going to play some audio. I have the video here, but you're not going to see it, everyone. But I'm going to play some
this
audio.
is just to set it up. It's Bibbins' great-great-grandchildren in the state of Israel singing in Aramaic.
Bibbins' great-great-grandchildren in the state of Israel singing in Aramaic. Let that sink in.
All right, Mac, y'all. There's a town in Michigan where people look white, but they are black. It's not an issue on color. It's an issue on who the true people are. Okay, but Mac, y'all, if you were to make a first century movie or play, would you be cool with them playing the Bible characters? Would you be cool with? Hold on, let me get that guy. Hold on, let me get this guy. Fair use.
That's great. No, that's great. Let's just jump right into it. Are you black?
I really wanted to cover that. I'm actually happy about this. Explain your blackness or level of blackness.
So my level of blackness, I mean, I put, you know, it's like light skin. I'm bright skin.
Ooh.
So, like, I'm
okay.
above-
Bright skin. I like that.
I'm above.
My child's bright skin.
I'm above light skin. No, but yeah, my dad's black. Anytime people find out, y'all know.
So could he play Jesus? His dad is black. I'm going what he's saying. His dad is black. If he plays Jesus, is that okay? I would. Mac, y'all, but you're saying it's not about issue of color, but who the true people are. So Mac, y'all, so it's because Charleston Heston with the 10 Commandments, right? Because his dad wasn't black. But if his dad was black, then Charleston Heston's good. It's all about you. All right. Yo, I'm not dealing. Maybe the images are right all along. Yep, okay, I'm with you, man. It's about the truth. But I was seeing we have folks within a generation, not even like 100 years. And again, yeah, might as well accept Ashkenazi at this point. I don't know. But it's not. It's about lineage and blood. But you have folks with the same blood that, yeah. If it's about paternal descent, then morphology is moot. But okay, I'm with you. I don't care that Charleston has played Moses. And Mac, I'm not trying to put on you, but that's an argument that has come up a lot. Okay, so you said you don't care that Charleston has played Moses. The issue is if we are the people, why are they hiding it? But Mac, y'all, how are they hiding it? Are you talking about in the images? In what? How are they hiding it? Okay, thank you, Darren Mason. His dad is mixed, mom is white. Okay, so we got to even look to his dad to make sure his father's father is black. So I'm asking, who is they? Still got to prove you the people. Let this finish, and we're gonna give it the vocab. Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, that's not it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think even that's Brian. I don't know if you did, Brian. Okay, Brian might have stepped away. With the tribes being lost, when did that myth start, and by who? The whole thing about the lost tribes. And Brian, remember, I think that even is tied to even some Masonic lore. The final name is Florian Hartenstein. Hartenstein? Oh God. Okay, we gotta go into that. Okay. Fair use.
Kim Peel, the show.
Yeah.
So like when Barack Obama's
Yeah.
going in, white man handshake different, black.
Mm-hmm.
When they find out I'm black,
You got the good handshake.
It changes. Like, it's the whole vibe. The whole vibe changes. It goes from hey, Zay, how you doing? Hey, yo, Zay, what up, man? You good? So the whole vibe changes.
They were giving you one of these before the straight hand?
No, it's really like I think Hart did the same thing.
Yes.
He's like, oh,
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
I'm
pleasure
like,
to meet you.
You know I'm black. It changes. Like, oh, Zay.
Yeah, I heard you was black, bro. I found out he was black. I was like, yo, that's crazy.
No, but yeah.
So Russell Higgins, he gotta be dark skinned. If he's not dark skinned, it's not biblical. Wow.
My dad is probably the same skin tone as y'all, but my mom's genes kind of took over with that.
How was growing up?
Massive.
And it goes on like that for 3 more minutes. So I don't know if there's any significant.
No, there's no need to go on. Yeah, but
play.
yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, and in like you said, in the state of Israel, in the living fully rabbinic lives, fully mainstream Jewish lives.
And so this is part of One West history in a way. It also shows that you never know who you'd be condemning based upon their morphology, because they may be condemning Pibbin's own offspring. And also shows, as aforementioned, the common move from One Westism or something like it into more traditional forms of Judaism. This does happen. In fact, Andre Key, a well-known scholar of Israelism, was once in the old UPK, and he wrote his doctoral thesis on it. It was one of the first doctoral theses I discovered when I was poking around for doctoral dissertations that related to One Westism. Do you remember when I first sent you that? And there was a whole chapter when he was at the HBCU and he talked about being in UPK. Now I know some of the language people aren't going to understand what I'm saying here, but do you remember that?
Yeah,
Andre
no,
Key?
definitely. I definitely remember you sending it to me. I probably still have it somewhere.
Yeah. So, and
you were about to say that this gentleman, Mr. Key or Dr. Key, did he himself embrace Judaism? I don't know.
At one point, I don't know where he is now in his journey. Clearly, he did at one point. He may have moved into a more leftward direction. It's unclear because but it seems like at one point along the journey, and I'm not sure where he is now currently, embraced a more traditional form of Judaism as well. So this is fascinating. So guys, we specialize in this is what we're talking about. We're bringing it out. We have some other confirmatory things. For example, this other audio. Do you want to explain the source of that other audio, Abu?
No, I'm sorry. I'm not sure. I don't think. Is there any other audio? There's no other audio that needs to be played.
Oh,
I think the other video I sent
one?
you was just for you to see. It wasn't.
Oh, okay.
No, you don't need to play that. No, and I think it's just music anyway.
Okay.
One thing I'll say is that, interestingly, I think I alluded to this earlier. Daniel Bivens, he has a film called Pintele Yid. It's actually, that's another thing that's interesting. The film that Daniel Bivens made has a Yiddish title. Pintele Yid is actually, it means like sort of, literally means like the little point of a Jew. But I think Pintele is supposed to allude to like the spark, the divine spark. But even that's interesting, that this film, which Bivens' grandson made about Bivens' son and his, visiting Israel, it has a Yiddish title, Pintele Yid. I'd love to see it. So I know Sam Kessenbaum has tried to ask around. Hopefully, maybe this young man who's now studying in Manhattan, maybe he can help with that. That's a film that I think a lot of people would like to see. It's interesting.
Yeah, no doubt.
There's literally a film about Edward Meredith Bivens' son, the man called Abba Bivens, about his son going to the state of Israel to meet his family that's there because he stayed back in the United States apparently.
Now I'm going to go to Andrew Essenston's Twitter, and I told him about this as soon as I found out about it earlier today. Shout out again to Mr. Colazzo, the homie. And Andrew tweeted about it about 4 hours ago. So I briefly want to show everyone that and look at a little bit of that thread here. Oops, wrong. Let's see, wrong button. Okay, you guys can see that. So Andrew has written some articles I've been involved with and whatnot, and I want to show you this right here. And it's interesting. It appears that the great-grandson of Abba Bivens, sometimes spelled Bibbins, the founder of the Israeli Tanakh School, a.k.a. One West.
Now we gotta get to this multi-race, this mix, how this works. Hold on, y'all. Fair use. Fair use. I just want to see the community, right? If these folks should be considered Israel, are they black enough? Are they black enough? Would a dark-skinned image of Christ reflect who they are? Or they're falling and in a lower vibration? Fair use.
Director of the FBI being brought in to investigate the NFL's response.
Rutgers has suspended leading wide receiver.
Two San Antonio high school football players who each blindsided a referee.
Carolina being placed on probation here.
Hello, I'm Emmett Gill, and welcome to the 2-Minute Warning. Today, let's talk about biracial ballers and the U.S. women's soccer program. Biracial ballers. Is it just me, or is light skin back in? When watching the 2016 dunk contest and then the Final Four, I noticed what seemed to be an increased prevalence of light-skinned brothers balling. Take the dunk contest champion Zach LaVine or the runner-up Aaron Gordon. What hops? The light-skinned brothers dominated the dunk contest and seemed to be more prevalent across the NBA and, in fact, all sports. Now, I do not know exactly who is biracial versus those black males who consider themselves to be 100. What I'm saying is the light skin is back in. When thinking about race, what comes to mind is that race is a social construct, something that we created based on whatever criteria people use when trying to distinguish themselves from others. Are there any real differences or advantages between biracial versus all black ballers? Do biracial ballers come from families with higher income, say like Klay Thompson? Are they able to afford better training, maybe like Steph Curry? Are biracial ballers better received by coaches, faculty, and the media?
So is he trying to say that, wow, that now because it mix, there's other factors we got to conclude about economics and status, and that's included. Wow. But if they're black, just dark skin, it's just race, bro. It's just race. That's why. It's just the race. They racist. Wow. Yeah, all right.
For example, say like a Marcus Page. Are biracial ballers smarter? Because you know what they say about the white ballers. Will any of these perceptions or privileges, along with biracial ballers' physical talents and hard work and other attributes, lead to biracial ballers' dominance in basketball? Let's keep an eye on this. The U.S. women's soccer team. The U.S. women's soccer team has filed a wage discrimination suit against U.S.
Director of the FBI being brought in to investigate the NFL probation.
Hello, I'm Emmett Gill, and welcome to the 2-Minute Warning. Today, let's talk about biracial ballers and the U.S. women's soccer program. Biracial ballers. Is it just me, or is light skin back in? When watching the 2016 dunk contest and then the Final Four, I noticed what seemed to be an increased prevalence of light-skinned brothers balling. Take the dunk contest champion Zach LaVine or the runner-up Aaron Gordon. What hops? The light-skinned brothers dominated the dunk contest and seemed to be more prevalent across the NBA and, in fact, all sports. Now, I do not know exactly who is biracial versus those black males who consider themselves to be 100. What I'm saying is the light skin is back in. When thinking about race, what comes to mind is that race is a social construct, something that we created based on whatever criteria people use when trying to distinguish themselves from others. Are there any real differences or advantages between biracial versus all black ballers? Do biracial ballers come from families with higher income, say like Klay Thompson? Are they able to afford better training, maybe like Steph Curry? Are biracial ballers better received by coaches, faculty, and the media? For example, say like a Marcus Page. Are biracial ballers smarter? Because you know what they say about the white ballers. Will any of these perceptions or privileges, along with biracial ballers' physical talents and hard work and other attributes, lead to biracial ballers' dominance in basketball? Let's keep an eye on this. The U.S. women's soccer team. The U.S. women's soccer team has filed a wage discrimination suit against U.S. soccer in pursuit of greater equity in pay when compared to their male counterparts. In light of the enormous contribution that U.S. women's soccer has made to American soccer, the lawsuit just makes sense and should go forward. In fact, it makes dollars and cents. The U.S. women's soccer program generated $20 million more than the U.S. men's soccer program. And despite the lack of diversity in U.S. women's soccer, I can name several of the U.S. women's soccer players, but I only know one male U.S. player, and he's retired. Okay, make that two. Tim Howard. And I think he's a biracial baller. If the women's U.S. soccer team wins 20 friendlies, they earn $99,000. But if the U.S. men's team loses 20 friendlies, they still get $100,000. Now, you know, y'all, that's a damn shame. I'm Emmett Gill. This has been the 2-Minute Warning, and thank you for joining us.
Who got that book, Step into Zion? Leo, you got that book? The Lord just blessed us. I see that book $37, but if y'all think that book worth it, we're going to get it and we're going to read every bit of it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I see Jay Glider. My 27 years of travels never heard Miss lore on 10 Lost Tribes. Now, that's why I was saying I wasn't sure. But correct me if I'm wrong. Is the Lost Tribes, where does that come from? Is there any mix of
I don't know. I started reading about the Lost Tribes with Hancock in them. I know you know Hancock, right? You know Graham Hancock, Jay? I thought you meant the Lost Word. That's why I came back.
No, the Lost Tribes. Are they tied anyway to Mac's? That's why the Lost Tribes. So now,
but now to be honest, wait a minute. Now we got to separate. Is the Lost Tribe? Is the Lost Tribe? Jay, you believe you Israel, right? You believe the Lost Tribes are biblical, or that's some of the nonsense that was made up? We'll connect it to the identity theft later on.
Yeah, well, that's what Mac
and if James knew where the tribes were that were scattered, and Acts 2. Let me see. First, is the Lost, because I don't know what's what on this channel no more. Is red letter, is the lost tribes, Russell Higgins, is the lost tribes biblical, or that's not biblical? Can we establish that at least? Because, boy, we can't, I think it's a little hard to agree on that. We didn't create that. Is he talking, how many times do people have to tell you it's not about skin color? It's about who you descend from. All right, so there's plain light skin. All right, that was y'all conversation before you came in here. I know they a couple seconds back.
Okay, Breen, he's saying that, right? But I showed the player in the NBA that's bright, light,
almost white, and you showed Bivens' great grandson and said, he played Jesus, and Russell was one of the first ones to object.
That's not biblically correct. But how's it not about skin color?
How, Russell? How can you say it's not biblically accurate?
So if we're doing an after school program with a whole bunch of black kids, right? The light skinned mixed kid can't
play. Come on.
You can't play Jesus. You got to play the wrong.
Or if we was having a Sunday school play. Oh, but like Al just said, black people can't be racist, so that it won't be that. It ain't that. Nobody can see that there's a little bit of crazy going on in here. Nobody can see that.
That's why I put the biracial basketball player. So with the black Jesus, does that look like them? And that colorism that plays a factor. Because Brian, if you want,
where did we get the idea, Russell Higgins? Where did we get the idea Adam was black like me, Jesus was black like me? Red letter. Where did we get that idea from? Come on. I know some enlightened soul gonna say the Bible.
Wait, what book did Mosaic send you?
Oh no. Which book? Oh no, not that. No sex food. That's a special ed book. I didn't mess with most sex ed. That's a special ed book. How to train a Riri. Lord help us.
You know something, Brian? It seems like when we talk about the brother's light skin in this video, right?
I told you most sex and little mother. I told y'all, but I'm gonna just leave it alone.
Yeah. Let me go back to the brother.
I'm gonna show you the book. I'm gonna put the book in the back chat where most excellent said, I can't do this.
Bree, you see the brother, right?
My Israelite friends.
Oh my. All right, so Bree, you see the brother, right? The presenter. He's light skinned, right?
Correct.
And I say so. When darker skinned athletes don't succeed, it's because of race. How much nuance is presented? So when light skinned biracial athletes succeed, there's all these factors. What are we doing?
Russell and them got to explain that. Don't put that on me. Russell got to explain that right there.
Because it seems like there's an undertone like, should black folks just marry light-skinned white women
and blend and lighten up the race? You ain't got to bleach like Jamaica. Everybody dark by marry light skin. What's the rapper from Florida named the Haitian brother? He said, I don't want nobody black like me.
Is that the solution?
Kodak Black. He said, I don't want nobody black like me.
Because it seems like now he's asking all these questions, and it's like there's just an undertone. What are you trying to say, bro? So because they're light skinned, they have a better economic class, they're treated better, this and that. So what are you trying to promote? Bro, I don't want it. I don't want it.
Light skin is the right skin. You see the book?
I see the book.
Yo, shut the channel down. We better even say that word. I say it, but we can't be saying that word on here. These folk too sensitive.
See, because Clay Thomas, because folks, what we say about Jesse Owens? The reason he
won the guy, Jesse Owens, when the guy that was running track,
and with the Nazis and Hitler talking all that pure Aryan race and with
yep,
right,
the pure blood.
So now, with Clay Thompson, well, he's successful. He's mixed. Well, it has to be economic factors, nothing genetic, right?
I don't know. The other guy said genetically we're superior, and the scientists that even bear witness with that. I can't find none of the statements they be making.
Oh no.
But somebody said Dunamis played the video to show that we were superior the other day.
I got the videos lined up. You want
what video was he talking about? He said you had played it the other day.
I got them lined up.
Oh, go ahead then.
We got to get up Black Power. And look, fair use.
We're Nameless Soul. I wonder if he going for this nonsense.
And it's a whole standpoint, Brandon. I stand with the people, but there's a level of do we really in the black community do we accept light skin?
No, light skin didn't want to accept us. That was Prince Hall and the House Negroes. They treated us some type of way because they wanted to help lighten the race. The paper bag test with the Divine Nine, they wanted to help lighten the race. They say Prince Hall was even a mulatto. Or a lot of the earlier Freemasonry, they argued for certain things, but them was light-skinned folk. And they built and they moved with abolitionists and they moved. A lot of even the historical black universities, them with the daddies was them white men.
Well,
but they wanted their slave children to at least get an education to bring a class of people up. Come on, y'all.
Well,
but some of them light-skinned people moved with us. They would work undercover, like they was white, and they would work with us. But some of them really, I'm y'all ain't me. I ain't never bad. Don't bring nothing black into this house. Plenty of people, grandmama said that. Don't bring nothing black up in this house. And it was light-skinned black people that didn't want that.
So that's what caused attention within our, not just white supremacy, but also.
And Willie Lynch, separate the light from the dark, the old from the young.
Yeah. Thomas Jefferson.
Come on.
But then, Bree, what about Booker T. Washington? Strong black man. Ex-slave.
Y'all got the nerve to hate on them.
Yeah, Booker T. Washington, and then W.D. Du Bois. Anyway. That talented 10th and all that kind of stuff.
Come on.
But then he ended up leaving the country, run to Ghana.
This is crazy.
But Booker T. Du Bois stuck it out. Talking about people get trades, get skills. Black man, own what you have. Uplift the black men. The sisters can be uplifted too. You know
Russell Higgins said it's not biblical. So if it's something that's not biblical, it's a lie. Because I didn't see a question mark. He's saying it. He ain't asking it.
Yeah, so if Jesus is played by a light-skinned black man, Russell Higgins, could Neil deGrasse Tyson play Jesus?
I'm a little bit scared. Mess around with Russell.
Yeah, could Neil deGrasse Tyson, someone his skin color, he's a little darker. You see his fro. Could someone like him play Jesus?
At least accept him. Nah, he looked too close like Bin Laden.
Yeah.
This is really a mess. But and then they claim it. Show me skin doctrine without saying skin doctrine.
Yeah. Hold on, yo, Terrence, stop it. Booker T with green eyes.
Yep. I'll leave him alone. Cheddar Man had blue eyes. He black too. Original Man, leave him alone. The original man doctrine.
Yeah.
Original man had all type of stuff. He could have blonde hair and blue eyed and be black like me. It's okay.
Call him.
Alton Chip is on full activation.
W. Du Bois was a brother of Alpha Phi Alpha, even Whitney Young. Yeah, but Keys, you rock out with. I don't want to get to a dichotomy because there's some elements where he said with education and whatnot. But for the people as a whole, who are you rocking out with more, W. Du Bois or Booker T? Could they put the two against each other? Like Booker T is some old country Negro that don't understand the time, just want black folks to be subservient.
He couldn't play Jesus in an Asian country. My God.
Bro, their responses.
Y'all said the Asians wanted the black man to come over there and plant babies up in them. Comment section just ill. We can't learn nothing in the comment section. It can be nothing but confusion and madness and beefing.
And then also, folks, I don't know. Whitney Young was 13 years old when he pledged to my college. So, Keys, it sounds like you more the talented 10th.
Yes. I told you he light skin. I know what the light skinned folks speaking.
Let me let this play. I can't stand most excellent.
I'm gonna put up the book. That's how I fix him. I'm gonna put the book up. I'm gonna put the book up right now.
Fair use. Let me let this play.
Because the anthropologists were not thinking genetic diversity, they're thinking skin color. They put them all in one bin. But if you have the most genetic diversity, then in practically every way humans vary, you would find the extreme of that in the African continent. Where would you find the tallest people in the world? Watusi tribe of Africa. How about the shortest people in the world?
Pygmies.
The Pygmies. Not even that far away.
Right.
Geographically. They have the same skin color, so the Europeans said these are one group of people, one race. Where might you find the slowest people in the world? Well, no one looks for them. Where would you find? There's no races to find the slowest people. How about the fastest people? Africa. Okay. People of African descent have dominated the long distance as well as the sprint, two completely different physical abilities. Oh, but they're all dark-skinned people. They're all Negroes. Okay. Where would you likely find the dumbest person in the world? Africa. How about the smartest person in the world? Africa.
How about the Egyptians?
The
From
Europeans did not look for people smarter than they were. Okay. And to this day, where they find evidence where that might have been the case, you have people saying aliens did it. Egypt is, of course, in Africa.
Yeah.
A brilliant civilization. Oh my gosh. While Europeans were still either disemboweling heretics or whatever the hell they were doing, I was even before that, thousands of years ago. So my point is, if you don't look for it and you don't find it and you're going to create a map of humans of the world, you're going to put yourself at the top. That's what you're going to do. And you're going to write things like this. Who do you want to hear from? Thomas Jefferson or Francis Galton?
Jefferson.
Jefferson, 1785. Speaking of the Negroes, comparing them by their faculties of memory, reason, and imagination, it appears to me that in memory, they are equal to the whites. In reason, much inferior, as I think one could scarcely be found capable of tracing and comprehending the investigations of Euclid. And in imagination, they are dull, tasteless, and anomalous.
What is Euclid?
I honestly don't know how many Euclid-fluent white people Jefferson knew in the original American colonies. Euclid invented geometry. Okay, Euclidean geometry is ancient Greece. And his books still exist to this day.
Now I want Jay to tell me about Euclid and
the black slaves
Abraham.
don't know Euclid, can't figure out Euclid.
Well, they haven't been educated.
Jay, I want Jay to tell me about Euclid and Abraham and the mysteries of Egypt. Now, oh no, but this is the original man doctrine. I thought y'all said they said the Hebrews were superior. That's what Deacon talking about, the original man doctrine? Oh boy, yeah, we getting ready to beef. We getting ready to beef. Bruce tried to pull that on me, and I said, but you ain't the original man. Y'all don't claim the original man. Wait a minute now. Oh, yeah, we got beef. Yeah, we got beef. Yeah, we got beef. He's talking about the dirty, filthy Africans, according to Johanna.
Yeah, but Brent,
Pygmy in them. That's the dirty, filthy Africans.
But Israel is African.
Those ain't the pure brown Israelites. Oh, yeah, we got to, we're a red letter. We got to talk. I'm scratching my head now. So the Israelites was the original man or the original Israelites? There's a difference between the original man and the original Israelites. Oh yeah, this is not going good. Now y'all going, I ain't got no chip. I thought that was a chip, but I ain't got no chip because y'all finna get, ooh, y'all are different. No, just leave it alone, Berean. Just leave it alone. Russell Higgins, what's the difference between the original man and the original Israelites? Nah, this math ain't too good. This math ain't too good.
Brent, how it's going is almost like
oh, yo, I got to give this up. Yeah, it's only one truth. No, not dark enough. Just tell me where you're getting this from, Russell. I'll tell you where my nonsense come from if you tell me where yours come from. Some camps do say Adam was a Hebrew. You gonna, Father, hey yo, let's give it up. It's work. I don't care what you say. It's better to deal with the Israelites that we beefing with because the camps is taking us into the camp's gonna drag us all into outer darkness. We so deep in the weeds right now. Weed whack ain't gonna help. If every one of us had a weed whacker, we couldn't get out this hole.
And Brent,
We
now
couldn't get out these high weeds.
Brent, now it does raise a question. Maybe that's why the Israelites had to mix with the Canaanites, the original man, to strengthen them. Is that a possibility?
To get some of it could be, but
to get the power, the strength.
But then they turn around and make it sound like the Canaanites were bad. That's how come I know that was them other people. Then they wrote Talmud about black. I know that was them other people. But y'all are saying that they stole y'all identity, but they were not asking them. Walsh, nobody in the history of this channel, 8.5 years, nobody ever told me if Maimonides and Josephus was black Hebrew Israelites. Y'all ain't gonna never confess that. I'll wait for the day because I'm gonna lash you. I'm gonna beat you and drag you behind that pickup truck. I wish y'all would, but nobody gonna do it. Y'all won't. Y'all dare not say that. Y'all dare not say that, and nobody answered it.
That's what happened. That's why
y'all feel dead.
Abraham saw the power.
Now I gotta get gone feeling the most ignorant of them on here now. Oh,
they saw the power of Egypt, right? And they saw what happened with, their father Abraham. Then Isaac went to Egypt. Even Jacob went to Egypt. And Joseph with his Egyptian wife and his son.
This Elder Green. This Elder Green right here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. Go ahead, Elder. Let me make sure I got this thing off. Go ahead, Elder. Yeah. That's what you call for, right? Come on, talk your talk.
We can't hear him.
Hold on. They can't hear you anyway. I might go out there. Oh, I'm gonna send him the link. Hold on. Go ahead, Dumas. Let me talk to Elder.
Let me let this finish, and I got another way lined up.
But regardless, how many white farmers in 1785 USA
also
were New Euclid?
Yeah,
no,
zero.
Okay. But whatever were his observations and objections to black people, he had no hesitation continually mating with at least one of them, producing 6 children. So you know what I did here? Then there's a guy who wrote a whole book comparing black people and white people, a book that was used into the 1960s. It was called The Origin of Races by Carlton Kuhn. He wrote, if Africa was the cradle of mankind, which he recognizes, it was only an indifferent kindergarten. Europe and Asia were our principal schools. So these are people putting themselves at the top. He's white, so he's got to put white people at the top. Then I thought, suppose anthropologists were black racists instead of white racists. What would they write? What would they come up with?
Well, also what he's saying is ridiculous because if it's kindergarten, how did they do the pyramids? It's the most complex structures ever known to man.
Hold on. So
we can't reproduce today.
You gotta stop right there.
All of it's ridiculous.
My only point is
stop right there. I think Ella was trying to say he believed that the Adam and them was original. You gotta stop right there. Now everybody is all right. Russell Higgins said mic drop. Everybody's familiar with the outer Africa theory. You believe that the Bible teaches the fertile the Euphrates River is the cradle of civilization, or Egypt is the cradle of civilization, or all of that could have been the garden. Racism with interpretation on who people were. That's why the Afrocentric said certain things. You believe the Greeks came out smart, or the Greeks had teachers prior to them? We might need Garfield. Just where the beef finna come in.
Oh, I got some more lined up.
Because Garfield don't want Garfield want to tear down. Well, he said, I got to give them. He said Dr. Bennett, John Henry Clark, and them had their place. 47th problem of Euclid. What that got to do with Abraham in the book of Genesis? Now, that law, I could go with some of that law. There was a wisdom handed down. But where did it come from? No, we can't talk because Leo going to say you Lumeria, and that's where we got from Babylon to Timbuktu. They believe the Lord. They take the Lord too far. Oh, I got to pull up some mess. Y'all finna get black power. Y'all finna get some slides. We're going to all beef today. Matter of fact, we're going to go all beef today. Let me get Ella Green and get on this organ. I'm going to try to go outside and get Ella Green and get on this organ. We might as well just block Mo Sexton and all JT Mack and them right now. Or we could put the Bible down and we could go somewhere, because if Neil deGrasse Tyson, first of all, before you drag them, you got to get the rope. Who agrees with what they just heard from Neil deGrasse Tyson, type of one? We'll fix y'all, because y'all said that apologists couldn't use certain things. Cross-examine, I'm sorry, sis, I got to do this in front of you. Tell the bishop, don't let the bishop and them get mad at me, but I'm finna do this in front of everybody right now. Type of one, if you agree with what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. I tell you, the deacon that I was up there with, that's his cousin. That's his first cousin, my deacon up there, smart brother. Shout out to deacon and my Oneness Apostolic people upstate New York. Holiness church. They oneness, but they holiness. They don't want that Trinity. Nothing came from, nothing came with, that's how they would have us to believe. That's what they would have us to believe, that Adam and Eve was dumb. I'm not saying they were writing, but the Bible said that they named all the animals. Somebody was smart. Somebody lived a long time. We could start off right there.
All right, Brent, I got you lined. I got some videos.
Jay said the original man. Wait a minute. Oh boy, this is too much confusion. No wonder there's a reason this was never taught this way in Sunday school. You understand, G, I love Jesus? There was a reason that it was taught this way. Oh boy. Out of Africa or out of the moon, we are still mere mortals, like dust before God. That ain't nothing. Gia light skin, and she's trying to give us game right now. The light skinned people been doing that. Y'all get on the back of the bus for a change. Because y'all was lifting and sitting down in the front of the bus when our feet was hurting and we was in the back. Sit down, Gia. Sit down in the back of the bus for a minute. Sit down, and as a matter of fact, you got a seat in the front. You got to get up and let me sit down. Dark-skinned people gonna sit on the front seat of the bus this one time. It's okay, Gia. You can get mad, go call YouTube and all of them and tell them Berea put you in the back of the bus. Come on, Ray, we can't play with these people one day. Can we have one day? They got a whole month with the light-skinned people rule Black History Month. Can we have one day? Elder Green doesn't scream black power to me. You can't get somebody darker. Can you get somebody darker? Oh, she's talking about my friend complexion. Ooh,
your brand comes out. You know what's great? What I say? Ooh,
they talk about my friend now. They talk about my friend Elder Green. Oh, this is a mess. This is a mess.
No, Marine,
He placed Adam in the east from the west of the Euphrates. Okay, let me see. I'll just be watching. Let me see where they got to go. Who are we going to tie up? We can't tie up everybody. We got to tie up the main characters. The rest will just follow. Somebody going to get tied up today. Don't laugh, Ray. Don't laugh at. Oh, man, I can't even get serious with these people. Play the video. And then little mother, you of all people? Is she lying, though? So Elder Green, too light-skinned to give y'all doctrine? Now, Rev C said, now the devil's a liar. Rev C said, the light of the person, the pure of the doctrine. Now, that's a devil. That lie is a devil right there, right out seminary. I don't know which one, but one of them seminaries, that sounds like a seminary lie right there. I don't want to call out the elephant in the room. Oh. So she's saying we have the, wait a minute. So she's saying we have the nerve to be talking about that. And one of the pastors in here is the lightest black that we've ever seen in this now United States of America. This is a whole mess. Dunamis, let me just Dunamis. I gotta go gather myself.
I got some black power. Brent, I'm gonna get these people right. I got some videos gotta play.
And when Dunamis said that, I know he's working against me.
Brent, I got you, bro.
No, you don't want the original man. You let him out.
You want to see this?
You want us in the mountains. You want us in the mountains.
No. Let me show you the next video I got lined up. Hold on one second.
No, let's finish. Oh man. Oh, yo, let me go. Let me go.
I got the next video is how black people are genetically superior. Black genes, fair use.
When you have that mindset and you have to put yourself at the top, and all people with dark skin are one entity, You're not looking for people smarter than you. You're not. There's other evidence here. Do you realize that the people who get the highest scores on standardized tests in England are people, immigrants from the Igbo tribe in Nigeria? And
let me bring up the Nigerian girl that you just said,
all
who wrote this paper?
the quote native white people.
She said, then Gia got the nerve to do me a favor, little mother. You're gonna get off that organ. I'm gonna lock the organ up. People always playing with the organ. They don't know we gotta pay to tune the piano, and kids after service, kids always going up there touching stuff. She talking about this your fault, Berean. You're turning me into Black Power. I should have stayed on the channel last night and got the chip. He had the altar open and he was giving the chips out last night. I should have said, but I said, I'm getting up off this channel. Then he got the organ playing. Come on, Berean, receive the chip. Let me pull up some Alton video. I can't make this up. We're going to get nowhere in life until we bow down and accept that one West got the true doctrine and Christianity has failed us all. Unbelievable. Go ahead and play the videos. This is a mess.
In the town. If you're not looking for them, you're not finding them. It just doesn't, it's a thing. It's all here in this chapter. And all I'm doing is bringing science to it. That's all I'm.
He said science. Let me see what he can bring. He said all they're doing is bringing science to it. Y'all don't want that science in the Bible together.
Someone claimed that Black people are superior. Labeling one group as superior and another as inferior is a flaw in our social structure. However, when examining genetics, certain factors can contribute to differences. Nature has favored Black people with exceptional genes, leading to their prominence in various domains such as sports, wrestling, and bodybuilding. But what specific factors contribute to their genetic superiority? Let's find out.
The Black History Archives.
Black individuals worldwide consistently excel in various domains, from sports like basketball and bodybuilding to physical attractiveness. This has fueled curiosity about whether a genetic factor contributes to their dominance in these areas. The reality is indeed rooted in the presence of superior genes within the Black community. In sports, Black athletes often stand out for their exceptional performance. Whether it's the electrifying moves on the basketball court or the awe-inspiring feats in bodybuilding competitions, the prowess of Black individuals has left many in awe. While talent, training, and dedication play crucial roles, the genetic foundation is equally significant. Genetically speaking, specific factors contribute to the athletic prowess of Black individuals. ACTN3, a gene influencing power generation, is a key player in this genetic game. That our allele of ACTN3 is prevalent among West Africans, allowing individuals to produce significant power and force. This genetic advantage sheds light on why Black individuals excel in sports that demand explosive movements, such as sprinting, basketball, and American football. Moving beyond the world of sports, the genetic story unfolds in the arena of bodybuilding. Here, myostatin mutations take center stage. Myostatin is a protein hormone that regulates muscle growth, and mutations in the myostatin genes of Black individuals have been identified. These mutations reduce myostatin production, allowing for muscle hypertrophy, the potential to develop and maintain large, strong muscles. This genetic advantage explains why individuals of sub-Saharan African descent often dominate in bodybuilding and other strength-based sports. However, the genetic edge extends beyond the physical prowess in sports and bodybuilding. Regarding physical attractiveness, Black.
He goes, just put us in the gymnasium and let us entertain you with athleticism. Now, Brand, I know we talked about the Black quarterback, right? But what is it? It's almost. Yeah.
Other strength-based sports.
He says strength-based sports. What does that mean?
Hold on. Russell Higgins. Russell Higgins, they don't want this. They don't want this right here. Russell Higgins, what's wrong with them? Christianity has done that to them. Christianity has done this to them. Russell Higgins, they don't want this right here. What's the problem?
Make that type shit. 81,000 for the teeth, I still ain't smiling for this bitch. This hope that she better than me, she on that IG model shit.
Russell Higgins, what's wrong with them, Russell Higgins?
Ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong. I'm just trying to break it down because most of the time trying to say like it's racist or something. Just put it in the gymnasium. I'm gonna let this play. Because the whole standpoint is, Brian, that if you're gonna conquer the whole world, you have to have a strength to you that no one else has.
Oh boy. That's right, little mama. I'm gonna send him your number.
And then, Brian, because the whole, like with the ark doesn't have a sail on it. I don't know when sail technology is developed, right? But with that strength, they might have been able to even canoe over long distances than other people's.
What that got to do with God directed that ark over the 40 days and what that got to do with it? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about ships that not having sails and whatnot. So maybe they rowed a longer distance because they had more stamina than other folks.
Hey, yo, I hate when people playing with my intelligence. This is what I'm talking about. This is the gas fight I'm talking about right here.
Prowess in sports and bodybuilding. Regarding physical attractiveness, Black individuals often radiate a unique and appealing aura. The myostatin mutations contributing to muscular physiques also play a role. Reduced myostatin allows for a sculpted physique that adds to the overall appeal. Additionally, androgen receptors, activated by hormones like testosterone,
my niece and see where she at.
play a significant.
I'll be tired. This one said Christianity ain't even Bible. You know we're not paying you no mind with that statement or this nonsense right here. Listen what the Queen said. Alexander the Great started politics. Alexander the Great came on the scene in 300 BCE. What in God's green earth you think was going on in all of them dynasties in Egypt before he got there? Oh, it wasn't politics because y'all think it was black folk, right? You think politics started with the Greeks? What is politicking? What's politics? Can you build this for me? Oh, I can't even do what these people want. Go ahead. Let me look at this. But do me a favor, please, y'all. When did politics start? Please. For right now will destroy the wisdom of what in God's earth they got to do upon. I'm getting off the internet. I'm getting off the internet right now.
We gotta.
Alexander was following Antiochus Epiphanes. Alexander came before Father God. Hey, yo, goodbye. Night. I'm just gonna do it like y'all do and go to sleep. It's sleepy time. What they get at baby? What they get at baby when the babies be trying to stay up all night? Whatever that is, I'm gonna drink a whole bottle of it. It's time to go to sleep. I don't even want to be woke like y'all folk.
All right, let's get back down to it. And I got some other videos lined up. One dealing with the history of white people. Brian, I got to break down the history of Europeans. You got to break down for that. We're gonna see. Now the views that empty present don't represent the panel of the speakers per se, but showing all the sides. Fair use.
Significant role in muscle growth. Research indicates that individuals of African descent tend to have higher androgen receptor sensitivity compared to other populations. Discuss these genetic advantages in detail to see where nature has blessed Black people. Genetic diversity is real when it comes to the Black community. We're talking about the kind of diversity that puts a spotlight on Africa, the motherland of humanity, with a hopping 1.4 billion people. It's like a genetic carnival where the main show features traits that range from the towering Dinka folks in South Sudan to the pint-sized Mbudi people in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Let's break it down. Africa isn't just a continent, it's a genetic treasure trove. It's not just about skin tones and hair textures, it's about genetics, which includes everyone from the broad-shouldered Maasai in Kenya to the lean and mean San people in Namibia. Now, don't think all black folks share the same DNA sequence. That's not how it goes. In the genetic world, that ensemble is the black community, and each DNA strand brings its flavor. Stroll through Africa, and you'll see genetics playing the lead role. In Nigeria, you've got the Yoruba people flaunting their melanin-rich skin like it's a fashion statement. Meanwhile, the Nubians in Sudan turn heads with their distinct facial features that scream individuality. But let's not forget the Khoisan people. They're like the genetic heroes, showing off traits that make you do a double take. From their unique click languages to their adapted immune systems, the Khoisan are the
All right, so Breen, this is who Jay was saying, Adam and whatnot. All right, let me just play.
rebels of the genetic landscape. Now, when we say black superiority, we're not talking about conquering others. We're talking about conquering the genetic game. It's fascinating how genetics tell a story, and in Africa, it's a tale of resilience, adaptability, and pure awesomeness. Take the Zulu warriors in South Africa, genetically wired for battle and courage. Their DNA is like a superhero origin story, creating warriors who don't just fight, they conquer. But let's not get it twisted. Genetic diversity isn't just about physical appearances. It's the secret behind the intellectual prowess of the black community, the ancient wisdom of the Dogon people in Mali, the mathematical genius of the Ashanti in Ghana. It's all written in the genetic code. So the next time someone tries to put the black community in a genetic box, hit them with the truth. Diversity is their strength. It's not about fitting a mold, but breaking it and creating a new narrative. But does natural selection play a role in this? Here's a reminder to please support us so we can make more videos for you by subscribing to our channel and giving the video a like. We want to build a strong community, and we need your support. Let's continue now. Natural selection is like the architect of genetic resilience, and in the black community, it's been busy shaping some serious superpowers. Check this out. Sickle cell traits among West Africans aren't just a genetic quirk. It's the result of Mother Nature playing defense against the malaria epidemic. Individuals rocking these traits have a built-in defense system against malaria, making them the genetic avengers of the African landscape. Survival of the fittest. It's more like the survival of the genetically wise. But that's not where natural selection takes a breather. Ever wonder why black athletes dominate the playing field with their athleticism and explosive moves? Thank natural selection for that VIP pass to the world of genetic athleticism. Let's break it down. It's not just about hitting the gym. It's about hitting the genetic jackpot. Natural selection has curated a genetic playlist for black individuals, and it's all about those muscle fibers. Fast twitch muscles? Check. Quick reflexes? Double check. It's like having a genetic cheat code for sports excellence. Now, we're not saying all black folks are Olympic contenders, but let's give credit where it's due. Natural selection has sprinkled some athletic stardust in the genetic mix. It's not about superiority. It's about having a genetic edge that's been fine-tuned over generations. But what is so special about black people's genes? Genetics isn't just a spectator in the world of sports. It's the game changer. And one gene, ACTN3, is like a creator of athletic prowess. We're talking about a gene that's not just in the game. It's in a league of its own regarding power generation. Now comes the allele, the power-packed superhero of the genetic arena. This allele isn't just a casual player. It's why some individuals can have significant power and force. We're not talking about a light jaw, but about explosive movements, the kind you need in sports that demand serious power. Now comes another reason why black people should consider themselves blessed, and that is myostatin mutations. Genetic secrets are like the architects of sculpted physiques, and when it comes to black individuals, myostatin mutations are the blueprint for strength. Myostatin, the muscle growth referee, usually keeps muscles in check. These mutations hit the brakes on myostatin production. Less myostatin means a green light for muscle hypertrophy, the kind that gives you a ticket to the big leagues of bodybuilding. It's not just about hitting the gym. It's about having a genetic advantage that lets you carve out muscles like Michelangelo with a chisel. Sub-Saharan African descent takes the genetic spotlight here. Reduced myostatin doesn't mean less muscle, but more potential for large, robust muscles. That genetic advantage explains why Black individuals flex their muscles and dominate in bodybuilding and strength-based sports. But wait, there's more to the genetic story. Androgen receptors are the gatekeepers to muscle growth, activated by the powerhouse hormone, testosterone. Here's where it gets interesting. Individuals of African descent are packing higher androgen receptor sensitivity compared to other populations. This heightened sensitivity isn't just for show. It's the reason behind Black individuals' rapid and efficient muscle development. But what proves Black people are stronger? In the world of bodybuilding, the title of Mr. Olympia is the pinnacle of achievement, and two extraordinary athletes have carved their names into history by clinching the prestigious title not once, not twice, but an astounding 8 times each. Lee Haney and Ronnie Coleman stand as giants in bodybuilding, sharing the honor of being bodybuilders with the most Mr. Olympia titles. Lee Haney's reign of dominance spanned from 1984 to 1991, an era where his sculpted physique and unparalleled dedication to the sport propelled him to victory year after year. Fast forward to the late 90s and early 2000s, and enter Ronnie Coleman, a powerhouse of muscle and determination. From 1998 to 2005, Coleman asserted his dominance in the Mr. Olympia competition, matching Haney's record of 8 victories. His sheer size, strength, and flawless execution of poses made him a force to be reckoned with on the bodybuilding stage. Now, let's address the elephant in the room. Both Lee Haney and Ronnie Coleman share a common trait that goes beyond their remarkable achievements in bodybuilding. They are both Black athletes, and this fact has sparked conversations about the potential influence of genetics on their success. This confirms that genetics plays a role in making Black people the leaders in every domain. Do you think the Black people are blessed? What are your thoughts about nature giving special treatment to Black people? Let us know in the comments section. What edge have you seen Black people getting because of their genes? Would you like us to make more videos?
So now we've seen what makes us, well, talk about my genes and whatnot. Now let's get a history of the entire history of Europe is a lie. Here's one. Here's why. Part 1. Fair use. And those with your chips, they're saying you're too loud. If you could just be a little more quiet.
From the American Journal of Physical Anthropology, we read, the pre-dynastic of Upper Egypt and the late dynastic of Lower Egypt are more closely related to each other than any other population. As a whole, they show ties with the European Neolithic, North Africa, modern Europe, and, more remotely, India, but not at all with Sub-Saharan Africa, Eastern Asia, Oceania, or the New World.
I didn't want to respond to this video, but many of you requested my reaction. Unlike last time, I won't react directly to the entire video. It would be too time-consuming and possibly overwhelming for many viewers. Instead, I'll focus on the main arguments presented in the original video and debunk them one by one. Let's delve into the heart of the debate, the blackness of ancient Egyptians. Contrary to what my detractors claim, I will address all their counterarguments directly and debunk them live. No need for emotional manipulation or appeals for sympathy. We'll annihilate the issues head-on. Today, we will not use any other tool than the one presented in the beginning of this video. The one that is supposed to debunk us. I won't bring anything new, and yet we will still be right at the end. So, get your popcorns and make sure to watch the video till the end. The video presents the study claiming that ancient populations of North Africa resembled Europeans and Middle Easterners, suggesting that people looking like modern Europeans lived in ancient Egypt.
This argument is now used to claim some type of crazy diversity in ancient Egypt. However, most people overlook a subtle trick employed by scientists to obscure the truth. Let's replay that excerpt and see if you noticed it.
From the American journal Physical Anthropology, we read, the pre-dynastic of Upper Egypt and the late dynastic of Lower Egypt are more closely related to each other than any other population. As a whole, they show ties with the European Neolithic, North Africa, modern Europe, and, more remotely, India, but not at all with Sub-Saharan Africa, Eastern Asia, Oceania, or the New World.
Did you catch it? If you did, pause the video and share your observation in the comments below. Okay, now let's move on. To provide the answer, let me ask you a question. Have you ever wondered why scientists use terms like Neolithic Europeans instead of simply saying Europeans, or Mesolithic Middle Easterners instead of simply saying Middle Easterners? The origin of the people doesn't matter. They could be Europeans, Americans, Middle Easterners, Asiatics, etc. What's crucial here is the term that precedes the descriptor. In the case of the excerpt, it's Neolithic. It could have been Mesolithic Europeans or Neolithic Middle Easterners. What's significant is the time period indicated by Neolithic. At first glance, it might seem like this term is added to provide context by specifying a time frame, right? But that's not the primary reason. Now, you might be wondering what I'm talking about. Well, the real reason is that Neolithic Europeans are not modern Europeans. You might think I'm crazy now, but let me explain. When most of us hear Neolithic Europeans, the word that grabs our attention is European, not Neolithic. I'm pretty sure most people don't even know what Neolithic means. We might have a vague idea, something like ancient times or ancient Europeans, but we don't know exactly. We just understand that they looked like Europeans. Metatron even used that segment to now introduce white people in the mix of the original ancient Egyptians of Nakata.
And second, it's really difficult to just use cranial or bone examination and just say, yeah, they were all black, they were all white, they were all olive skin, Middle Eastern, what have you.
Let's delve deeper. Europe has a complex history, even more so when scrutinized closely. Most people believe that early human beings who lived in Africa left the continent, settled in specific locations, and remained there until modern times. This implies that all current populations of the world are direct descendants of the early settlers of their respective regions. This belief mirrors the misconception I've addressed in many of my videos, that early human populations experienced rapid and drastic changes in skin color as they migrated out of Africa. According to this common belief, the original human beings, who were black, left the African continent and transformed upon reaching the Middle East to resemble the current populations of the region. Then, upon reaching Europe, they became white, while those who migrated to Asia developed what are referred to as Asiatic phenotypes. Unfortunately, that's not the case. The people living in Europe today, whom I'll call modern Europeans, are not identical to Neolithic Europeans. The modern ones are mainly descendants of a group of people known as the Yamnaya people, who belonged to the Arm male lineage. Here's a genetic map of Europe today. You can clearly see that the main male lineages are 1b in the west and are 1a in the east. And here's a genetic map of Europe during the Neolithic. Notice the difference? If you look carefully, you will notice that none or very few of the lineages that dominated Europe during the Neolithic period remained. And those who survived became minorities or mutated then were pushed around the edges of the map. While our lineages which were inexistent in the Neolithic became the dominant force. Obviously, something happened. According to European scientists, after 3000 BC, nomadic pastoralists from the steppes of Eurasia replaced and interbred with the Neolithic European population. But this statement is not entirely accurate. Initially, the common thought was that the Yamnayas eliminated most of the previous populations. Later on, Professor Johannes Krauss from the Max Planck Institute came back with a less violent narrative, saying this.
But we see that there is a second genetic turnover. There is new genetic material that comes probably from Central Asia, from a region that is north of the Black Sea, north of the Caspian Sea, from the steppe belt. So that it comes with cattle herders that come into Europe and then bring new genes into Europe. And then basically all those three different populations, the indigenous Europeans, the hunter-gatherers, the early farmers that came 7,500 years ago, and those people that came about 5,000 years ago into Europe, they admix. And this happens in what we call the Bronze Age. And this genetic makeup that comes out of this mixture that happens about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago is what we find in all Europeans today. So every single European population today has all these three genetic components that until 10,000 years ago were completely separated. They were European, Asian, and Near Eastern. And then 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, they all mixed together.
So according to him, they were not killed, but that it became a beautiful melting pot. However, this is still not entirely true. Here's why. In terms of lineages, there are male and female lines. And men couldn't procreate with other men, right? So, if there was a melting pot, it might have been solely between men of both groups with the women from the opposite group, right? But there is another detail that scholars are not telling us. Research proved that the Yamnayas were mainly a group constituted of men. Basically, these men were raiding and conquering in groups of men, meaning that they were taking women from the lands they conquered. And since the original male lineages of Europe disappeared, it means that they didn't have many descendants. In other words, they were not able to procreate, and their lineages drastically diminished. Archaeologists also noticed a rise of deaths caused by violent acts during that time period. In other words, the skeletons from that period were damaged by weapons, implying huge conflicts. So, if we connect the dots, it becomes obvious that these original European men were replaced for the most part, due to numerous events. A few years ago, scholars announced that modern Europeans' genetic makeup emerged after those events that occurred after 3000 BC. This means that modern Europeans can't be linked to anything, any accomplishment, or any civilization that existed before 3000 BC, since they didn't exist yet. Here is a graph showing all male lineages ranked chronologically. The four first ones are African lineages. They still exist and are still carried by Africans. And if you look towards the end, you'll notice the R lineage. It is one of the two youngest lineages. It appeared very late, which confirms what I just said previously. Remember that the Neolithic spans from around 10,000 BCE to 4,500 BCE, and that ancient Egypt was already being built prior to 3000 BCE by indigenous Africans. So, any study mentioning Neolithic Europeans and linking them to North Africa or to the Middle East isn't talking about current white Europeans. It's about these ancient black populations or black-related populations who freshly migrated from Africa through the Middle East and settled in Europe prior to the Yamnaya invasion. If you have doubts, here is a facial reconstruction of a Neolithic European man known as Cheddar Man. He lived in the UK, which is Northern Europe. It's evidence that the original inhabitants of Europe were dark-skinned. But Cheddar Man is linked to the Mesolithic, the period preceding the Neolithic. So we may need another example. Here is Otzi, also called the Iceman. It is the natural mummy of a man who lived between 3350 and 3105 BC. Here's what some artists said he looked like. But that's another lie. Here's what analysis of his remains said. So he was very dark-skinned, meaning that even after the Neolithic and the arrival of Middle Eastern farmers, Europeans were still very dark-skinned, contrary to what is said in the media. Even those living in the Otstal Alps at the border between Austria and Italy, the country of Metatron. Neolithic and Copper Age Europeans were black or dark-skinned. And if we connect them to Northern Africa and the Middle East, we get that ancient North Africans and Middle Easterners were black like Africans and didn't look like modern Europeans. But maybe this is still not enough. So let's go deeper. While making this video, I decided to search for more data, and I stumbled upon the following excerpt from Johannes Krauss from the Max Planck Institute himself. Let's listen to what he has to say.
What we can also do is this principal component analysis that I showed you before, which people had done on this saliva from Lausanne and from London. Now, this is not done on the people from Lausanne and from London that were genotyped on the street, but this is from all those populations that we have gathered together, those 2,900 people from all over Eurasia. So this all presents different individuals from different populations here. And what we see here now is not all 2,400. Those are only the Western Eurasians. So those are populations from the Near East and from Europe. So you see many different populations here. Those are all the Near Eastern populations that built this kind of cloud that you see here. Those are the modern Europeans. In between, you have some Mediterranean populations. And that was one of the first patterns that we recognized when we plotted this together. We can actually see there's almost like two clines. There's a cline here, and there's a cline there. And in between those two clines, you have this Mediterranean population. But those Europeans actually look quite moved from here there, right? They kind of like look like moved into this direction. So they were moved in this direction. If you then look what is in this direction, what actually is plotting here, which basically those people could be mixed off from this component with something that is down here. You see, those are all the hunter-gatherers. The hunter-gatherers are actually quite distinct. No population we have in Europe today looks like hunter-gatherers, looks like the native or indigenous Europeans, especially those Western Europeans, the one from Los Spur, as well as the one from Spain, La Braña, the one with the blue eyes and the dark skin. They're like down here. They're quite distinct to all modern populations we have in Europe today. What we have down here are our early farmers. Our early farmers, indeed, again, look like certain populations in Europe. And no surprise, we've seen that before with the Iceman, they look like Sardinians. So people in Sardinia look genetically like the first farmers. That has been replicated now many times. So this is basically people here from Sardinia. They're almost indistinguishable from people that were the early farmers that came maybe about 7,000 years ago to Europe.
So, as you can see, even the most advanced European scholars are admitting that Neolithic and post-Neolithic Europeans have nothing to do with modern Europeans physically, and they look more like Africans, meaning that they were black. This means that the claims mentioned at the beginning of the video don't link ancient Egyptians to modern Europeans who are white, but rather to their black predecessors, thus confirming the blackness of ancient Egyptians who usually depicted themselves with dark colors. It requires a deeper understanding of these words and concepts to grasp their true significance. When we only scratch the surface of these complex matters, it's prudent to refrain from discussing them. Otherwise, we risk misinterpreting the results and inadvertently misleading others. That's why I strongly advise Metatron to take some time off for study and reflection. It's evident that he lacks a thorough understanding of the subject matter he's addressing. This is my final recommendation, given his assertion that he isn't attempting to manipulate his audience. It simply suggests his ignorance on these matters. My intention is to offer sincere guidance because further discussion without proper understanding could lead to more embarrassment over time. So, what the results suggest is that a portion of modern Europeans' genetic makeup is derived from these ancient Africans who left the African continent through the Middle East and settled in Europe.
So the early Europeans, we know that by now, they all had blue eyes. So the hunter-gatherers, they all had blue eyes. We haven't found a single hunter-gatherer yet that did not have blue eyes. And they mostly, especially in Western and in Southern Europe, all had dark skin. So basically looking potentially like Africans today.
But despite that genetic connection, there is no or little phenotypic connection, meaning that they do not share similar physical characteristics. Evidence that populations' appearances change through time. Something that can also be applied to all parts of the world, especially ancient Egypt compared to modern Egypt. It's crucial to remember that studies of lineages in ancient Egypt and among the Natufians, settlers in the Levant, reveal their affiliation with haplogroup E, a sub-Saharan lineage, which the great majority of Black Africans and African Americans still belong to today. However, here, in addition to this genetic connection, we also observe a phenotypic resemblance with Black Africans. This connection has been demonstrated in my previous video and is reaffirmed here, even when using my opponent's counterarguments. Keep in mind that in Europe, the Neolithic men, despite having a black appearance like Africans, mostly belong to haplogroup I, which is not associated with ancient Egypt nor modern Egypt at all. I hope that you enjoyed this video. Do you agree with my conclusion?
Now, Terrence Jones, brother, listen, as we're trying to get to the truth of this, I need you to bear with me. If you just do that, brother, just bear with me. This is part 1. He got part 2.
But wait a minute, Dunamis, in the midst of all of this, let me ask you a question. With a Hebrew of Israel and jumped in here? Let me ask you this right now. The same question you asked before. Where did the other ethnic groups come from? And what's the timeline after the Tower of Babel? What chapter in Genesis he reading to y'all?
That's where. So
I don't mind putting the Bible down, but y'all too scared to put it down.
Brent, I've been trying to have a holistic conversation.
Go to our answers to Hebrew. Come in here and talk about the Caucasus. You coming, just you, bro. I don't need nobody else on here, and y'all start running amok with this nonsense.
No, Brent, that's why
we're trying to get away from the original man.
I primed it up.
Elder Green believe in the original man.
Yeah,
he said he'll bring up the chart from the back of his church right now. He said where the other nations was at when they was building, where them other folk was at. Elder Green listening in real time right now. Answer that, y'all. He said the key players have been in the chat talking all that talk. Answer that right now. No, Sean Harris, we don't need everybody. We don't need Red Yap Gang running no muck.
Can I answer the question?
Only one person. I'm gonna put out the link. Sean, you want to get on, or Hebrew Israel get on? And everybody not finna come on here and run a zoo.
Can I answer?
Well, I'm not answering that.
Can I answer?
Oh, that's not Bible. That's not the Holy Ghost to ask that question. Russell Higgins, Elder Green said, I'm going to tell y'all what right now, Elder Green, I get Elder Green on the phone. I ain't playing with y'all.
Yeah,
that's why Elder Green said, he believed original Israel. All them folk was a religion. He said he believed Josephus and all of them was black. Josephus had Maimonides. He better than the rest of y'all, and Gia loved Jesus. Oh, I forgot to tell him what Gia said about him. He too yellow to teach doctrine. You see how people are twisted up? You see how people are twisted up? Go ahead, doing what you got to say besides that. I know you're trying to get. I know this caucus. I know this doctrine. That's what Elder Green said. Most excellent. That's what Elder Green said.
I'm saying, yeah, it would have to be. After.
Do you believe Genesis? Do you believe there were different groups of people that came off the ark, or you got to put the whole ark story down?
I'm not.
And claim its lore. That's not where the nations come from. Were they Neanderthals, yes or no, Dunamis? Most excellent, were they Neanderthals, yes or no? Matter of fact, I'm not going to even put the link out there. Were there Neanderthals in the Bible, yes or no, in the name of the Lord Jesus, most excellent?
It could be the men of renown.
Oh, man, this dude will tell me anything. Y'all are just saying anything. Gaslighting. I'm glad the Holy Ghost told me this is gaslighting somewhere. Matter of fact, let me get Elder Green on. He gonna fix this right here.
Let's
do what? Let's listen to this unbiblical out of Africa, unbiblical. What you want to do? What you tell me?
This is black power. This is black power, Brent.
This ain't black power right here.
This is.
Yeah, left black power in the Bible. I'm not sure, but I believe Neanderthals descended from Adam.
Yes.
All right, at least he existed.
Yes. Now, Brent, he's trying to break down. We know.
Most excellent. Who's the original man? What did Adam and them look like? Most excellent. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Yep, I'm talking to most excellent. Now he ain't gonna say but 2 or 3 things.
I got you.
Yeah. And you heard of Neanderthal before. And most excellent believe that I forgot the Orthodox Church might have told him if Neanderthal existed. Let me leave them Orthodox people alone. Whatever the hell was going to do over there.
You want
watch you gonna play nonsense. Y'all, they're trying to get away. Let me tell y'all what they trying to do right now. Ryan Harris, he's trying to get rid of or get away from the original man doctrine. I think the video is trying to say that the Israelites was the original man. I don't bear witness with Bruce and them. Israelites wasn't original. They weren't on the planet in the beginning. They came about later on. They descended like everybody else from the original man. But there was somebody that knew deity before. Enoch and them is closer to the original man than them folk. I'm not thinking about that. DJ wrestled with an angel and his name became Israel. Boy, we already had fire. We already was delivering babies. We already had a language on this planet. Ain't nobody think about y'all with that garbage.
Brent, you see the video I got lined up, right? I'm about to play this.
I don't know about that. All I know about is you folk came later on and act like y'all the rulers of the planet, and y'all not.
I got you, Brent. They lied about the pharaohs. Here's why the original Egyptians were black. I got you.
I didn't see that. You see that? I didn't. Did I tell this descendant of them monkeys? Because that's what he's trying to mix the monkey business up. He's trying to confuse the whole story right now because he want to get away from Israel and he want to get away from this is the gaslighting that Deacon talking about. It's a higher form of it coming from Dunamis, but this is the gaslighting.
Brent, can we just saw we just saw with the Europeans. Can we go? I'm trying to go back to black folks. I just showed the superior genes for weightlifting, for sports, for other things.
That vibe, but show me some builders. Show me some builders. Show me the compass in the square.
I'm trying to right now, Brent.
Weightlifting came with the Greeks later on. Y'all can't. Ryan Harris, I'm telling you, I know what they trying to do.
Brent, you got to be strong to conquer the entire world. The
Brian
first man.
Harris, if you go for this, if Russell Higgins go for this, y'all might as well go join the Jesuits. Y'all might as well pray to Mary. If you go for what he's doing right now, y'all might as well get the Hail Mary full of grace. Let me put some Tupac on. Hail Mary. Hold on. Go ahead. I know what to do. I got to take over this thing. Go ahead, Dunamis. Let's run the whole muck. All
right, let's see it now. They lied about the pharaohs. Here's why the original Egyptians were black. Fair use.
It's the end of the 4th millennium in North Africa. Picture this. Life in the Nile Valley is peaceful, with people going about their daily routines. But little do they know, the winds of change are blowing through the air, charging the atmosphere with excitement. In the south, an entirely new civilization is sprouting up like a desert flower. And guess what? Their ambitious king has big plans for expansion up north. Introducing Raharmakis, the mighty ruler of Tasseti, also known as Nubia. This guy means business. He's about to send his army marching towards Egypt, ready to conquer all opposition that stands in his way. He's aiming to establish himself at Edfu with his son, god Horus, and their loyal followers. Together, they're on a mission to conquer the entire land and lay the foundation for what we now know as Kemet. But hold on a second, guys. Here's where things get interesting. This story we're diving into today, well, it might not have happened exactly like that. The names might not even be 100% accurate. Turns out, this tale comes from an ancient mythological text called the Edfu texts. It was a seriously significant Kemetic text, packed with mythical and symbolic storytelling using real events as their canvas. That's why it shares some striking similarities with what archaeologists later discovered about Kemet's early days. According to their mind-blowing discoveries, the true hero of the tale is a man named Narmer. He hailed from the southern regions, and get this, he conquered the northern part, just like those Edfu texts described. Narmer became the very first king to unite the entire country under his rule. Talk about a legendary conquest, right? But wait, there's more. The Palette of Narmer. This is so valuable that it's never been allowed to leave the land of Egypt. Discovered back in 1898 by James Quibble and Frederick Green, it's believed to depict the grand reunion of Kemet under the rule of none other than Pharaoh Narmer. Now, here's the real deal.
What is going on? The last video I played,
I told y'all, here's the nonsense, Russell Higgins. I knew the nonsense was coming up. He got to drag it to all Egypt, and it got to be Egypt. Now, look at what Garfield is asking. Look at what Garfield is, and I told y'all when the trouble come, but y'all want to hold up the Bible. This is what y'all want to do. And y'all, to make it worse, y'all want to mingle the both. That's a fair question for Yap Gang. And you also. Elder Green done said Josephus was black. Maimonides was black. Oh, they in the back chat ready. They want to talk to Elder Green. Ooh, this beef. At least these fools on here, they would know. Y'all know I've been answering that. I've been asking that for years. Russell Higgins, history is in the making. You don't know that. Ryan Harris, y'all seeing some. Y'all don't know what y'all don't know what this is. I can't even take this down, but y'all don't know what this is. Go ahead, Dunamis. Go ahead with your nonsense. We already know what that is. You want to bring your gang on? You want to bring Garfield and your gang on?
Yeah, we got to break this down. We got to break this down. Now, Mr. Imhotep is known for Black Power, right? He's been fighting the good fight, Brian. Fighting the good fight, right? And it just seems like what did it say? Psalm 73.
What the conspiracy?
Yeah,
crafty
this
counsel.
Conspiracy to hide. Crafty counsel hide who the original man is, Brian.
Dunamis can't help himself. His nonsense knows no ends.
I know some stuff with what they're saying don't line up, right? I know there might be some issues with their DNA, but we gotta get down to the truth, Brian.
No, Garfield, no, Garfield, put you on for what? So you gonna come and tell us nobody existed till Abraham in the 12th chapter? All of the rest is lore and myth? No, for what? Because Dunamis ain't gonna say it.
Brent.
Because we got to deal with doctrine. Garfield said, no, I don't talk doctrine on Berean, but when you start dealing with Genesis and you mixing that with history and all of that stuff, this is beef.
I got you. Hold on. Let me get a shorter one. So we can get to
You're still getting nonsense. You're still bringing on nonsense. You're trying to stop the awakening. You want to stop the original man. Dunamis, you love that. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing.
Brent, look, the next one I got.
Maybe this is not enough for you as evidence. So let's go deeper, because over here we don't.
This is a shorter form. Maybe let me do something shorter.
Spread wishes and lies to our community. We come with receipts from true scientific research and show everything. Remember that Metatron claimed to have worked with a whole team of linguists and anthropologists, etc. But have you noticed that none of these people have really been useful in his whole video? His linguists did not even tell him where was located the land of origins of Afro-Asiatic languages, since he believed that it was at the border of Egypt and Asia, and his anthropologist has been absent. He mentioned him, but none of what he has presented us in his video actually uses anthropology. Despite his random Greek quotes, there is nothing really scientific about that video. He spent more time destroying the image of Quilimica and talking about irrelevant topics than bringing scientific evidence. That's just another technique to make it look deeper than it actually is. It's just smoke. There's absolutely nothing behind. But maybe you think I'm joking. Let's go deeper. As I taught Aslan the TikToker in this video, people's facial phenotype is not determined by genetics or wishes. It is determined by analysis of their bodies by anthropologists. So, what does anthropology tell us about the ancient Egyptians? Well, let's start slow. Let's start with their bodies. The University of Cambridge realized a study on body proportions of ancient Egyptians using skeletons from Middle Kingdom and New Kingdom pharaohs such as Thutmose I, the Second, the Third, and the Fourth. Queen had...
I gotta get some backdrop. No, Metatron. There's a YouTuber named Metatron. We played this video before. Dealing with all the Egyptians black, right? Then Mr. Imhotep saw the video, made a response, and they've had a little back and forth, 2 or 3 videos. So a guy named Metatron. So I don't know what Metatron actually is, but he's trying to tear down the original man doctrine. So we have to stand behind what's really going on. Fair use.
Hatshepsut, Tutankhamun, Seti I, and Ramses II. They concluded that Egyptian rulers' body proportions were super-negroid, resulting in evolving in the African hot climate, from the early dynasties to the late indigenous pharaohs, meaning that they were even more negroid than most modern black people. Let's pause here. Guys, I'm not talking about random people or Nubians here. I want it to be clear. You understand that we are talking about the pharaohs, right? Tutankhamun, Ramses, etc. They look like black people, not whites. It is even written in the studies here by white experts who actually exist, not like those of Metatron. Okay? And I want to remind you that modern Egyptians are not super negroid as attested by Sonia Zakshevsky. Here you have the receipts. All sources will be in the caption. Now let's talk about their facial structures. Because people's faces are determined by their bone structures, not DNA or wishes. That's why all dark-skinned people are not necessarily part of the same ethnic groups. What does the data say? Well, let's watch this.
Who were the Vidarians? Most experts, like Sonia R. Zakrzewski, demonstrated that ancient Egypt's development was primarily indigenous. That is, the individuals who built that civilization already lived in that territory right before its appearance. Who were they? According to studies, a few major cultural groups inhabited in the area before the dynastic period. The Vidarians were among them. They lived in Middle Egypt. So, what did they look like? Numerous Western anthropologists who studied them provided answers. They discovered that the Bidari people had short cranial vaults and significant subnasal prognathism, which is the anterior projection of the lower face relative to the upper face. This feature is the most observed among black Africans, contrary to other groups who have little to no prognathism. So, Egypt's indigenous inhabitants, the Bidarians, were black Africans. This type of skulls have also been discovered in all locations surrounding Egypt. It's also clearly apparent on Egypt's most iconic monument, the Great Sphinx. However, this is the topic of our next video. Like, subscribe, and activate the bell.
So, from what we know, the data says that not only ancient Egyptians' bodies were more negroid than those of modern black people, their skulls also had that particular negroid-shaped characteristic of black Africans. If you doubt that, all you have to do is look at the Great Sphinx. He is there, still standing with his beautiful subnasal prognathism. Does this really look like a northern Indian? Here we are talking about dynastic Egypt.
That's for the chat. Does it really look like a Indian, or what's on the screen? You have to make this clear now.
Elder Green is sick of y'all. No, Garfield, not yet. Let me call Elder Green, call the elders. Call for the elders. We don't want y'all nonsense on here. Nope, not right now.
And Bruno,
not right now.
You know what's interesting? It's just not one community, it's several communities. And that's what we've been talking about.
Several communities, what? What do you mean?
The phenotype, skin color, from the Egyptomaniacs to the elements in the Black Church, Black Power, conscious.
So you're connecting Lisa Fields with the Nation of Islam and all this skin doctrine with some of that nonsense from Sinetta 2 and the camps and some of these moderates we've been hearing from.
Yeah, Brian, I asked if it's about lineage, bloodline. Can you have Abba Bivens' grandson play Jesus? It's not about skin color, just about lineage.
Yeah, I can't lie. Y'all brought this on yourself based on the questions that were asked.
You are what your father is. I play that basketball player from the Knicks. He said his dad's black. Can he play Jesus? Well, no. Why not? He's white. What do you mean he's white? His dad's black. Why isn't Drake not like us with Drake? Well, he's Jewish. You are what your father is. Well, you see, your mother plays a factor too. When did that happen? Well, Brain,
we have to admit this might be some nonsense, Russell Higgins. Are you prepared to come to the altar?
And Ryan
Harris, are you prepared to come to the altar? Go ahead, that's as you're all on the altar. Let me bring that up right now.
And Breen, I stand with the original man.
You shut your wicked mouth. You shut your filthy microphone right now. Let me see if Elder Green is available. I'm sick of this.
First builders, strongest, fastest. Right? You saw I play with Neil deGrasse Tyson. What do you find the fastest? The sprinters, long distance. All that. The best dancers. Did you say where? Gio might want to say Elvis Crespo, but we're not doing that. We're trying to make it plain. Yeah, there's nothing entirely wrong with talking about phenotype, but we also have to apply genotype. Let's break it down. Fair use.
Not Egypt after it was invaded and controlled by foreigners. The statement about some late ancient Egyptians' hair looking like Indians are not that crazy. Why? Because that is something I have always said, especially in this video about their hair. Eric Krubazy, who is a real expert who actually exists, not some ghost anthropologist, studied the ancient Egyptians' mummies. He concluded that what was in the beginning remained all over dynastic Egypt. The major changes only occurred during the Greco-Roman period. And guess when these European scholars highlighted by Metatron lived? During the Greco-Roman period, after these changes occurred. We don't even know if the people they saw were true Egyptians. So, everything Metatron said is completely irrelevant, as I have already proved it by comparing the scholars earlier. Now, let's talk about the last element of what determines people's phenotype and that Metatron has pushed all over his video. What was ancient Egyptian skin color? Metatron says that they were tanned. But looking at their art, we see that 99% of their art shows black, brown, or reddish-brown color.
That's important right there. They said that other thing was fake when we brought that up. Y'all can say what y'all want. I agree with my man down the pastor down there in Florida. At least God said put me on the altar. He willing to get on the altar. He already knows skin color ain't nothing. He quicker to come to the altar call than Ryan Harris and Russell Higgins. They don't want this. Sun Power, I know you don't want this. I see you in the back of the church looking around, everybody looking who's going to go to the altar first, but you won't come on up here. You know, the old Pentecostal church, we'll go back there and get you. And when mom and them grab you by the arm, come on up, son, come on up and pray, or call your name from that front. You ain't gonna walk out that door. That must just be there ready to hit you. They'll sock you with one. Y'all say Russell say he's shocked. Hey, yo, Russell, you got to come here. Russell said you shocked at Dunamis behavior. Gia, who are you shocked at today? Tell me who can you possibly be shocked at in this community? What can shock you?
I'm just trying to bring forward information, Brian. Don't shoot the messenger.
I was green done with you. I wish I was in Virginia right now. I know he'll open up that church and I'll go in that back room and I'll show y'all someday y'all don't want to see. That Elder Green been preaching and teaching that y'all don't want to see. And all you got to do is refute the timeline and what's being said. That's all you got to do is refute it. Oh, I'm going to have some special guests, young Pastor Green. All y'all got to do is refute it. Leo, all y'all got to do is refute the chart. That's all you got to do. Come on, y'all. Y'all been talking a lot. Let the video play.
Yeah, you got to hear the truth.
Meaning that brown was the average color. It is not tanned, but brown. But as I said earlier, there is a difference between a tanned person and a black person who is packed with melanin. It lays in the amount of melanin in their skin. Chikanta Diop said that after testing the skin of some mummies in his laboratory, the evaluation of melanin levels allowed him to classify the ancient Egyptians unquestionably as blacks. But I know that many people hate Diop and call him an Afrocentrist. And you know what? Let's assume that it is true. Let's find something else, okay? Well, in 2005, Dr. Anna Maria Makota and Dr. Vermeeren analyzed mummies of nobles in ancient Egypt. We are not talking about some random mummies discovered in the Delta during the late period. We are not talking about some Nubian mummies discovered in Sudan. We are talking about nobles, people of the high society of Kemet, powerful people, indigenous Egyptians, living in the capital city of Thebes. In other words, there are no higher status than these people in ancient Egypt except the royals. Not one, not three, but 273 mummies of nobles who lived during the New Kingdom, the golden age of the Egyptian civilization, from the 18th to the 22nd dynasty. These dates are very important because they precede the so-called Nubian invasion of Kemet. So, here Egypt is under full Egyptian control, and the power is centralized in Thebes, under a native Egyptian pharaoh, the same city where these nobles lived and were buried.
Hold on a
And
minute.
what
I
did
might
the
have to
analyzers say?
Garfield. Hold on. Stop the video for a minute.
Well, here's what the scholars concluded.
Stop the video for a minute. Garfield, I might have to put the link out. Garfield, you might have to jump on for a minute. Because everything rises and falls, a lot of it, on Egypt and Sumer being one of the earliest civilizations, or two of the earliest civilizations. Because many people believe the whole thing is they believe that all of Egypt was black. This is where the original man doctrine comes from, the Afrocentric with the Nation of Islam and so many other groups. So this will knock out Sinetta and the nonsense that you hear from some Israelites that have to do with skin doctrine. Elder Green may have to even admit, because Elder Green believed, like many others, that all Egypt was all black rulers. Let me call Elder and put him on the speakerphone. Because that's important. You agree with that, Dunamis?
Yeah. Say it.
Do you agree with that? A lot of this is based on the fact that many people think the Egyptians was an all-black civilization and rulership were black people. Shalom, Elber, I got you on speak. I want to ask you a question. Do you believe that all early Egypt was black pharaohs, not pre-dynasty? Well, were the Egyptians black people?
Yeah, yes, I believe the first Egyptians were black people, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right.
Okay, sure.
All right, y'all heard that. This is so important now. This is so important. Go ahead, Garfield. What do you think?
Oh, we ain't bring him up.
I'll bring him up.
Well, first of all, peace and love to everybody that's watching. Mainstream scholars, let me just read what the scholars say. Mainstream scholars reject the notion that Egypt was a white or black civilization. They maintain that applying modern notions of black or white races to ancient Egypt is anachronistic. In addition, scholars reject the notion implicit in the notion of a black or white Egypt hypothesis that ancient Egypt was racially homogeneous. Instead, skin color varied between the peoples of Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, and Nubia, who in various eras rose to power in ancient Egypt. Within Egyptian history, despite multiple foreign invasions, the demographics were not shifted substantially by large migrations. I will say it again. I said it yesterday, I'll say it today, I'll say it tomorrow. There is no such thing as a black or white person in Egypt. They never called themselves on a whole black. They never called themselves white. In fact, they painted themselves red. Let me say it again. They have differences where they have black people with black hair, and they have red skin tone, and the women have black hair and a yellowish white skin tone. It has nothing to do with your ethnicity, your nationality, or anything. That's how they drew the people. If you want to get into color symbolic, so the guy that's saying that they're black, he's actually showing the proof that they painted themselves reddish brown. If they knew what black was, why didn't they just paint themselves all over black? Why did they paint the Nubians black and not themselves black? Why did the Greeks, when they were differentiating the dark-skinned Egyptians and dark-skinned Ethiopians, why did they differentiate them? To say, hey, they weren't as dark as the Ethiopians, but they had a middle tone. So the Egyptian skin tone varied. That's why the Greeks use the term melanchros. Melanchros is used for Greeks, it's used for Syrians, it's used for Southern Europeans. And I'm sure even when Plato says you could mistake the Egyptians for Greeks, I'm sure you would not agree with that. Why would he say that if they were black people? Why would he say that? If they were thinking about skin tone back then, which they weren't. Everything is symbolic and we're reading into too much. Ladies and gentlemen, we grew up. I respect everybody. Up next, I know what you're saying about what Diop said. I don't do the appeal to authority. What I do is this. You look at it logically. Did the Egyptians say, hey, I am black and I am great? I am black. Did they run around and call people black? No. even when you look at the Pepe Ankh, Kem, who is called Pepe the Black, he had a brother called Pepe the Red. So should we take the black as a black person and red as a red person? They have their own color structure that they deal to. They didn't look at color like us, family. Do I think that the ancient Egyptians were more dark skinned, like, for example, probably like Orthodox Moor or Brother Bereen? They had different skin tones. Okay. They had different skin tones. And I think what we want to do is project our own bias and colonial mindset on ancient people. And it goes for the Israelites too. They weren't black Israelites or white Israelites. They were Israelites of different skin tones. Look at the region where they're in. Look at the region where they live in and how people describe them. If you look at the Assyrian walls, you look at the people with the beards and how they look similar to people from one area of the world. Some of the people look Nubian. Some of the people look African, as far as Northern African. So when I'm on the earpods. Okay. So when we look at color, you're not going to agree with Garfield. People want everybody to be black. Yes, yes. Everybody wants everybody to be black because you want to include yourself in it. We need to let that go. Once you destroy this Berean and say Israelites are neither black nor white, which is what they said in the first century, in the Mishnah tradition, they didn't look like Germans and they didn't look like Ethiopians. They were in between. That's what they said about themselves in the first century. What you call it? When the source that Edith Bruder has, and I could put it on the screen, where she talks about the first Jews in Africa were white. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't think it's white in the sense of we saying white. It's probably somebody light-skinned, but not no European white person. So I don't think that the ancient Egyptians were white, and I don't think they were black in the sense that we look at it today. And if we do want to look at it from a modern day perspective, one drop rule, all the Egyptians were black. If you want to look at it that way. But we got to be smart. The color thing has us divided. Right now, if Berean comes on with a white woman as his wife, we're going to look at Berean different because we're so into color. Oh, Berean got a white woman. We can't listen to Berean no more because we really don't believe in Jesus. We fronting. That's what we doing. We got this color bias. That's it. And I don't blame us for it because we grew up in a colonial world, colonial society. We grew up when being black in this society is being wrong, being down, being mistreated. So I understand and respect that. But looking at ancient cultures and trying to give them a specific phenotype or a specific skin tone is just ridiculous. And we got to put it. You see, the guy on the screen was talking about the fourth dynasty. Why don't he talk about this dynasty right here in the fourth dynasty? Why don't he talk about the reserve heads? Why don't he talk about that? Put that on the screen so the people could see it. These look like who they look like. They don't look like us. But this is the fourth dynasty. What are you going to do? Call the Egyptians that they're lying on themselves? What are these reserve heads for? These were the common people. This wasn't even royalty. This is what the common people look like. So when we watch the movie The Mummy and we see the bald-headed guy, oh, the Egyptians didn't look like that. Well, look at the guy to the far left. He surely looked like the guy in the movie. He surely looked like him. He looked like the guy in the Mummy movie. And we mad. We say, oh, white people played us. But look at the guy on the left-hand side. He looked like the guy in the Mummy movie, The Mummy, Part 1. He looks just like him, sideways. It's all truth. This is the fourth dynasty of Egypt. And they could be dark as Berean. I don't know what these reserve heads are proving. They're drawing it. They're putting some a composite of how they look. I can't do nothing about that because we want everybody to be black, and don't know what it is. I yield.
Well, Dunamis, we're going to have to admit some stuff. Maybe Elder Green, I'll call him back, maybe he's going off of information from 25 years ago. And that's old information because everything coming out, they were not black or white. That bothers you folk.
Brother Berean, look at Hebrew.
Like it bothers these folk. They can't have a Bin Laden. They can't have a Bin Laden looking like, they don't want them people. They got to be black or white. They're going to force that on us. Look at who.
Hebrew of Israel. I hate to agree with Hebrew of Israel, but look at the correct information he's putting out.
That 40,000 years ago, they Bible. That's what I said. They got to put the Bible down, but they can't do nothing. These folk in here, they can't.
I don't know how he mixes Shem, Ham, and Japheth with that, but me and him will have a conversation one day. Hopefully, we'll have a conversation one day where we could argue that point, because this is where I differ from the Yap Gang. I don't believe that you could mix DNA with Shem, Ham, and Japheth. It makes absolutely no sense. And why it makes no sense for anybody who claims bloodline, because if Shem has a genetic marker, you're going to have to give Shem that marker all the way through. You're going to have to prove that you have Shem marker, which is practically impossible, because what if one of the sons have only daughters and don't have any sons? What happened then? What happened? The lineage stopped. Just like in Ephraim in First Chronicles 7:24, 22 to 24. He has a daughter named Beriah. I mean, a son named Beriah who has a daughter named I think Shira, and the lineage stops right there. How is he? What happened with the people from Ephraim after Shira? And she built up Beth Horon and all these cities. Does she have a son? I doubt it. So what happened to the Ephraim lineage? So you see, when we talk about Shem, Ham, and Japheth, we got to be very, very, very careful.
Do me a favor, pull up the walls in Egypt. Russell Higgins said, what does the paintings, the pyramids say? Show it. It showed Nubians black like me, not and Egyptians that come. I'm saying they black like me. I don't care how y'all deal with it. That's what they doing. They ain't saying there's another race darker than them.
I'll be right back.
Good, gentlemen.
Skin sections showed particularly good tissue preservation, although cellular outlines were never distinct. Although much of the epidermis had already separated from the dermis, the remaining epidermis often was preserved well. The basal epithelial cells were packed with melanin, as expected for specimens of Negroid origin. Do we have to go deeper, or should we stop here? Do we need comments? This further debunks all Metatron's wishful thinking. It is in perfect alignment with everything I say in my videos. Ancient Egypt was a black civilization with a black population, but especially a black African elite who came from the south. And it has been this way from the beginning to its collapse. And this is confirmed by ancient Europeans' depictions of ancient Egyptians. We can see here. Priests were also part of the nobility. So, this is not a tan. It is melanin. Now I want to address something that really bothered me in Metatron's video. I hope you enjoy the shared information. So, what do you conclude after watching this video? Do you agree with me? Is the ethnic stock of the ancient Egyptians clear? Do we have enough data to make a strong assessment, or are we deceiving ourselves? Let me know what you think in the comments below, whether you agree or disagree with me. Provide specific examples or details so I can learn from you. Don't forget to like, subscribe, activate the bell, and share the video so more people can learn this truth. Thanks for
Only thing we can do is I thought that can't come on in there. That's digital, SD card or something. Only thing we can do, if Elder Green can't come on and present it, we got to get that 8mm where he presented the stuff that he presented a few years ago.
Humanity was created in Africa, where Black people rose and started living in small groups and societies. They started cooperating for the very first time. The world had never seen this happening before because all other species never really cooperated on such a scale. Then, these Black people migrated to different parts of the world, going to Asia and Europe. That's how other races were created, being part of the same species. However, various other races of humans became extinct, except for Black people. That's due to their vulnerable genes, which could not save them from the harsh environment. However, it's different for Black people. They preserve the fittest genes in their DNA, and that's why, no matter what disaster occurs, they will live forever. But how does this actually work? Is it true that Black people have certain gifted, superior genes that other people lack? And does it mean that even if nature eliminates other races due to natural selection, Black people will walk on this planet forever. Let's know about that in this video.
The Black History Archives.
Imagine two men left deep within the unforgiving confines of a jungle. One of them possesses a genetic makeup finely tuned for jungle survival. It's because he inherited genes from a family tree that has survived almost every challenging condition. These genetic traits include a range of advantages. Equipped with robust genes, the man exhibits superior muscle mass, stamina, and endurance, enabling him to conquer rugged terrain, climb trees, and withstand the physical challenges crucial for survival in the wilderness. Enhanced agility, coordination, and reflexes equip him to navigate dense foliage, evade predators, and swiftly respond to imminent threats lurking within the jungle's shadows. His fortified immune system grants him heightened resilience against jungle-borne illnesses, parasites, and infections, reducing the risk of debilitating sicknesses that could hinder his ability to survive. Acute senses, including keen vision, hearing, and smell, provide him with early detection capabilities for potential hazards, aiding in the avoidance of predators and facilitating the location of vital resources essential for sustenance and survival. Fueled by a genetic predisposition for problem-solving, creativity, and adaptability, the first man can devise innovative solutions and adapt to the myriad challenges encountered.
Now, Brian, do you believe this? You might have stepped away.
No, I heard you ask me. You said my name. What happened?
Do you believe this?
Do I believe what? Tell me what is it saying, Doom? What is it saying? That Black Lives Matter, I don't believe none of that garbage. I believe they switching it up. I think they had a Marxist. I think it was agenda.
No, not Black Lives Matter.
Well.
That black gene, black is gonna be eternal. It calls the original man to be smarter, stronger, more immune to diseases versus the Neanderthals and folks that were around.
I believe Adam and Eve had there was something special inside the original individuals that we would call Adam and Eve, that we can have the human family like we have today. I believe the original dog on the ark had something special inside of them that we can have all the breeds of dogs that we have today on the planet.
I agree too, right? And that's why
I don't argue for superiority like the way Neil deGrasse Tyson, because I believe that comes from a form of evolution. And evolution from the gate was, I believe, and eugenics. I think that was all tied together, and that was racist nonsense and garbage. That's the trick of the enemy, all that monkey nonsense. If it's the same creator, of course, monkey's gonna have 4 hands, of 2 feet and 2 hands, like human beings do, but that don't mean nothing. I think that whole thing is part of eugenics. I think even when it comes to Sigmund Freud and Jung and them, I think them was freaks and stuff. The world may look at them as intellectuals, but I think them people came with agenda, and it may not have been from the everlasting spirit, the most high God. It may not have been. But I believe these folk got an agenda too. I think part of the conscious community and the awakening goes hand in hand. I don't really believe in superiority in that sense, but I believe that people lied on history. I ain't gonna say I believe, we know that for a fact.
Teach.
How do we fix that now? A lie with a lie? A lie with a lie, still a lie.
Hey, Brother Barine.
The father of lies, what do we do?
Brother Barine, we want to attach the blackness to the ancient cultures because we want to say it's us.
We want
to. The Egyptomaniacs say that the ancient Egyptians were black. This is why Zahi Hawass says they're not black. He's really talking about the African Americans. And I'm going to show you something in a book that specifically spoke about African Americans and calling themselves Egyptians. This is 2023. I'm going to
hold on. He's going to pull it up right now. Look at this. Excellent.
3 minutes. Let me pull up the book right now.
He's going to pull it up. But watch you pulling it up. Listen to this. Covey, that's how come I've been waiting now. Elder said it. Elder said, he called me on the phone. He said, I'm going to say it. I said, Maimonides and Josephus were black Israelites. Listen to Covey. I tell you, I got a little bit of book, but folk already disinformation, because how would Covey get this secret archive? This secret Masonic downstairs in the Vatican. He said Maimonides compared Cushites to monkeys, Berean. Why, if he's black too? Something I asked Pastor Kelly and them 8 years ago when they first jumped on. Those writings that people have don't speak good about dark people like myself. Oh, that's just one. There's a few more of these. So I ask you people. And as soon as I put it in the back chat, I said, well, Elder Green, at least he finally answered the question after all these years. He said, Maimonides and them was black folk. Immediately most excellent. Yo, where he get that from? They want to look up, they want to know where that come from. What Govey is saying, there's a few statements where that darkness is not looking good. And we see it been going on for a few good years, before and after Jesus. Why, if everybody was black in Israel like me in the 1st century and during the Maccabean period, why would they speak down on people that's dark like me? And I know what they're talking about. They're talking about the lips, and they're talking about the penis size, and they're talking about the color of the skin. Y'all can't fool me. Y'all trying to fool me. Oh, it's identity theft, all right. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. It is. What they call it in Psalms 83? Oh, yeah, it definitely is in Psalms. It is a conspiracy, crafty counsel. It is that. But who's doing it? Then y'all gonna argue that Covey and light-skinned folk ain't got no. We can go back to Dura Europa. Boy, light-skinned folk been there. We got to get the math ain't mathing, y'all. Or and the thing that hurts me, y'all don't even want to concede, Garfield, you're right. This thing ain't really got nothing. Yap Gang, you're right. This ain't really even got nothing to do with skin color like that. They were all like America, light, dark, brown, like Queens, New York, all type of people. You a New Yorker, what you gonna look like? The curly hair, we got them in New York. We got the dreads from Jamaica in New York. We got people from Africa. There's just one nation. But y'all can't say that. Your minds can't say that. Your spirit can't receive it. Because Blumenbach separated the human family into different types. So when y'all see those words, it goes to what you know. And it can't speak to nothing else. Elder Green said that. He said to me, and I think it was good to say publicly, Elder Green said that he believed that. What about Rambam? What's that other dude name? What other great sage that was a convert? Where the hell are the light-skinned people, y'all? I'm sorry. Where are they at? Oh, the light-skinned people came around later on, and they invented Judaism after the temple was destroyed in days of the fake one. I don't know. Go ahead, Garfield. I don't know.
You see, one thing about me, Marine, I always try to give the people a source, right? Now, this book is fresh. This is not an old book from 20 years ago or 10 years ago. This is the book that came out in July 2023. Let me say that again, July 2023. And again, I offer all my PDFs to anybody free. I don't charge you. Just email me at axbrothergarfield@gmail.com. All right? Now, so it says, so was Egypt black? Most of the people asking this question today are Africans and who? African Americans. Now, why are they addressing African Americans who would like to claim early Egypt's accomplishments for themselves and other members of their own quote-unquote race? However, this question assumes two premises that are patently false. The first is that there exist or there once existed biologically distinct and pure races whose characteristics can be easily defined. Second, the questioners generally believe that there is a link between what they regard as race and cultural achievement. Dr. Ben, rings a bell, huh? We built the pyramids. Science has shown that both premises are incorrect. Modern Egyptians have a mixed genetic admixture and also show considerably variation in skin color and physical characteristics. We can expect the same to have been true in the past. In Egypt today, skin color gradually changes from predominantly tan or olive in the delta to an almost blue-black near the Nile sources in the south. Other physical features vary along the same continuum. Therefore, some ancient Egyptians looked more Middle Eastern, and others look more like the Sudanese or Ethiopians of today, and some may even have looked like other groups in Africa. Skin color, hair texture, nose size, and other physical characteristics often employed in determining race could vary significantly. Therefore, it should not be surprising that we can pick out what have been called Negroid traits in the statue of Khafre or in images of Queen Tai. Sub-Saharan black ancestry was always an element of Egypt's genetic history. That does not mean that Egyptians were black in the way that African Americans identify themselves today. It also doesn't mean that Egyptians were white, even though they are usually portrayed by white actors, by white actors in Hollywood films. The modern black-white distinction is a construct of European racism. All right, no problem. Construct of European racism and was largely irrelevant to ancient Egyptians. Let me repeat that. The modern black-white distinction is a construct of European racism. You hear that, family? European racism, and was largely irrelevant to ancient Egyptians. The best we can say is that Egypt was a unique civilization with genetic and cultural ties linking it to other African cultures to its south and west, and to Mediterranean and Near Eastern cultures to its north.
So was they black like Africans? Father God, in the name of the Lord Jesus, this is hopeless.
They're African.
Dunamis, do me a favor. Dunamis, what Med put in that back chat, what I put in that thing, pull up that thing and show what Maimonides said about the Cushites.
All right, I got you.
Darnell, what's the question? What great question do you have to lead us into greater light?
Hold on. I'm interested. Garfield, can I ask you, what do the definition of Negroid mean, or Negro?
Why? What's the problem with me?
What's the question? I ain't trying to trap you, brother. I just want to know what's the definition.
No, I said, what's the point?
Well, I mean, I could tell you my point, but I just want to answer to the question.
Negroid. When somebody says Negroid, it's
Negro.
Negro. It means black. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the point of my question is, and you're probably well aware of this, but when you go into Genesis chapter 10, and it talks about Cush equals black, right?
No, play along with that. I want to see where this is going, and then we'll see what early Israel had to say about black. Go ahead. Let me see where he's going with this.
Cush equals black, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Let me see where you're going.
Okay, so when you go into Acts chapter 13.
Oh, Father God, this.
I'm just trying to. Where was that?
Yeah,
where was that place? Cyrene. Where is that at?
Cyrene is in Africa, North Africa.
Acts 13. Acts 13. Go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead, let me just go. Y'all just go ahead and run the zoo. Y'all run the zoo the way y'all want to run the zoo. We in the circus.
I'm just trying I'm trying to be clear, because when we look at certain words and definition in the Bible, now I'm not a Bible scholar, and I'm not a linguistics, and I wouldn't even deem myself I'm just a student, of history. And so I'm following scholars. But when I look at Acts 13 and they talking about this gentleman, what is his name? Simon? Is that his name?
Simon.
Yeah. Why they call him Nigger?
Why they call him what? Niger?
Nigger.
Well, how do you spell Niger?
Wait a minute, let me pull it up.
Hey, what's up, Garfield?
Hey, what's up?
When y'all are done, I want to touch on the Egyptian thing. When y'all are done with whatever y'all do.
My
Hey, yo, do me a favor, Hebrew Israel. Nobody going back 40,000 years.
Why
Nobody
not?
going back.
No, I just want to touch.
No, don't back down. Don't back down, Hebrew of Israel. Don't let Marine scare you.
No. Y'all ain't finna do that. Y'all ain't finna do that
40,000. Nope. 40,000. I'm rocking with that number.
Garfield, go get on the altar. Is you're all on the altar. I'm putting everybody out of here. I told Garfield to leave that doctrine alone. These folk mind can't take it. They still asking about Nigel and Acts 13. Garfield, why would you do that? How you ungodly thing you? Why would you do that, Garfield? Come back to the Lord. Let go of your blasphemy and your nonsense. If the people's minds are not ready for that, their minds are not there. And it don't have to be that they can still go to heaven. We had people that ain't had no education and God accepted them. This is a problem, y'all. This is a problem. How many times we've been dealing with Acts 13 because they so believe that Acts 13 and the church of Antioch proved that we all Israel. He said, I told y'all don't let Garfield on.
But Brian, we went over if Acts 13 is after Acts 10, 3 years after, and Antioch is a known Gentile city.
Elder Green just said Maimonides and them was black. Now read this right here and let's think as a people. The pastor said it. I've been asking that for years. Elder Green finally said, I do believe that they were. Now, remember, we had beef with him in Babylon and Timbuktu, and don't come black but calmly, and who's being spoken to and all of this stuff. We got to go in. I don't want Elder Green to feel that I'm taking things down or I'm trying to hide. I'm trying to protect. I'm tired of protecting whoever I've been protecting. Let's let it all out. And even when Elder was talking, we talking about the Song of Solomon the other day, Kobe was saying some things to the contrary, like, I don't know. It's been historically coming down from Christians and Israelites, looking allegorical. Where's the literal interpretation of it? But y'all don't trace doctrine like an academic would. Hold on, this is Met. I know Met gonna talk about something. He want to give me 40,000 years in the Caucasus and then confuse these people with a new earth, old earth, when the flood was, and their minds are not there. Go ahead, Matt. What you got to say?
No, I just I got this quote from Maimonides, and I just wanted to put it out there and see what people would think about this. If he was a black man, are we going to then kind of appeal to a conspiracy and say maybe he was just a coon? Or maybe he was a self-hating black man.
Oh, I
maybe
didn't even think about that. Yeah, I said that. Dang, these people be thinking.
Right. So that's what's going to end up having to happen. You kind of have to appeal to a conspiracy. But he says here about the Cushites who live in the South. He says, I consider these as irrational beings and not as human beings. They are below mankind, but above monkeys, since they have the form and shape of man and a mental faculty above that of the monkey.
That sounds like Darwin in them.
It sounds like the curse of Ham.
What black man? Alton won't even say that. Alton won't even say that.
Yeah,
and then bring those into with that. You had that Israeli rabbi that compared black folks to monkeys.
Where he get it from? Glory to God.
Yeah, and then we connect that with the curse of Ham and other things that are said in the Talmud. I don't
It all
know.
lines up. And even if I pull up the book, The Curse of Ham, Dr. Brown recommended that. I think that guy's Jewish. If I pull up that book, all the sources that it'll show you about dark skin. Oh, but Dante said.
Yes.
And we got ancient sources who would speak like that. If you're a black man with big lips, if you're a black man with long whatever, if you're a black man with a certain types that they describe, how can somebody write about somebody else if it's the same people?
Yeah. And then
how many times their own sources had talked about the Negro and the Jew and not being the same?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that. I don't know how we would get around that without, again, we have to say he's just a self-hating black man. I guess maybe his chip was activated or something.
They're not even saying, well, there were some white Jews, there were some light Jews that said dark Jews. They're trying to say all the Jews were black.
Yeah.
Now somebody could say, well, these are the fake ones. That's how come they were fake. They hated us, the real ones, and they stole our identity. What would you say to that?
I don't know. To me, it's just, I mean, it's a good story. You know, I say this all the time. I had a partner one time that beat a case, and he says lawyer told him, man, whoever could sell the best story wins a lot of times. And so it's a good story, but you know, proving it and giving evidence and stuff like that is a whole nother thing. To me, like it's a lot of times we just get involved in storytelling. You know what I'm saying? And lore. I don't know.
Go ahead, Dunamis. I don't even know why you have gang on here, because they ain't gonna do nothing but bring more confusion.
I pulled the book up you just talked about, brother. The Curse of Ham. It's on the screen if you want it. Again, if anybody wants any book that I put up, they could email me at axbrothergarfield@gmail.com.
That's the book right there. That's the book right there.
Told you, tell y'all want sources. Remember they used to say Garfield don't bring sources. Now you be a witness. Sean, where's Sean and Hebrew Visual? They're back on because they're gonna blame me. I'm the one that took them on the altar.
What about Acts 13?
Acts 13. What about it? That Simeon is from Niger.
Do me a favor, Dunamis, and pull up Acts 13, because he apparently in a lot of people's minds that's a home run. It's plain as ever in Acts 13 in a lot of people's minds.
I got a question, Bereen. Why everybody else is not called Niger? That
Thank
last
you, Garfield. That doesn't make sense.
You pronounce it. You pronounce it.
Hold on, beloved. Does that mean, Bereen, that everybody else wasn't a Niger? What does it mean? I don't see anybody else being called Niger. He's the only guy. So he was the only blacky guy on the team. I mean, like, what's going on?
Everybody didn't look like him for them to call him. I got a homeboy called Black, but we're all black, and all of that other nonsense. And do them at the same time.
What about
pull up what Pastor Kelly was promoting, and the Israelites were promoting, that Seventh-day Adventist that's not even a real Catholic, that was an actor. Pull that up also, because this is what spreads in Israel. That's why Met sent me that book. They thinking it's the religion of the slow people. They think a lot of this is nonsense. And I'm going to pull up Nathaniel Reed, out of context, New York City detective.
I'm trying to make sure the pronunciation is nigger.
Okay, so what difference does that make? Does that mean that Paul looked like that, Barnabas looked like that, Mary looked like that?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
we are called that, Bereen. Hold on, brother. We are called nigger. So the guy being called nigger is the same as us, so we're one and the same. It's a horrible methodology.
My thing is this: when you talk about,
hold on, everybody be quiet right now. Hold on, I got to put them out. Hold on, I want Elder Garfield, not Garfield. Most Excellent is on here. Most Excellent, say what you just said. Kobe said the same thing. This is Maimonides. I'm putting you on speakerphone. Go ahead, Most Excellent. Read what Maimonides said about black people.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna pull the screen up, Matt? Oh, here it is. Here it is right there. Read that right there about the Cushites. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said, I consider these as irrational beings and not as human beings. They are below mankind but above monkeys, since they have the form and shape of man and a mental faculty above that of the monkey. So he seemed to have a horrible view of at least these Cushites, who are darker skinned people. He seemed to have a very negative mindset towards them.
You think he would be black, someone black saying something like that, Elder Green? How would you explain that?
One second, Bereen.
No, Garfield. No, Garfield. The pastor talking right now. No, in the name of the Lord Jesus, get him out of here. He ain't got no order. He grabbing a microphone in the church.
Let me. I can't talk so loud, but let me say this as I begin to actually answer these questions. We all know that this is we would all agree to be secondary. This all be secondary. This ain't something that I'm willing and designed to debate, because I can't prove everything I'm saying. It's just my understanding from what I've come to look into, as far as I'm able to look into, that I believe that the original Egyptians would have been people of color. Now, what color they was? When I say people of color, I'm talking about not somebody that will be like the European or the light bottle that we talk about a lot. That's what I'm saying. Now coming to the Maimonides, I believe that Maimonides and Josephus would have been men of color, not necessarily dark as Berean or anybody like that, but not of the light bottle like we talk about. Now, I believe that when they're talking about something about the black and the size and all that, I believe you have a lighter complected color person talking about an African with different featured black person. The same thing we have people doing today. That's what we today, this very day, we have some people that are colored people that make little comments that I don't agree with none of that garbage. And they made that clear. I don't agree with none of that stuff that my mom is saying, or anybody may be saying negative about anybody, complexion or size, nothing like that. But I believe you just have one shade of color person talking against a darker shade of a color person. That's what I believe.
Okay, Matt, go ahead. You heard him?
Yeah, I heard him. I mean, that's fine. I guess the question to me is just like that's a very horrible statement to make, even as a person of color. Obviously, I know Vince Bantu and them talk about ancient, what they would call like an ancient whiteness and then an ancient blackness or whatever. But I mean, I don't know. I don't see any real evidence of like how we would know what color Maimonides was exactly. And we know he was in Spain in that area.
He was a Spanish. That's what I'm saying. He was a
Yeah,
Spanish.
so to me, he probably one of them real light bottles, to use that terminology. And I mean, I know we could believe, he was whatever, but that's just the belief. You know what I'm saying? What's the evidence that we have? Where we go to try to see what color he was? Do we have any pictures? Do we have any
And I
historical
never
records?
had, and I never seen no one say that he was black.
I've never seen that either.
Never in 30 years, never.
Now, and that's an excellent question that Matt is asking. What is the evidence? I'm sitting here, not sitting here, but I'm being on the floor right now, kneeling down. But I don't have no what I would call. That's why I said I wouldn't debate it. I don't have what I call no concrete proof or evidence. But at the same time, the question could be asked. The one that are showing some kind of images, where are they getting the evidence from? Because now what I do try to look at is I look at there's what I have is a color chart that, okay, here we go. I kind of start my takeoff with this series that somebody done years ago that would have kind of gave the image, and these are archaeologists, scientists, and so forth, that would have gave the image of what maybe Christ would have been, and some of those first century Jews would have been during first century. And I know a lot of y'all done seen that image. Now, keep in mind, when I'm looking to this and studying stuff, I'm not thinking about no conscious movement, no power movement, no black power, no. It's like this is all jumping before really YouTube and Google. So I'm just curious and looking into this stuff and not trying to prove it's like a color or anything. I'm just looking at this stuff. So at the end of the day, when they came out with this particular movie, trying to show what Jesus may have looked like, I saw in that movie there some of those scientists, or at least one of them at least, and he began to do this sculpture and all this kind of stuff. And he said something that kind of got my attention. He said that the Jews at that time would have been more people of color. I said, okay, that's interesting. So I just started digging. And then as I kept digging, I said, okay, the ones that would have been settled in that location. See, there's what's called a color chart. There's a color chart. So if the ones that would have, so what would have had to happen was this, that in my mind, someone would have to migrate further north, then come back down after they done changed complexion. But what about the one that stayed in that area that was Jews? That's what I was zeroing in on. The one that would have stayed close to the equator or stayed to the Levant area, the Mediterranean area, that would have never migrated nowhere for their complexion to change. Those are the ones that I believe that and if you look at Spain and all that kind of stuff, they would have been in that latitude, longitude from the equator. They would have been in that same color region. Like right now, if you go all the way across the world, the United States is in that same color, that same color region. I'm saying region off the top of my head because I don't have the chart in front of me. But in my mind, this is how I'm thinking. When I'm looking into that.
So you think some people went and then they changed complexions? Like you go to hot Alabama and there's no light skin. I'm trying to figure that part out.
Let me say this because I'm still at work. I gotta get back to the route right quick. But this
hold on, Met got to go back to, he parked the truck. He got to go back to work. Go ahead, Met. Go ahead.
What I said, I think we're making a mistake when we start playing the color game. Period. Because we can see that people's morphology, the way they look, their phenotype can change in a very few generations. So to me, the moment we start talking about this person's original color, that person's original color, it has nothing to do with their descent or whether or not they're a paternal descendant of Jacob or a paternal descendant of, you know, Ham or whoever. Their color and the way their phenotype, the way they look, doesn't determine who they descend from. And to me, the moment we start playing that game, we get ourselves in trouble because it doesn't make sense. You have people that look like pure Europeans who, when you look into their Y haplogroup, they descend from West Africans, right? If a dark-skinned West African man marries a European and has a male child, and then that male child marries another European, eventually their European DNA is going to overwhelm the West African part of their DNA, but that doesn't change the fact that they descend from a West African. And then we get into, well, they're not the original, yeah, but yes, they are. They descend from the same person. We share a common ancestor. So to me, the moment we start playing a color game, we ask ourselves, well, what color was the ancient Egyptians? A bunch. And
Here we
so
go. Let's make
go
it
ahead.
simple. Let's make it simple. Let's make it simple. Can when we at least talking to me, do this to me, I'm gonna do this to you. Okay. Talking to me, it don't settle too well with me when you use the color game. See, my mind ain't like that. I'm not. Now I know what you mean when you say that. I know what you mean when you say that. But I get lost with even that word because I'm not doing. I don't care what color. I really don't care. I mean, I don't care. I'm just trying to answer the question. Here we go. Now, let me ask you this. Now, I can go and pull up some video that will support what I'm trying to say. Now, what I'm gonna ask of you, can you go and pull up some? Because see, I'm no scholar, I'm no scientist, I'm no theologian, I'm none of that. But there are some video. I'm not gonna just sit here and say something that I can't go and
He
know.
pulled up the words of a man that sound like a Klansman.
Yeah, we all got
The
videos
words of the rabbi don't sound good to me. Not his
Yeah.
picture.
Yeah,
His
and we
own
all
words from his book.
Yeah, and I say this: we all have we all got sources. I mean, I could show you some genetic studies. I could show you some genetic studies that show the connection between ancient Egyptians and Europeans. I can show you mummies of pharaohs with blonde hair. The Hittites are Indo-European people, so you got Hamites that are Indo-Europeans. So it's just that's what I'm trying to say. When the reason I brought up the color game is because when we say what color are the Egyptians, that's a bad question. It's like saying to Abu and Garfield has brought this out. What color are the Americans? What color are the New Yorkers?
Okay. Berean asked me the question who I think.
I gotta go, man. I'm gonna be listening though. I gotta go.
No. But before you go, I want you to tell me where you think the lighter complexion or white European came from. The complexion.
Yeah, I think the way that Europeans look today, they still descend from ancient people. So I mean, the color that we have, the color that they have today, I think it comes about 6,000 years ago from people coming out of Africa, mixing with people who live farther north in Europe, and then they carry, huh?
That's all I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is like we all come from a common ancestor. So that's why I say to me it's still not the point. We all share a common ancestor. There's still going
You
to
believe that too, don't you?
I know, yeah, I know. But that's what I'm saying. Like even Cheddar Man. So Cheddar Man is a brown skinned European, but those British in the land who have white skin, share a common ancestry with him and descend from Cheddar Man. Even though their color is different, which is why I said when we start talking about morphology and phenotype, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Everything you said, man.
But I got to get back to my
All
route.
right, man. All right.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
can I say something?
What you want to say? What do you want to say, Donna? What do you want to say?
I mean, when I'm listening to this type of conversation, and this is where I get lost because why everything got to be so abstract, because like if I was from another country coming over here to America and I start asking questions like, what color are the Americans? I mean, I understand that we could say different shades of brown from the darkest brown. Look, I do color, so I know what dark brown is to the lightest shade of brown. And even when we say Caucasian people, we know that Caucasians got melanin in their skin. They just got less pigmentation than the so-called Negro. So I mean, the thing is this. I mean, it don't matter. It don't matter to me. Just I'm like Elder Green. It don't matter to me. But I don't. If I'm being asked questions by my own children, I don't want to be abstract with them. I want to be able to give them a more definitive answer.
Exactly.
And you can look at the ground and see that the ground has many different shades of brown. Well, that makes sense to me, and it kind of coincides with humanity. There are many different shades. If you want to call them vanilla chocolate, I don't know what you want to call. If you want to call white people vanilla, I mean, they still come from brown. But the thing is this: we know that we are a part of different ethnicities and nationalities, but when we come over here, we are called Negroes. It don't matter. Elder Green is a Negro to me because he's like as some of my family members. My mom is real light, but she's a Negro. Well, at least that's on her birth certificate. But when y'all get into that DNA stuff, that convolutes the imagery of what I would call, okay, I can't differentiate between who's Caucasian and who's a nigger, or who's like in between the two. You know what I mean? I can't see it like that. I have to look at, I mean, God gave colors. It's colors in the Bible. So I have to be able to see according to what is given according to the text. So when it say nigger in the Bible, that means black. When we talk about Cushite, that means black. Now I know that the Shemitic people mix with the Cushite people. So that tells me that we have a lot of different shades of brown, but nevertheless, they all are considered to be Negro or Negroid. Okay, I just because it just sounds real abstract when people come like that, and it don't give no real. I'm a visual person, so I can't really see when you start saying that's the wrong terminology or start throwing out the DNA arguments. I can't see that, but I can see your color.
Yeah, you start losing people, and that's why I asked him directly. Like he on the job, and I'm on the job. I'm somebody who right now squatting down, maybe working. But that's why I asked him directly what did he think, and his answer was been my answer the whole time. So I don't even know why he got the phone call. He said exactly what I've been saying the whole time. So I don't know. I don't understand what the problem. I don't get it. I mean, he before Matt got off, he basically said the same thing I've been saying the whole time.
Elder, what make you think? I've been asking that for 8 years. I asked if Josephus and Maimonides, what we would consider Black Hebrew Israelites, what make you think? You said yes. What makes you think Maimonides was black?
Okay, answer your question. Who told us they were white?
Father God, in the name of Jesus. Father God, in the name, I'm getting Aunt have to leave today. Aunt just said something. Aunt, I'm putting you out of here today. Go ahead, Elder. Keep going. Let's hear this ration.
All jokes aside, okay. All jokes aside, you asked me a good question, okay. Now, at the same time,
Hey, Barine, can I add something real quick?
To Elder?
To anyone. When we try to say that Josephus or Maimonides is dark skin or our skin tone or whatever, why are we trying to defend or accept or bring? Hold on, pops. Why are we trying to bring him in the fold? Why are we trying to bring Maimonides in the fold?
Because they're recognized among Jews the world over.
Okay,
and that would help.
And then we have a video. A black guy actually goes that was Rambam a racist.
Hold on 1 second, my brother. What I want to add is Maimonides was a rabbinical teacher. He understood the biblical text according to his paradigm and the context of where he lived in. But also, whether he was racist or not, I'm not going to go into that because we don't need to go there. The tradition of what he taught, was it what Elder Green taught?
It don't have to be the same thing for them to be the same ethnic group.
No.
Like
But
a black prophet.
But no. The fact of the matter is, why are we bringing Maimonides, whether he's a racist or not, is irrelevant to me.
He's connected to the religion, Garfield. He's connected to the religion and uses a great sage. Josephus connected to the religion.
Okay, but how is that connected to us when Josephus said 1 million Jews died and they sold each other out? And
because they use Josephus, so I want to know if that's their brother. Some people say that they're fake. If they're the fake people, why listen to Josephus and Maimonides? But if they're not,
Maimonides is the fake too, because he teaches the fake religion according to them. They're not the true religion. This is why I don't understand Ben Israel, the guy that you played earlier with the Brooklyn Magic voice. Because if you're saying that you're related to Sephardics, you're not saying that you were enslaved, because the Sephardic Jews were not enslaved.
But wait, no, but I want to hear, but Garfield, hold on. We want to hear what the pastor in the community that's an Israelite have to say about this. This is very important. We've been asking this for years. Hold on. Go ahead, Elder Green. This is so important how he answered this.
I believe, and like I said, this is secondary. I'm only answering it because my brother Elder Green is asking me. Y'all know I don't get up here talking these subjects, but because I asked it and I've looked into it to a certain degree, and hey, I could be totally wrong.
So you said, so I asked you how you know they were like black Hebrew Israelites. You said, how do you know they were white?
Okay. So who proved that they were white? Who proved? And I'm just asking to be asked. Who proved that they were of the light? I think that was your show for that. Now, the reason why I think they were people of color, but I say black, I ain't talking about black in the crayon, or even dark like you, I'm saying dark skin like you, or dark pale like my wife, not like that. I'm not saying that. I'm thinking that I'm saying I don't believe that they were of the light of a European, like now people try to paint them. And the reason why, I can tell y'all the reason why. I'm gonna take class to get some kind of specific answer.
Go ahead, I want to hear this.
Okay. The reason why is because I started with basically back then with this stuff won't jumping on YouTube, it won't jumping on Google. So I'm doing my own little study best I can. And when I saw this one video that showed, and then I started looking into the early church fathers, them being, people of color and Tutu. So it's like, hold on, man, because I'm looking at the region that all these people settled in. I'm looking at the region where Josephus was at. I'm looking at the region where Maimonides, and if you look at the color chart, you're going to see that people that would have settled in that location, unless they came from further north and settled and migrated back down, they would have been the people of color. When I say color, I don't mean like the African down further down south. I mean they would have been European white. That's all I'm saying. When I get home, I can come on and show you some color charts that I'm talking about. And then another thing, I got a chart in our temple that really just sealed it for me. I'm gonna tell you,
Oh, I seen that, y'all.
it just sealed it for me. It just sealed it for me. But it's not a black or white thing. It's somebody. When I look into it and talk about this stuff, it's not a white thing for me. But somebody made it one. They the one that's wrong. They the one that's wrong. But to answer your question, what I look at is the location where these.
Let me bring my stepped away.
I actually wanted to touch on Egypt.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let Ella keep going. I'm sorry. I muted by accident. Go ahead, Ella. Just say that last part over.
Like the gentleman like that's why I even believe that a lot of the Greeks were people of color. A lot of people, you didn't just have the light father Greek. You had the purple father Greek. Was a man of color. I believe the Claudian emperors. It's a family line. I personally believe they were people of color. The Claudian emperors, I believe that. Like Augustus Caesar and all the people like that, and who else? It's a bloodline of family. It's a family that's a bloodline there. I be and like Nero, I be a people of color. I be that. I mean, that's just me. Could be wrong. I just got quiet. I got quiet. I mean, you going, Marine? Marine, go. Goodness. Garfield.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, because I can't, I'm on my phone, I can't see nobody. So, yeah, and like I say, I mean, it's nothing to great fellowship over, nothing to fight over, It's just, something that I, call myself looking into to a certain degree. Would I try to debate it? I don't think so, because I can't concretely prove this stuff. I can't concretely prove it, And just like that video you brought out a couple weeks ago with that black couple, I think they gave birth to a white young girl and a black girl, twins. So you can't rule out that the white race or the black light complexion could have started like that. But now I don't believe that would have made the white race. I mean, I see in my mind, I'm thinking that though that young girl came out like that complexion, she's still of, that in my mind, that don't make her like the, now I don't know that blood stuff, that I don't know all that stuff. Garfield probably can take from there. I don't know how that stuff works like that, but I still think that she would be a black young lady, but just look like that. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I don't know, but I think.
All right, Elder. All right, go ahead.
All right, shalom.
All right, shalom. All right, y'all heard it. Lord God is delivering even me, even now, in the mighty name of Jesus. Go ahead, Dunamis. Just go ahead and do what y'all do. Whatever. I don't even know what y'all do.
All right. Well, I don't know. I see Sean done been here for a while. Let me share Sean's screen. Sean, your screen's up.
Yeah. All right. So I'm just going back to, I shared this before, going back to Mr. Imhotep's dialogue in this video, what he was saying. And he was speaking about, he was trying to convolute, black, and that the modern Europeans doesn't, they don't look like, the ancient Europeans, and the ancient Europeans was black. I guess somehow trying to allude that they were genetically connected to Africans or sub-Saharan Africans, and they're not. They're not directly. You know, the Europeans of today who look like the modern Europeans are directly descended from these Europeans. These Europeans that I'm showing on the screen.
So, Sean, that wasn't true what he said. Well, he said there's no direct consensus, no direct connection. That wasn't true.
No, there's no. They are directly descended from the darker Europeans. Yes, they are. So no,
Okay.
that was wrong.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that he was trying to convolute it by using, Afrocentrics seem to do this all the time. They try to convolute, because these Europeans was black, then the modern Europeans are not connected to them. It's not true. They directly descend from them. They have all the same Y chromosomes as those ancient males did that were dark skinned. They're directly descended from them. So by saying that they were all black, tries to convolute the situation, tries to convolute the science and try to make it like we're all connected, like those black people were connected more to us or West Africans, or South Africans than they are to the modern day Europeans, which is false. I showed this before, and it shows the graph of Europeans, the times, the times, going back to the Neolithic. He brought up the Neolithic, going all the way back to the Neolithic, and it's showing the SLC 24A5, the SLC 24, where is it? SLC 24A5 and SLC 24A2. you know, the hurt gene. It's showing everything, and it's showing these circles of the colors of these people over time, and how the light skin allele traveled into Western Europe from the Russian area, from Russia. So you know, I'm like kind of dumbfounded at how people could just fall for this. You know, it's more Afrocentrism.
I'm with you. Now, even you were saying something as this related. You were saying like how the line didn't disappear with like I or something. But I don't understand what you.
Yeah, Mr. Inhotep or Dr. Inhotep. I don't know the guy's name.
Wait, hold on one second.
Inhotep basically. What you say
Robert
again?
M. What he's saying basically is the video with Mr. Imhotep saying how the Europeans were originally darker, and how the modern Europeans are lighter. They are directly descended and connected to the older, darker people.
Yeah, because he was trying to make it sound like the Paleo Europeans, basically the original European population. He was trying to make it sound like they all just disappeared and died off when the Yanaya went in, but they didn't. Paleo Europeans carried haplogroup I, which is older than haplogroup R. And
Right.
so you still find that among people in northern Europe and Central Europe. So that would be like your Vikings, your Norwegians, your Scandinavians, people of that nature. They still carry haplogroup I, just like Chatterman. So it's funny, he's trying to make it seem like, again, the R1b Yamnaya wiped out just the entire original European population that was black. That's not the case. As a matter of fact, even the Yamnaya, according to David Reich's latest paper dealing with the Southern Arc, even the Yamnaya were dark skinned as well, just like the Paleo Europeans. It seems like light skin would have originated in certain parts of the Mediterranean and the northern Near East, like Anatolian farmers would have been light skinned as an example. But yeah, uh, these populations that were dark skinned, whether they were R1b or whether they were haplogroup I, the descendants still exist today. They they didn't just die off and disappear.
A Hebrew of Edom. Are you familiar? I know you're being funny. Are you familiar with the new ancient sample that they found of Y DNA in Croatia?
Yeah, they found J1 and E1B1A. Yeah.
All right. So now let me ask you this, right? The people that were in that are Eurasians originally, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are the oldest samples that we have coming all the way up to until now. Did those people spread all over the ancient Near East?
Like, are you talking about the ones from Croatia?
No, not from Croatia. Just from the people that Sean was talking about a while ago, from 40,000 years ago, who were dark skinned. Did they spread all over the ancient Near East?
Like Anatolian farmers and people of that nature?
Yes.
Yeah. Anatolian farmers, their DNA, you can actually, there's charts. And by the way, when I'm done explaining this question to you, Garfield, I do want to show something, Dunamis. But yeah, Anatolian farmers, which seem to have been light-skinned,
Your screen's up, Ibrahim.
All right, thank you. They did spread throughout the Near East. You can actually find quite a bit of Anatolian farmer DNA throughout the Mediterranean, and in parts of the Levant and Arabia, North Africa, East Africa. As a matter of fact, Chalcolithic samples in Israel had blue eyes, which was likely a result of Anatolian peoples. They also carried haplogroup T as a result of Anatolian people going into the Levant. So light skin, light eyes. That's
so. With that being said, we have a mixture of different people. Like this chart shows, you have Yemenite, you have Jordanian, Palestinian, Samaritan, and so forth. Now, let me ask you this: as far as the ancient Egyptian, the one that talks about the ancient Israelites, do you have that chart too with this? The ancient Israelite chart? Do you have that one?
Break down the ancient Egyptians because everybody's was talking about it earlier, so I didn't get a chance to.
All right. So in the ancient Israelite chart, how close are you to in that chart?
The ancient Israelites, I can touch on that chart in a minute, but the closest population to ancient Israelites would be modern day Samaritans, the Samaritan Jews.
So Samaritans, are they European looking? Are they dark skin like Garfield? Do they look like Berean? How do they look today?
They look like Levantines, modern day Levantine people.
All right. So now, with that being said, and what Elder Green was trying to stress, I'm trying to figure out.
I know what you're trying to figure out. I'm going to actually touch on that with the Egyptian question here in a second.
Right.
Let me break this down really quick.
All right, hold on. Genetically speaking, are you close to the Samaritans, you personally?
No, I don't have a ton of Samaritan, no.
Okay. All right, what about you, Sean?
No, I don't have a ton of it either.
All right. So what about Africans, Americans on a whole?
As a whole, no. They might have small amounts of, let's say, small amounts of Natufian and Turfer Alt Ibero-Mauritian ancestry, but African Americans will likely have a little bit more Turfer Alt than Natufian specific.
So
and Turfer Alt, by the way, is Neolithic North Africans.
So in terms of Shem, Ham, and Japhet, right? Who would Shem be close to if the Samaritans are the closest?
All right, so right there, we'll have to break it up into like autosomes versus haplogroups. Because when I was referring to the Samaritans, I was talking from an autosomal perspective and more of a G25 perspective. And when it comes to the Samaritan population, they have two major haplogroups, which is J and E. And so I would personally say it's the E Samaritans that would be from Shem. That's my personal standpoint.
Why would you say E? Because you're E?
No, because
no, I would say E because for one, it seems to be pretty much seen as the founder of the Afro-Asiatic populations, Proto-Afro-Asiatic. So that would be your Berbers or the Amazigh that typically carry E-81. That will be the Kushites who carry E-V32. There will be Egyptians that carry E-78. And that will be like Middle Easterners that carry E-123, like Semitic speaking populations.
U1B. But
Yeah.
In all fairness, though, these markers go beyond the time period of where Shem, Ham, and Japhet would be. So
that depends on if you believe in an older or a younger.
Exactly.
Isn't this superseding the biblical tradition that has actually a chronology? Like Abraham is sitting around 2000 BC around that time, and you had people in the Hittite region or the Turkey region. I'm trying to figure out how we use DNA to match up when the genetic markers are much older than the actual biblical tradition. I don't get it.
It's very simple. It just depends on if you have an old Earth timeline or a young Earth timeline. I understand that many Christians typically go with the 6,000 year Earth. Personally, I don't think that works. Like, just even if you take DNA out of it, just in terms of archaeology and human remains and tools we find, like, to me, it doesn't seem like the Earth could be 6,000 years old. Again, I don't want to get. I'm not going to say that people who have that belief are wrong, or they're going to hell for having that belief. I'm not saying that. I just don't really see it being 6,000 years. But there are believers that have the concept of an old Earth. For instance, you can look into Hugh Ross, a very famous Christian scientist who has the old Earth belief that the Earth could be thousands upon thousands of years old, beyond 6,000 years. And so that's the perspective that I would take when it comes to applying genetics to the Bible.
Even Nathaniel Jensen, when he uses two different scales, old Earth model and young Earth model. So, you want to cover all bases when you're dealing with this, One is rapid radiation and one is lineal.
Yep. But I do want to touch on the Egyptians because I've been waiting on this for a minute.
Oh,
all right.
No, just real
quick.
Just real quick. So Shem, Ham, with the haplogroups, right? With that, Shem wants to go into DE. Japhet's more going which direction than Ham?
CF.
So Japhet's going CF, and the Ham's going
AB.
AB. Okay, that's all.
Now for the Egyptian question.
Well, hold on before you get to the Egyptian question. So Ham is more what? Is more AB?
Yeah, more.
Do me a favor, Garfield. After that cussing, I'm gonna cuss you out. Why are you still here? I told him don't even bring that up. My heart is hurting right now. My heart is hurting, but y'all just don't care. Y'all don't give a. Y'all don't care nothing about me.
Family, we're like E1B1A, right? And the E1B, the E that the Samaritans have, is the E the Samaritans have E1B1A or E1B1B?
They carry specifically a downstream of EM78. The specific downstream, I think, is EV22. Is either EV22 or EV12. I can't quite remember.
Which is E1B1B. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So the Samaritans are the closest that you're saying genetically is connected to the ancient Israelites, right?
Yeah.
So what about the E1B1A carriers? How close are they on that chart?
How close are they on the chart in the sense of what do you mean? Like
distance, as far as distance to the ancient Israelites. Like how you
Like
have
talking about,
here about the ancient Egyptians. How close is the E1B1A carriers, African Americans, on the ancient Israelite chart?
are you talking about in terms of like haplogroups or autosomes? I'm trying to figure
Right
out.
here, like, the chart that you have, ancient
If you're
Egyptian.
asking,
Because I think I have this chart in my phone. I just need to find it and put it on the screen. But this chart here is regarding ancient Egyptians. So I'll ask you for both sides. African Americans who are mostly carriers of E1B1A, 78% or 7%, whatever it is. How connected are they to the ancient Egyptians?
Oh, how connected are they? Oh, yeah. Most African Americans carry West and Central African autosomes. And I'm going to get into this when it comes to the ancient Egyptian question. But ancient Egyptians seem to have carried more so Natufian or Levant Neolithic type of autosomes, as well as some other things sprinkled in. And I'm going to actually cover that here in a second when it comes to the Egyptian question. So in terms of autosomes, I would say that no, there's not a massive connection. Ancient Egyptians seem to have carried some sub-Saharan African autosomes, but ancient Egyptians, based on their genomes, don't seem to have been, let's say, 100% West and Central African autosomal.
Okay, I'm good. I'm gonna shut up before Barry kick me off.
All right, so earlier, Mr. Inhotep or Dr. Inhotep, whatever, was talking about the ancient Egyptians, and so he kind of jumbled a lot of stuff together that really needed to be broken down better than what he did. So, and also the question of skin tone and whether the ancient Egyptians were black or whether they were white. I think a lot of people forget that there is this intermediate skin tone or color called brown and dark brown. And I think we also tend to forget of the specific location and people known as Middle Easterners, which aren't really black and aren't really white. They kind of represent their own like class of people, their own ethnic group. And when it comes to the G25, ancient Egyptians, so far by the tests that we have, seem to connect more so to Levantine and Yemeni populations. So on the chart, you see Negev Bedouin, Levant profile, and then you see a bunch of Yemenite profiles. And then it goes back to the Levant with Jordan and Palestinian, Samaritan, etc. So ancient Egyptians genetically are actually closest to your Levantine and Yemeni type peoples. And here's actually a breakdown dealing with modern Egyptians. I'm going to show one dealing with ancient Egyptians. But here's one showing basically that the Egyptian population has quite a bit of Levant Neolithic. That's the overwhelming genome from Egyptians. After that comes Levant Mesolithic and also Iranian Neolithic. They also have a nice chunk of Iranian DNA. And this isn't to say that Egyptians didn't have any type of sub-Saharan African DNA. They did. You see right here, there's Nilo-Saharan pastoralists. They have a little bit of that, ranging at about 4 to like 6% at the most. And they also have some sub-Saharan African DNA, ranging at like 0.4 to about 7%. So yes, Egyptians do carry sub-Saharan African DNA, but their overwhelming DNA seems to be Middle Eastern, specifically Levantine. And with that being said, I also want to show the Levant Natufian genomic profile, because you might be wondering, what is that Levantine? So Levant Natufian is typically seen today with the Yemenite and Bedouin peoples in the Middle East. Those are the groups that have the highest amount of this Levant Natufian DNA, and who Natufians seem to plot closest to. And I just want to show a map of the distribution of it. So you can see right here, Levant Natufian. Let me zoom in. You see a high concentration of it is in the Arabian Peninsula, and you also see it scattered throughout Egypt and parts of Sudan and Eastern Africa. It's also in North Africa as well. And here's just another chart showing, again, the distribution of Natufian ancestry. Pretty high in the Middle East, but it's also seen in Northeastern Africa at a decent percentage. And so with this type of DNA, this type of DNA being closest to Yemenis, I think it's good to show the representation of Yemeni peoples, like their phenotype. So here's Yemeni peoples. They have a variety of skin tones, ranging from dark brown all the way to that olive, light brown type of complexion. And that's pretty much how the Egyptians depicted themselves. They range from like a light brown all the way to a dark brown skin tone. And when you look at the facial reconstructions of Natufians, here's one example of how Natufians looked. They were a dark-skinned human population in the Near East. Again, this is just one example. Here is another example of how Natufians look. This is another reconstruction, and he looks to be like I guess you can say a typical Middle Eastern looking person. And here's one of the latest reconstructions of a Natufian. He is also pretty dark skinned. And so, based on the genome of the Egyptians having this Natufian DNA, but also having Iranian Neolithic DNA and Anatolian Neolithic DNA, Caucasus hunter-gatherer DNA, the Egyptians are going to have a plethora of skin tones that's probably going to look more or so like the Yemeni people. And another great example of looking at Egyptians is looking at like Upper Egyptians and Lower Egyptians. They also seem to have a variety of skin tones, just like the Yemenis. You see, they have, let's see right here, they can range all the way from this darker brown all the way to this lighter brown. And if these people depict themselves on the walls of Egypt, they're going to depict themselves with this reddish brown complexion. And this isn't to say that Egyptians weren't dark. Again, if you look at Upper Egyptians, they can be extremely dark as well. But this doesn't mean that they were, let's say, 100% autosomally Yoruba or 100% like Kenyan or something like that, like Bantu Kenyan. They represent really their own specific ethnic group with their own specific genome, their own specific culture and language, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's like, were they black or were they white? It's more like they were their own thing. They were this reddish brown people that carried a specific genome that was unique to them.
Right. So even though like, when the question comes up, were they black? Was they African black? You know, they could be, if you're just talking of morphology, they could be very dark, or they could be like this, or they could be lighter. But that does not mean they are connected to the rest of the African population or West Africans, sub-Saharan Africans. Like it's not that simple. People use the color. As soon as they say black, you start thinking, it's in Africa, then they must be talking about West Africans. There is West African genome amongst them, but it's not a lot. And this is basically what they're going to look like.
Exactly. Like if these guys are depicted on the walls of Egypt on the murals, they kind of look like the reddish brown skin depictions we typically
Exactly.
point towards. But this doesn't mean that they're Yoruba or they're Igbo or they're something like that. Like,
Right.
although they're dark skinned, they represent their own specific ethnic population.
So if you want to use that convoluted statement of, the Egyptians were black, well, yeah, they were dark skinned, but all black people are not directly related to each other. They're just not.
Exactly. Here's another example of I guess people haven't, this is why I implore people to go out and travel and look at these ethnic groups, because if you go to the Near East or go to Northeast Africa and see these people, like these Egyptians today are still pretty dark skinned. It's not like all Egyptians are looking like Brad Pitt or something like that. Like this is an upper Egyptian, and he has his own unique phenotype. Like his phenotype to me, he doesn't look like Wesley Snipes, but he also doesn't look like Donald Trump. Like he looks like he represents his own specific population of people. Like Egyptians have this unique like Northeast African type of phenotype.
hmm Due to the amount of people and the different ethnic groups in the area mixing all together, you get a new morphology or a different morphology.
Exactly. And although he looks dark skinned, he's likely genetically mostly Eurasian. Like genetically, he probably has a lot of Natufian DNA, and he could potentially even carry like haplogroup J or E1B1B or something of that nature. It
Or
could
G
even be E1B1A. Who knows? But
or G.
or G or R. You know,
hmm
like he paternally and maternally is likely Eurasian and autosomally heavily Eurasian. And he would likely also carry some sub-Saharan African autosomes as well. I wouldn't deny that. But
hmm
yeah, he's his own thing.
Hey, I was just I was letting you do your thing. I think you real intelligent. I think you're real intelligent. And I see that you did a lot of study in that area, and so I would be most definitely a student. But a lot of that stuff that you say, it does go over I'm sure a lot of people's head. Like it's going over my head. I'm real basic, and I like keeping things as simple as possible. When I look at this brother on the screen, okay, though his phenotype, as y'all say, might have his own distinct look to it, but he would be deemed, from my perspective, as of a Negroid-like persuasion because of his highly melanated skin. And a lot of the pictures that you show, that's it's like the typical, thing that they throw out there. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just basing it off of my own, observation, where most of the Egyptians, or like even right now, like a lot of the Ethiopians they have lighter looks to them now. And I'm sure it's because of all the mingling and mixing. But when I look at the color spectrum that I'm used to looking at, and I look at the dirt that I'm used to, I can see all spectrums of color. From the darkest brown to the lightest sandy, light tan looking dirt, and I see that in all humanity. But my thing is, like, when you're talking about the regions of Africa, and because I'm a biblical student, so I'm always gonna use that as my foundation to build a case. When we look at the biblical uh, history, the history displays that most of the people in that area of North Africa, uh, from the regions of Shinar, where the Tower of Babel, those were highly melanated people, which we would call black people. But and whether some of those people parted different ways, and some entered into the north regions beyond the Black Sea, beyond the Caspian Sea, and based off of them being in that region for however many thousands of years before they start migrating out, I can kind of believe that these people over a time, but mixing with each other, they Their phenotype became light, or their melanin became lighter and lighter and lighter because they migrated away from the regions where it was mostly sunny and hot. And so that kind of makes sense to me. You see what I'm saying? And so when y'all start to say, like some of those pictures that you was presenting, like the Africans that have more of a lighter skin or a tannish look. I mean, that could be true, but most of the pictures that I see on the pyramids, these people are brownish, reddish color, and I'm sure some are light. And then when you look at the Ethiopians, they are extremely dark looking.
May I say something, bro?
Sure, go ahead.
So yeah, the reddish reliefs you showed, we just showed you a couple of pictures that basically represents those colors, those red and brownish looking Egyptians. I wanted to say something also to what you had said earlier about you do things from a simple from a simple perspective when it comes to color, and I get it because that's what we're used to doing, but there's people who count on you doing that, and please, I don't want you to get offended by what I'm saying. I want to say that first before I continue. There are a lot of people out here who bank on you not knowing, or having a simplistic view of how you deal with color and race and ethnicities, and they use it to their advantage. They use it to their advantage to most of our people who don't know. So the same thing with Mr. Imhotep. I just showed a scale, going back 14,000, 17,000 years ago, showing how these alleles, how uh, these light skinned alleles ended up in these dark European Neolithic people, and how they how they over time turned white, because of these alleles that were in their genome. And if you don't know these things, people like, Mr. Imhotep could make things real simple and make things make sense to you that really has no basis in science. I just wanted to say that, bro. And please don't. I hope I wasn't trying to offend, or, I hope you didn't take it that way. I was just trying to touch on, simplicity sometimes can cause you to be taken advantage of. So I think it's just smart to just I think it would be smart on everybody's part to try to learn some of this stuff and have an understanding of, ethnicity beyond just color. Are you?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not offended, and I like I said, I'm always a student. It's just that a lot of stuff that you all were saying kind of goes at least over my head. But the bottom line is the fundamental understanding of color is different shades of brown to the lightest. And I only understand that because I'm in the hair field, and I understand the spectrum of color. And like when people say black, I know black is void of color. I do understand that. So, but the thing is that when you look at the different shades of brown, at least over here in America, we are all deemed as being Negro. And I'm sure you all remember this. You remember that African guy, that Egyptian that came over here in the 70s, and he wanted to call himself black, but they didn't wanted him to call himself black. They wanted to call himself white, and that has something to do with status. So most of the time when we are called Negro, it's because of status. It's not so much
Right.
because of our color and stuff like that.
I know who you're talking about. I think that was back in the 90s. The brother had made a video and he said that, he wanted, that's because people in North Africa are categorized as white. And like you said, from a status point of view, not because of how they look.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah, more
It was good
Mustafa
hearing.
Hefti.
Right. It was good hearing from you all. So I'm just gonna be listening from the chat area. Thanks.
By the way, can y'all
All
see
right,
my
peace, bro.
text? I'm in
Yeah,
I'm texting in the side chat. I can't see my
yeah, I don't see
mess.
it either. But we see your sharing still.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
I
sharing screen.
know I mean, even I know you're talking about. You talking to me or you talking to Sean?
Anybody, anybody, because I can't see my messages in the chat. I can't see my.
Oh, it might be StreamYard because sometimes some stuff doesn't come through. So bring out the.
All right. More. Can you hear me? If you can hear me,
yeah.
Check out Facebook Messenger because he's trying to text me and he can't even. I'm trying to text him back in the chat, but he's not seeing my messages. Facebook Messenger. More. Check that out. But yeah, the last thing I gotta say is yeah, Egypt is its own unique, Nile Valley African population. And you definitely can find Egyptians today, just like in ancient times, that have this unique reddish brown skin tone, like the man we see on the screen. And I don't want to say too much against what the other brother just said, but I do think that there is a slight distinction, though, from like the Coptic Egyptians, the modern Egyptians we see, versus like someone who's like a Nigerian. This is why I was making it very clear that like these Egyptians, although they are dark skinned, they're not Yoruba, they're not Igbo, they're not Zulu. They're their own unique ethnic population, Nile Valley ethnic population with their own autosomes, Y chromosomes, and things of that nature. Like Egyptians, they are very diverse phenotypically, just like the Yemenis.
Facts.
And by the way, Gary, you'll have to prove that those are Arab Egyptians. By the way, you have to prove that. Can't just make a blank statement.
I think he was
Genetically,
asking a question. I think that was a question.
Oh, you
Are
think that was a
Arabs
question?
Egyptians? Yeah.
No, these aren't Arab Egyptians.
But no, in general, are Arabs? We consider Arabs to be Egyptian. You might have to expound on that.
You would
Like
find
are
it.
Arab Egyptians? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Well-
a question that's like kind of hard. Like, I mean, you could. I would say I know. I'll let Avery answer the question, but I would say that Arabs. You would find Arabs amongst the Egyptians. I will put it more that way. I'll let Evie answer.
Yeah, the term Arab is pretty interesting. It depends on the way we use it. Like, for instance, the first mention of Arabs is by the Assyrians about 3,000 years ago. If we want to use it in that context, and they were in Arabia, whereas the Egyptian civilization is like 5,000 years old, 4 to 5,000 years old, predating the first mention of Arab. But no, I would say Arabs are distinct. The Arabs speak their own branch of Afro-Asiatic, which is a Semitic, West Semitic branch, Proto-Arabic, whereas the Egyptians speak their own branch of Afro-Asiatic, which is Egyptian. And culturally, there is a lot of differences between Arabs and Egyptians. Like Egyptians, as an example, the ancient Egyptians, should I say, practiced mummification, and they built pyramids. Whereas in Arabia, Arabs really didn't practice mummification in the same way that Egyptians did. They didn't really build pyramids in the way the Egyptians did. They didn't worship the same gods like the Egyptians did. Egyptians had Amun Ra and Hotep and all that stuff, whereas the Arabs had their more indigenous, their indigenous gods to Arabia before Islam, pre-Islam. So there's a lot of differences between like Arabs and Egyptians. Now, genetically speaking, there are a few similarities between these Middle Eastern and Northeast African populations. Like both ancient Arabs and ancient Egyptians would have carried common autosomes like Natufian ancestry. They both would have had it. They would have carried common autosomes like Iranian DNA. Like they both would have had that as well. Caucasus hunter-gatherer DNA. They both would have had that. Haplogroup J, haplogroup E. They both would have had that. So yeah, you can find there are similarities between ancient Egyptians and ancient Arabs, but they're not the same people. They're still distinct. It's kind of like Edomites and Israelites. They're both Hebrew populations in Levant, but they still have a lot of like distinctions between both peoples.
All right. Thank you, brother. All right, Dunamis, you want to say anything in closing? I'm going to go and just go on in the corner and pray. A lot went down today. A lot went down today. That's all I can say.
I think
I feel some way about Mo Sex, and I feel some way about Leo and them. I'm telling y'all right now, I pray the Lord Jesus speak to my heart. I feel some type of way.
Now, well,
Down to Kobe. Kobe feels some type of way. Boy, folks feel some type of way. But go ahead, what you think? I'm finna call you because you behind some of this. You behind a whole bunch of this because you've been trying to get at that original man for a minute. Matter of fact, goodbye, Dunamis. Dunamis, goodbye. Goodbye, Dunamis. Y'all just pray for me. God do whatever he's doing. God bless you all. Sometimes it's just a time just to shut it down. And my mama, she here. I'm over here trying to get my doctor together now. My doctor, my primary with my family and all of this other stuff. I don't know how I done went and unblocked them. And she told me, well, did you pray before y'all started? It's always good to pray. Yo, I'm shutting it down. I'm good. I'm good.